Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
The Child of the Sea by Matsukaze. To cut it short, Luffy sets out when he was 6. With a different crew, he eats 3 devil fruit, which gives him powers to do anything, basically. But sadly, that crew dies, and Luffy is taken to Fuchsia village by Garp, and the story follows like in canon, but Luffy has a 800 million berry bounty before he even sets out, and the power to humiliate Yonkos. And by the way, don't mind the start, it will make sense later. I don't own anything. Member list. Warlord Garrick Russell, Warlord Leilani Morris. Adios.
Crystal Light Village. In a village called Crystal Light, there live a child of only 5 with shorts and a t-shirt on their body whose grandfather left them in a forest for training and managed to live in there for only 3 years before leaving the forest and wanted to become a pirate. The child's only childhood friends were teenagers, 20, and the adults, 40, as they will be going with them as the crew, which was happy to have them as their crew.
They left at midnight to get a good head start as they made sure they had everything they need, but the child saw 3 fruits and was hungry, so they ate all 3 not knowing what they were. The child got to their friends and they need a ship, which the child was thinking of what ship they would need, not knowing the ship was being created inside their head before the ship had showed up, shocking the child and the crew as they never saw a ship like it before as it has
60 bedrooms, kitchen, living room, library room, hospital room, navigator room, blacksmith room, wood shop room, music room, entertainment room, communication room, training room plus a playroom for the child. What happened? It must have been a devil fruit user. I ate 3 fruits before coming here cause I was hungry and they looked different. All 3 of them had a sweet, sour taste to them. You must have ate 3 devil fruits. Alright. Our captain is super powerful now. One of them shouted in excitement, making everyone cheer as they got onto the ship and set sail to the Grand Line, as they are only 4 hours away from the Grand Line. They found out what the devil fruits were and they were shocked to find out they were create fruit, copy fruit, and lightning fruit. The create fruit allows the user to create anything they want, fuse anything they want, and diffuse anything they want. The copy fruit allows the user to copy anything they want, but if it was words or something from books it becomes permanent in their heads. Lightning fruit allows the user to create lightning and can use the natural lightning from the sky or lightning storms to attack or defend themselves and those they want to defend. They got to the Rever's Mountain and went up the river that was going up the mountain and saw a whale named Lambo, whom they gave their sail mark to. That looks like
2 runes for friendship and family with a dragon guarding a group of people, and there is a rune for protection with a phoenix sitting on top of the rune with people under the rune looking like the phoenix is protecting or guarding them.
The child had created lots of books on the devil fruits they had seen from 26 out of 60 of their crewmates before they found out they also have them because of the copy fruit, which made them permanent as a side effect, which shouldn't have happened or be possibly at all, making the child more stronger as they train with their devil fruits powers. Annie. Training scene part 1, and it's been 2 weeks since they left Crystal Light Village. The child looked at the books they have and went for the first one of the devil fruits they have copied, and the name was the knowledge fruit, which allows the user to have knowledge on anything, but if they look at a person they will know everything about that person, and if they know hockey, another language, or if they are a devil fruit user. If someone's name was spoken, the user will know everything about them. The child didn't need training for this one and went for the next book as the devil fruit's name was the Kiri no Mi, mist fruit, which allows the user to create mist and they can turn themselves into mist. If a fire fruit user and a water fruit user's attacks hit each other, the steam can make the mist heavy and the mist fruit user can get away thanks to that, but if it was in mint or an animal they can still smell them. The child went for this one first and tried to have mist surround them, but no luck until their crewmate came to help them. The child managed to get mist to cover 3/4 of their body, and with it being cold out, they went outside to cover the ship in mist to hit it. But not only did they manage to cover the ship, they managed to have the mist go 40 meters in front, sides and back of the ship, to which no ship had ever saw them as they were trying to wait for the mist to vanish. The child wanted to see if the mist can be used as an attack and tried to punch while being part of the mist, but found it was harder than they though, so they kept it as defending the ship and using it to escape from the Marines. The child had created more defending moves to use to defend or to help their crewmates escape, which are called Kiri no Cabe, Mist Wall, Kiri no Kumo, Mist Cloud, Kiri no Arashi, Mist Storm, Kiri no Kaba, Mist Cover, Kiri no Dansu, Mist Dance. Annie. Training scene part 2, and it's been 3 weeks since they left Crystal Light Village. The next devil fruit the child was going to train in was Goru no Mi, gold fruit, which allows the user to manipulate gold into whatever shape they want. They are also capable of turning solid gold molten and vice are able to encase people in gold. The user is also able to cover his/her own skin in gold for increased power, to the point where she can turn into a massive gold golem. The child wanted to see if they can make gold show up, so they took out their hand and moved it up before gold showed up. As they keep moving their hand up and the gold fall to the floor. The child had stopped when their first mate knocked on their door to come in. The first mate is a 11-year-old male, and he was the one who eat goru goru no mi since his family needed the money to look after their sick grandmother, mother. He left 20.20 billion in gold for his family to look after themselves with while he is with his crew members and captain. He saw the gold on the floor and in the child's right hand, shocking them before showing them how to attack. The whole ship had 2 extra rooms that they didn't even knew about and used it as a safe for their money and gold, but the child didn't know that they had created the bills which showed up in one of the rooms, almost filling the room to the ceiling. The child had put the gold they had created into the other room to keep it safe, and they even tried to create gold bars with goru goru no mi, and they did. Trough there is 40 bazillion of them, which went into the gold room that the whole crew had called it. Annie. Training scene part 3, and it's been 4 weeks since they had left Crystal Light Village. The child went for the next book, and the devil fruit was called Ukami Ukami no Mi. Mode Daokami, Wolf fruit. Dire wolf mode, which allows the user to become a giant relative of living wolves. When the child tried to transform into it, the child saw they were 2 times the height of the so-called dire wolf and was the same color as the moon, silver, but has the tips of the fur black. The child went back to their human form and saw that their hearing and smelling had increased to where they can hear the waves more clearly and the splashing of the fishes jumping out of the water before diving back under the water. The child even found out their taste buds can tell what's inside the food they're eating and what kind of spices was used in the cooking. But they wanted more meat than vegetable, which is understandably since wolves eat meat more than anything. The child trained to handle the extra strength, speed and power the devil fruit had gave them. The child had found out they can change their height when they go into their wolf form. Annie. Training scene part 4, and it's been 5 weeks since they left Crystal Light Village. The child looked into the next devil fruit and it was called Arashi no Mi. Storm fruit, which allows the user to create storms and control them. If the user doesn't want a storm over their ship over village, they make a spot in the sky over it to keep the Santo. The child went outside to not destroy their room and tried to create a storm, but with the child being only 5 they can't control the storm, and their crew member, who has the fruit and has more control over the storm, had controlled the storm where the child could handle it better. Sorry, everyone, with so many devil fruits, I need to do training and I didn't know I couldn't control a storm yet, the child said as they apologized to their crewmates. Captain, don't worry about it. We'll help you out, so don't worry. The cook said as everyone agreed with her as they tried to think of a way to help with their captain's training, making the child happy about it. With the help of their navigator, the child was the storm fruit under control along with new attacks called
Arashi no Rai, Lightning Storm. Arashi no Aim, Rainstorm.
Arashi no Yuki, Snowstorm. Arashi no Sanda, Thunderstorm. Arashi no Sakura no Hanabira, Cherry Blossom Petal Storm. Arashi no Sakura Hana, Cherry Blossom Storm. Arashi no Ukami, Wolf Storm. Arashi no Fenikusu, Phoenix Storm. Arashi no Ryu, Dragon Storm. Arashi no Arozu, Arrow Storm. Arashi no Inazuma, Lightning Bolt Storm. Arashi no Rakurai, Thunderbolt Storm. Annie. Training scene part 5, and it's been 4 months since they left Crystal Light Village. Also, this is the last training scene since no one wants to see so many of them in one go. The child had mastered 25 devil fruits, Kiri no Mi. Goru no Mi. Okami no Mi. Mode Daokami. Arashi no Mi. Aim no Mi. Yuki no Mi. Kiki no Mi. Sanda no Mi. Mizu no Mi. Hi no Mi. Kesho no Mi. Jin no Mi. Hikari no Mi.
Noto no Mi. Ryu no Mi. Mode Umi Ryu, Kobito no Mi. Mode Aramentaru Kobito, Sarutiku no Mi. Terapoto no Mi. Kami no Mi. Mode Umi Kami, Sation no Mi. Mode Umi Sation, Feniki no Mi. Mode Umi Feniki, Sarutiku no Mi. Mode Sarutiku Umi Raku and Yogan no Mi. Umi Yogan Raku that they had copied and is now on the last one, but the name got them confused as it is called Umi no Mi. Mode Umi Fenikusis Raku, Sea Fruit. Sea Phoenix Rock mode, which allows the user to transform into a phoenix of the sea, but it's a size of a rock, or it's a phoenix fused with a rock to be bigger, with the flames being sea green, and it can swim in the sea and breathe in the sea as it was the personal friend of the primordial spirit of the sea, Thalassa. The child was confused on why there is a devil fruit like this in the world and why it's a devil fruit at all. The child transformed and they were 2. No, make that 4 times, the size of the actual real thing. When the child looks to the sea,
They saw Thalassa waving at them, making them confused till they heard her voice in their head. "Hello, child. You can hear me case you have more than one devil fruit that I had created. Thanks to this, you can hear and see me along with other spirits. I'm related to you, but don't know how as I never had a child of my own before. Maybe I can look into it for you. Oh, thank you, child. As a gift, I, Thalassa, primordial spirit of the sea, hereby claims you as my child and champion along with my blessing. May the seas, the moon and the spirits help you on your journey, child." Thalassa said before the child glowed. Sea green, sea blue, silver and white is what Thalassa said happens, making the child stronger than before. The child also saw spirits of every kind and they were happy that the child can see them. Thalassa waves goodbye before waves made the image vanish and Thalassa wasn't there anymore. The child was happy, but they wanted to talk to Thalassa more, but oh well. The child had so much fun playing with the spirits and they had fun playing with the child in return. The child was thinking of fusing two devil fruits, Mizu Mizu no Mi and Hi Hi no Mi, before they thought of them fusing together, which shocked them and the whole crew as it showed itself after fusing the two together as they got the boil fruit. The boil fruit allows the user to boil the blood or the water inside of someone's body, which would knock them out. The child was asleep when the boil fruit fall into their mouth from the desk and swallowed it whole, making them more stronger and deadly. Marine ships showed up to figure out who they are until they saw the flag and went to attack then. But the child wouldn't allow it as they used boil fruit to boil their blood to kill them, as it was only 2 or 2:30 in the morning and the child doesn't like to wake up at that time. All Marines saw a child was actually the one who was killing them, as their eyes were red and looked like a devil's eyes. But what really scared them was the sea was circling around the child as if it was protecting them. One Marine has managed to get onto a rowboat and get away with the info on the child, but couldn't get a photo of them as they were too scary to get one, and was found by a Marine ship who brought him on board as the Marine told them what he saw, and they went for Devil Eye Child of the Sea with a bounty of 80,000 Baileys as the child was dangerous and deadly. The child and crew was happy with their captain's bounty, while other pirates were shocked and were scared as there was a warning on the wanted poster in bold red that said, "Flee on sight," making the other pirates more scared. Through only one pirate weren't scared, but they were shocked by the bounty on this person as it was a child, making them even more shocked. "Captain, we are running very low on the supplies. Permission to dock at the island beside us, Captain," a 40-year-old woman said as she shows the child what they need and how low they're at with the supplies. The child looked at it and couldn't believe how low they're at and really need to get the supplies. "Good thing," she said, "there was island beside us. We need to get the supplies now," the child thought before speaking up.
Permission granted. The child said as one of the crew members went to the money room and saw lots of Bailey's bills before taking 80,000 out of the room to get supplies and other stuff they will be needed.
The child made sure they had money to get stuff for themselves and went onto the island to get the stuff they need. The child had bumped into a Marine who has gray hair and has 2 cigars in his mouth, who looked down at the child who was shaking as they moved back while still on the ground. SS sorry FF for NN not LL looking WW where IWW was GG going. SS sir. The child said as they still backed away from the Marine. The Marine walked to the child and picked them up before dusting the dust off them, then rubbed the child's head. "It's okay, where are you going?" the Marine asked. "I'm going to a sewing shop, sir. I was going to get some stuff to make stuffies with one of my older female friends helping me out," the child said as they are still scared, but managed to hid it from the Marine. "I'll go with you, as a child shouldn't be alone in this town. You can be kidnapped and then be sold as a slave." The child got more scared before gripping onto the Marine's coat, making the Marine pick the child up before leaving to the sewing shop. "Welcome, sir," the owner said as the Marine put the child down for them to look around as the Marine speaks to the shop owner. The child found the perfect fabric to use as they got millions of them, and then got the stuffing, the needles, the threads, the fabric glues, clothing fabrics, and even gotten some sewing books to learn from as well. The Marine saw stuffies that look like dangos, but they have black fabric for eyes, and he brought them for the child as they were wide-eyed at what the child is buying. "Are you sure you have enough for all of that?" The Marine was shocked, but was wondering why a child was shopping without an adult being with them. "Yes, sir." The owner rings up the stuff before telling total. "That would be 60,000 Baileys, little one." The child gave her 60,000 Baileys for the whole thing and put them into a basket to carry it better, shocking the Marine as the stuff the child had brought wasn't overflowing out of the basket as it looks like a normal backset. The Marine snapped out of their shock and coughed. Here. I brought these for you." The Marine gave the child the dangos, making them smile before hugging the Marine before letting go to hug one of the dangos, as the rest was in their basket, as the Marine smiles at them. The Marine brought the child to the docks where the child saw they crew and thanks the Marine before walking about 40 centimeters away, but the Marine called them back. "I never got the chance to know your name. I'm Smoker, Chaser, Smoker." The child giggles at the Chaser part before the first mate came to get them on board. "We're ready to go now, Captain." The Marine, Smoker, was shocked that the child was a captain. "Thank you." They then turned to Smoker and gave a sad smile to him as he knees down to them. Sorry about that. I'm actually a pirate captain. Then went over to Smoker and kissed his right cheek. And thank you for the dango stuffies. The child said before they ran over to their first mate and both ran to the ship. Smoker was shocked, but at the same time was confused till he heard someone shouting out at the child and saw a man running straight at the docks, angry and rage plus add furiant as he looks like a devil that is after your soul and will take you straight to hell. You brat. You get back here this minute. The man shouted as the child turned and saw the man before shouted out orders at their crewmates with fear in their voice as they didn't want to be with the man right now. The child saw the man was closer and they had to get away from him fast before he captured them and takes them away from their friends and crewmates. Eek, take off, take off. The child shouted as the whole crew, who saw the man running at the ship, which freaked them out and got them scared of the man, and the child moves quickly to keep the person away for the ship. Not once has Smoker seen pirates move or act like that, which shocks him greatly at this point. Before, as they move quicker than before and they were away 40 kilometers from land as the man was at the docks and he keeps shouting at the captain of the crew. You get back here, as your granddad, I have every right to chase after you. You hear me, you brat? Smoker never saw this and just left the man alone and returned to his fellow Marines as he would pretend he didn't see that at all as to keep it a secret for the child. The child was in their room making more dango stuffies to go with the ones Smoker brought for them as they had made huge ones and sewed them together to make a bed out of them. The room is covered in dango stuffies and the crew was laughing as they never saw their captain like this before as the child was smiling and giggling as they make more dango stuffies for their room.
The child saw another pirate ship, but they were fighting a sea king and they heard a shout of, "Room."
Before seeing a blue half-bubble room go around the ship and the Sea King as they copied it and found out it was called the Opa Opa no Mi. The room fruit before cutting the Sea King in half and then left with the Sea King in their ship as they went underwater, confusing the child and their crew greatly as a ship doesn't go underwater unless they had something to keep the water out of their ship.
The child's own ship was going up against a sea king, but there was 40 of them and she was raged as one of their friends got hurt. Knowledge fruit had allowed the child to know every move of any devil fruit that they or anyone else had ate, and the child saw one move they know will help them out of this mess and maybe some meat to eat since it's been 40 days since they left the island they were at before.
Room. The child shouted out before a bubble-like circle went around the ship and Sea Kings. But the differentiates of the blue one to the child's is the bubble was red, blue, green, silver and golden electricity around it, which shocked the Sea Kings to stop them from moving around, and the child had grabbed one of her crew's sword and ran to the Sea Kings where the sea rose to allow the child to step on them as the child cutted the Sea Kings into threes before they had calmed down. The child gave back the sword and got the Sea Kings out of the water for the chief to cook them up for them. The child kept the teeth of the Sea Kings to use as a tool to fight with. The child saw an island and ordered the crew to go there to explore as there might be treasure of older pirates, which got the crew roaring with excitement before they got to the island. The navigator had and was mapping every island that they had been to, and this one was 80 meters long and wide, making it the large unknown island there is in the world. Go in pairs to have someone look after your back, don't leave your partner. The child said as their crew nodded their heads. The navigator had the first mate with them and they went around the island by the edge to see how big it is. The child went to the runes and found lots of runes and had copied them down into books before they realized they got too many and couldn't carry them all by themselves. They thought of a devil fruit with powers of darkness which was called the Yami no Mi before fusing it with Op no Mi, and they got abyss room fruit with lots of room to put things in to store them. The child put all the books inside and they saw 8 weapons, 3 swords, 1 staff, 1 picot hammer, 1 whip, 1 bow and 1 scythe that looks like no one had used them in a long time. The child felt that someone was nearby and felt a sting on their back before they saw a sword being wielded by a 40-year-old swordsman who was laughing at them, and the child saw their blood had landed on the 8 weapons, making them glow before they changed into weird things. One of the swords became a black snake that went around the child's left arm, and the head of the snake was on the left cheek with 1 green eye looking at the child before it vanished by closing it, while the second one became a dragon with its wings and body being on their back which healed it, and the head was on the forehead with 1 golden eye before it vanished by closing it, since the neck is on the neck of the child, and the last sword went onto the right arm with the head of a wolf with 1 blue eye looking at the child before vanishing by closing it. The scythe became a devil before going into the child's shadow, where the child saw their shadow change into it with 2 red eyes looking at the child before closing them. But it never came out and their shadow went back to normal. The whip became a basilisk that went to the child's left leg, and the head was on the child's left foot where 1 yellow eye showed itself before vanishing, while the staff became an albino, white, lion and went to the child's right leg where its head is on their right foot where 1 silver eye looks at them then vanishes. The picot hammer and the bow became rings and went onto the child's left hand pointer and middle finger. The child accidentally created a butterfly, but it looks nothing like the ones they saw, as this one was black and have a purple glow to them. Yes, I'm using the teases from D. Gray Man. Before they went into the man and started to eat him from the inside out, as the child saw this, and the butterfly had increased from 1 to 2,000 of them as the child saw them flying around them as if they were happy to be being created by them. The child held one their hands and the teases went to the hands and they went from the purple glowing black butterfly to butterfly with a skull in the middle and their wings have a striped pattern before the two fused together to make a bigger one that can pick the child up and fly them in the sky to look over places. The bigger tight pointer finger before shrinking to a ring with a butterfly on it to allow the child to keep it close by. The child heard one of the crewmates shouted out to them and they ran to them before they returned to the ship and the child accidentally created a rune fruit which they put into their abyss room for safekeeping. As the child and first mate returned to the ship, they saw 48 to 50,000 treasure chests fill with treasure and there was weapons of different ages. The child put all of them inside their abyss room to store them since the ship wasn't big enough to store them there and keep it safe if they get attacked by marines or other pirates out at sea. The child found a fruit that looks like a phoenix, but also looks like a mermaid with wings, plus the whole fruit smells like the sea and feels like it has the power of the sea. The child was hungry and didn't know it was a mythical zone devil fruit, which was super rare as no one had seen one like this, before they ate the whole thing. Thanks to this, the child can not only breathe underwater, but can swim, see in the night, can control fire, can control water, can talk to the sea to know where the next island will be, can fly but will be a little slow and the child can transform into a phoenix, can transform into a mermaid and they can transform into a phoenix mermaid as the upper part is a phoenix while their lower parts is a mermaid. The child was looking forward to the next island when they were blindfolded by one of their crewmates as they were led to the kitchen where the blindfold had came off and the child was shocked as the whole crew had did a surprised birthday party for them as today was their 6th birthday and they were going to celebrate it out at sea. They saw a lot of presents and somewhere from their granddad who wanted them home, but they weren't as they loved freedom more than being on an island. There was dango stuffies, books, storybooks, coloring books, rune books, sewing books, clothing making books, cooking books, recipes books, baking books, books on weapons, herb medicine making,
poison and paralyze making, animal books on every type of animal, mythical animal books, geology books on different rocks, books on gems and jewels, books on different metal, books on different woods, books on making stuff out of wood, books on weaving, books on taking care of animals, books on every poisonous plants, books on venomous animals, books on communication, books on hockey, books on insects, ECT, clothing from 6-year-olds to 20-year-olds.
They were preparing for the future after all. Their granddad said clothes over as well as books on fighting, swords art, blacksmiths, gunsmiths and they even sent over a weapon which was called a dagger with a note that said to use it if you were about to get raped which the crew had to explain to their captain making them confused. The doctor of the crew made sure the captain knew medical autonomy to use to kill people or animals by the 8 organs to make it quicker and less painful as the child needs to know about the human or animal body. The doctor even made sure the child know every illnesses and diseases there is as he got them every type of book on it and even made sure the child knew how to make the cures for them and how to operate on them to save their lives as the child made books for the cures to every illnesses and diseases plus books on how to operate. The doctor even made sure the child knew how to reattach limbs back to the body again to keep people alive. The child had copied everything from the books as they read them repeatedly at least 4 times to keep the info in their head while they put the books into their abyss room to keep them in case they need them again. The child has loved their dango stuffies so much, they made a song up and would sing it whenever they can as the crew likes it even if they don't like to hear it repeatedly. As the years go by, the child is a 10-year-old now and their crewmates made sure their birthdays were special as much as possible as they found sunken ships on the bottom of the sea and got the treasure from there and the child puts it into their abyss room to keep it safe. They found a princess that was kidnapped by their royal butler, that wants her money, and they saved her as the king and queen gave them 40,000 millions Baileys as a thank you gift and asked them to stay for 10 days which they accepted to not angry the royal family. The child kept the money in their abyss room to keep it safe before joining the party for having the princess safely returning to them. After 10 days of being with the royal family, as the child was taking a nap and the child sleepwalked as they pulled out the rune fruit, thinking they had pulled out an apple from their abyss room, and ate it, they left and went to the next island to get supplies for their ship when marines showed up onto the island and started to slaughter the crew as the child was shocked and couldn't look away as their childhood friends die in front of them. As a marine came to kill them, the child snapped and their red devil eyes came out before the side came out of their shadows and a black glow came around the child as wings. Tail and horns with the tattoos of their other weapons had showed up and their eyes looked even more devil-like as there was rage, fury and demonic before the child had slaughtered the marines one by one before the child was covered in blood from head to toe. The child snapped out of it and cried loudly as they cried for their friends, family and husband as they married their first mate who was only 5 years older than them. The child's granddad and a man, whom the child saw was friends with their granddad, saw the child crying out their eyes and when the child saw them, they ran into the arms of their granddad crying and telling him their crewmates didn't even have a bounty and it should have been them not their crew. "Calm down, child," the man said as he knees down to face the child face to face. "Smoker told me and your granddad how he meant you and everything. I must say you shocked him really good with the kiss on the cheek and saying sorry for not telling him you were a pirate. He had more dango stuffies for you, but didn't know where you were, so your granddad held onto them for you. I'll make sure your crew is buried with honor and pride. The man said as he gets up and orders the marines that came with them to bury the pirates at Crystal Light Village, and the child got a bath on their ship by their granddad. The blood will be hard to get out of your hair, but I won't stop till it comes out. Their granddad said as they keep getting more and more of the blood out of their grandchild's hair. But the damage was already done, as the child now has red highlights with white hair tips in their hair, and their eyes had a bit of red in them halfway to the middle of the eyes, with the other half being gold in one eye and silver in the other eyes. Their ears can hear like animals, but they can hear whispers and can hear shouts from 50 kilometers away from them. Their crew had a weapon maker who made different blueprints for different weapons, as the child would explain the designs and what they look like. The child made sure to put everything into their abyss room to hold on to, including the flag to remember them, along with the photo albums that they had to hold the pictures of the whole crew and the daily stuff of the ship.
The child and their granddad had saw wills of the whole crew and realized they were giving everything they owned to their captain and thanking them for allowing them to be their crewmates even though they would die from cancer in 8 days.
The child cried again, and their granddad hugged them close as he made sure their grandchild gets it thanks to their friends. The child puts everything their crew had gave them: cloth, books, weapons, toys, stuffies, medical equipment, jewelries, gems, money, furnitures, kitchen equipment, ECT, into their abyss room to keep them closed before they can't see someone else sailing with it. The child was sleeping while their granddad is moving them to a new village called Fushia Village, Windmill Village, to live. The child had woken up on the ship their granddad had before they had met the bartender woman named Makino, who would look after them for their granddad, as he will try to visit as much as possible. "Welcome back, Garp." "Who is this?" Makino asked as she looks at Garp D. Monkey's grandchild. "Go ahead," Garp say as the child says their name. "Luffy. Luffy D. Monkey," the child said as Garp looks at the container filled with something. "I got nothing against it, but please be careful as it would be hard to make it," Garp said as Luffy showed Makino what he means. "I got devil fruit powers, so I'll be okay. I have 40 containers filled with them.
I take one every day at 7 in the morning and they last for 24 hours. I even have some other pills that would make sure I eat less, so Mama Makino wouldn't have to make a lot of food for me," Luffy said as Makino blushes at being called Mama while Garp laughs at that. Both Makino and Luffy waves goodbye to Garp as his friend, Sengoku, or Uncle Seagull as Luffy likes to call him, making him annoyed at that little nickname Luffy gave him, had came to pick him up.
"Life is going to change big time. I just wish I had 2 older brothers." Not knowing it, 2 boys sneezed as they thought someone was talking about them. Makino showed Luffy around the village to get to know it better before Luffy settles down in the village, and Luffy loves the village as Luffy will try to keep it safe. Fushia Village, Windmill Village, and 4 months since Luffy was brought to the island.
Luffy had been living in Fushia Village for 4 months and has created 10 new moves for Arashi no Mi, 6 for Kiri no Mi, and 1 for Aim no Mi, Rain Fruit, joining that time which they have called them Arashi no Orange no Sakuranahana, Orange Cherry Blossom Storm. The user creates a storm of orange versions of the cherry blossoms, and adding in a sweet aroma will cause anyone to pass out on the spot. It can also help people fall to sleep when they can't sleep at all, and the sweet aroma makes sure they have a sweet sleep. Arashi no Hana, Flower Storm. The user creates a storm out of every kind of flowers there is that can blindsided people and help to escape from people. Arashi no Umi, Sea Storm. The user creates a storm from the sea and uses it as an attack or defense. Arashi no Hai, Firestorm. The user creates a storm purely out of fire and can cause 3rd-degree burns if someone was left inside the storm for 30 minutes to an hour. Arashi no Konoha, Leaf Storm. The user creates a storm of leaves and can attack with them, which will cause cuts in the cloth and on the skin. Arashi no Dansu, Storm Dance. The user creates a dance from 1 or 2 storms and can use them as an attack or a defense. Arashi no Hurricane, Hurricane Storm. The user creates a hurricane that has multiplying storms in it, making it deadly and will cause death if user is not knocked out within the next 10 minutes. Arashi no Hio, Hailstorm. The user creates a hailstorm to block people and to use it to escape people. Arashi
no Kori, Ice Storm. The user creates a ice storm to cover their escape and to blind people to do the escape. Arashi no Or, Tempest Storm. The user creates a violent windy storm that can blow buildings apart and can cause people to fly out to sea. Kiri no Dansu, Water Dance. A dance made purely out of water and can go over people's head before falling down on them before washing them into the sea. Kiri no Arashi, Water Storm. It can pull people into it to drone them into the sea if combined with Arashi no Umi. Kiri no Tatsumaki, Water Twister. The user creates a twister purely out of water and then throws them into the sea or in a sea king's nest. Kiri no Tornado, Water Tornado. The user creates a tornado purely out of water and can have it destroy builds and ships. Kiri Kiri no Hurricane, Water Hurricane. The user creates a hurricane purely out of water, making it deadly out at sea, as the seawater will be added to make it more bigger and huger, to the point that knocking out the user is the only way of stopping the hurricane.
Kiri Kiri no Burasuto, Water Blast. A blast of water can hit rocks and destroy a mountain, or just cause a hole to appear to hide out the hail or snowstorms.
Aim Aim no Dansu, Rain Dance. It rains before it makes it a dance where the user controls where the rain falls onto. May it be people or animals, including buildings and rocks.
Luffy did a good job creating new attack moves and has learned a lot of the village, which were
Cooking from Makino, baking from a local baker, blacksmith from a local blacksmith, as well as learned every type of metal there is. Woodsmith from a local woodsmith and learned every type of wood there is. Herb medicine making from a local herb medicine maker and learned every type of medical herb plant there is. Weaving from a local weaver, tattoo lessons from a local tattoo artist. Poison and paralyzing making from a local poison maker, along with what poisonous plant works greatly or poorly with each other and how to combine it with venom from venomous animals. Cloth making from a local tailor, rune training with a local rune master, mistress.
Gunsmith from a local gunsmith. Learns to fight from Garp as he comes to see them as much as possibly.
Sewing from a local sewer, knows how to make jewelry from a local jeweler along with the values of gems and jewels. Learn geology from a local geologist, communication from a local communicator. And someone who knows how to look after animals had taught Luffy how to take care of animals. Luffy had enjoyed their lessons so much that they had become masters of them, with proof of it writing inside of their journals about it, along with what they had learned and what they had made. Luffy was near the docks when they saw a ship was heading to the island, making them hid behind Makino as she looks on, smiling at the ship that keeps getting closer and closer to the island. The ship had a skull on the flag with red hair on it before people had came out of the ship, and begins to walk to Makino as far as Luffy is see. Makino wasn't scared of them, meaning she knows them. Luffy looks to the redhead woman, who is wearing a long black cape over her shoulders and a straw hat on her head. She initially wore slightly loose brown trousers cut below the knee and collected halfway up the shin, with golden buttons down the outer leg. She wears a pair of sandals and is wearing a ring on her ring figure. She has a white shirt which is only half buttoned, leaving part of her 48H cup chest exposed. A large red sash is tied around her waist and holds her saber on the right side. Initially, her shirt is tucked under while she holds onto a man's arm. The man is a tall, lean man with black hair, a short beard, mustache and sideburns that point upwards. His strangely colored red eyes, yellow in the anime, Luffy remembers of, which resembles a hawk's eyes. He wears black and red ornate clothing with a crucifix pendant that hides a little dagger, which gives him the appearance of a Spanish swordsman. His attire consists of a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large plume, and a long, open black coat with no shirt underneath, with red, flower-patterned sleeves and collar which shows off his six-pack abs to everyone. He wears light purple pants held up by a decorated belt and tucked inside overly large boots in comparison to his leg size. He wears a golden cross-shaped necklace and carries a sword on his back. Luffy was confused, but would help Makino serve them in her bar, as Luffy loves to help out Makino all the time as much as possibly. "Mama, can I help serve them? There's too many man and only one you," Luffy asked as Makino nods her head before she saw the man and the woman staring at Luffy, making them hide behind her, which made her angry at them. "Would you two stop staring at them? You're scaring them." Both the man and woman looked away from Luffy with deep blushes on their faces, making the other man laugh at them, increasing the blush even more. As they reached the bar after 10 minutes, Luffy was quick to getting the drinks ready and made sure that the tables are clean along with the chairs in the bar. Luffy had served the man 20 times as they party, and one of them said they have a son Luffy's age back home, as he looks like he is trapped in the past. "If you have a son, then why didn't you write a letter since you left your home? He must have, though you dead or something, since he doesn't have a letter to allow him to know you are alive and well," Luffy said, and 100 blank papers showed up with a pen before Luffy left the table, as the man was shocked before he started to write a very long letter to his son about the day he left to the day he met a child the same age as his son. The man and woman was watching Luffy as they helped Makino out in the bar, but a group of men had entered the bar. "Give us 10 barrels of beer, woman," the leader said to Makino, but Luffy had gotten in the way and the man looked down at Luffy. "Both me and Mama are very sorry, sir, but the costumers at the tables have drank the very last bit of beer we have. If you can come back in the morning, you can have those 10 barrels of beer. But you must pay for them or no beer," Luffy said, and the man nodded before he along with his man left the bar, shocking everyone at what Luffy had done. Luffy just went back to serving tea. Head had called them over to sit beside them, but Luffy smells beer and sake on the redhead since it's very heavy on her alone and it's making their stomachs hurt while making them feel sick, even when they're 20 tables away from her and the man. "No way. Not with you smelling like beer and sake. If you want me to sit beside you. 1. Don't drink. 2. Clean that smell of beer and sake off your body, and 3. My stomach hurts when I'm smelling it and I'm feeling sick just from smelling that stuff on you since it's ever heavy on you alone and I'm like 20 tables away from you." Luffy said before they ran to their room to get away from the smell of beer and sake coming from the redhead woman shocking her and the man since Luffy said he could smell it from where they were. For the next 2 weeks, the redhead tries to remove the smell of beer and sake from her body making the man worried as she takes 4 showers daily just to have Luffy sit beside her and that's not right. But still, if it makes the kid's stomach hurt and make them feel sick just from the smell alone, why is it that they're serving in a bar with their mom? The man was confused, but never had asked the question at all since he doesn't want to upset the captain of the Red Hair Pirates. She'll make him sleep on the couch for 4 months and he doesn't want that, so he didn't ask. Luffy didn't smell the beer and the sake coming from the redhead since the smell was disappearing as she begins to clean herself. Luffy sat to her right as the man has her left and Makino gave Luffy breakfast with some orange stuff. "Luffy, what's wrong?" Makino asked as she sees Luffy not drinking the orange juice she gave them while her 2 friends turns to Luffy. "What is this stuff?" Luffy asked as they never seen nor smelled this stuff before. "It's juice, orange juice. You never had any before?" The man said before Luffy shakes their head at him. "It's good. I had it when I was a kid and trust me, it's good to have in the morning." The redhead said before Luffy picked up the glass and took a mouthful of the stuff and the taste buds went crazy before swallowing it. Luffy tasted sweetness and oranges in the drink that Makino had gave them to drink and they liked the taste of it.
It's sweet and I can taste oranges in it. Luffy said as Makino was happy that Luffy likes it so much. The man and woman smiled at Luffy before Makino introduces them to Luffy.
"Luffy, my friends forgot to introduce themselves. The redhead is Shanks and the man beside her is Mahawk Dracula." Makino said as Luffy looks to the ring on Shanks's ring finger before looking to the man's hands and seeing the same ring as well. "You're married?" Both Shanks and Mahawk was shocked and they were blushing a matching blush from what Luffy had said making Shanks' crew laugh at them. Luffy smiled a childish smile at both making everyone laugh even more the married couple. "So, Makino is your mother?" Shanks asked before both Luffy and Makino started to laugh making Shanks and Mahawk confused. "Makino isn't my mama. I call her that because of her motherly nature and she has that feeling of a mother," Luffy said as Shanks and Mahawk looked at them like there's something else. "What about us? What do you feel about us?" Shanks asked as Mahawk wanted to hit Shanks in the back of her head for asking that kind of question. "You Shanks have the nature of an angry mother bear when someone is in the way of her and her cub or when someone is in between a mother bear and her cub. Yet you also have the nature of a koala bear who likes to lazy around all day and there is a bit of nature that belongs to a mother. But it's only a size of a child while Mahawk has that feeling of a overprotective father to their daughter when she brings home her first boyfriend home to meet the parent. Yet there is also that lion pride and prod that is making him stop showing emotions since he doesn't people to know what he is thinking, but he forgotten that the eyes are the window to the soul. He also has that feeling of a hawk watching his prey as he stakes them before attacking them without them knowing it. So, that would make Shanks mommy while Mahawk is papa since Makino has the title mama. That would also make mommy Shanks's crew my uncles or cousins, but I never had uncles before so that makes them my uncles more than cousins. Luffy said making Shanks blush at being called mommy while Mahawk was shocked by being called papa as Shanks's crewmates cheers on being called uncles making Makino laugh at the scene in front of her making Luffy smile at the scene. A group of men had entered the bar, but had weapons and are looking like they are ready for a fight which made Makino scared. Luffy didn't like it and told them to leave, but one of them made a cut under Luffy's right eye making it bleed badly as Shanks, Mahawk and Makino was shocked at what they did to Luffy. Then everyone felt a very dark aroma coming from Luffy making them look at Luffy as they raised from the floor with devil red eyes before they saw a snake coming from Luffy's left arm and transforming into a sword which Luffy grabbed a hold of it before jumping behind them and the man had fallen to the ground with blood coming from the cutted wounds to making a blood spot on their cloths. Luffy had fallen to the ground, after the sword went back as a snake and went back onto his arm as a tattoo before vanishing. But Mahawk caught him before he could touch the ground. Shanks was crying, shouting Luffy's name, worrying, panicking and scared as she watched the doctor of her crew take Luffy to her ship to fix him up while Mahawk holds her close to his chest to calm her down before she has a panicking attack making Mahawk worried for both Shanks and Luffy. "I'm afraid to lose Luffy. I don't want to lose them, I don't want to," Shanks yelled into Mahawk's chest as he holds her closer and tightly to comfort her as much as he can before the doctor came to their room 4 hours later. Bad news first. Luffy had a blockage in the blood vein under their eye, which I don't understand as to how that got there, but cutting that vein had allowed the blood that was blocked to come out making all that blood come out from the wound. The scar will be permanent as I had to stitch the wound and the blood vein closed to stop the bleeding from getting any worse and I believe Luffy would be shouting in happiness for having a battle scar so early. I don't think that kid will be sleeping at all when they wake up. I also believe that Luffy would make a great swordsmaster if had the right training of course. The doctor said since as a Shichibukai, Mahawk is an ally of the world government and shouldn't have married Shanks, his crush since he first saw her. He loves her more than life itself and was willing to hid his marriage from them since Shanks was a Yonko. That would cause them to want their child dead which Mahawk doesn't want at all, But for some reason, he is being drawn to Luffy, which is strange as Shanks looks like she wants to adopt the kid right now. The good news is Luffy will be fine, just needs to rest a bit and should wake up in 4 hours. Papers. Huh? Both Mihawk and the doctor were confused. Get the adoption papers cause I will not leave Luffy without adopting them, Shanks shouted out in a commanding, ordering and captain tone and voice, making both men shocked before the doctor did just that to not have Shanks shouting again. SSS Shanks. What are you? Mihawk, Hawkeye's Dracula. I do not care if Luffy is related or not. A child is still a child and I will not let this pass since Luffy had called me mommy. I wanted to adopt them. A second mother figure and a father figure, since no one knows who the father is, will not hurt them at all. I know you want to be a father, but with those censored, we can't as they would kill our child. With Luffy, we don't have to worry about it, they'll be safe and they'll be happy to have us no matter what, Shanks shouted at Mihawk, causing him to realize that Shanks was right, but he was still war kid as this is something he can't shake off. It's not some sort of special power, but they has the ability to make allies of everyone they meets. And that is the most fearsome ability on the high seas. If they were to become a pirate. Mihawk said as Shanks smiles at him before pulling him in for a kiss with the doctor at the door with his back turned to give them their alone time till he knocks on the door, breaking them up. I got the papers right here, Captain. The doctor said as he enters after Shanks said he could. Luffy woken up and was helping Makino with the serving, after shouting in happiness about having a battle scare, while they get sword arts training from Mihawk along with how to use Busashoku, armament, haki to protect their swords from any damage. Luffy saw Mihawk use the sword on his back to fight him while they use a training sword to fight them. Why do you have a big sword, Papa? Luffy was wondering how there was a sword that big at all. Mihawk doesn't blush anymore while being called Papa from Luffy as they were shouting in happiness about this. But wanted Makino added in whom said she'll adopt them after her friends are gone so no one would know they were here, making Luffy shout in happiness. I wielded the black sword, Yuru is my main weapon. Yuru is a curved black blade in the shape of a crucifix, with a golden cross guard decorated by red cabochon, which are blue and green in the anime, and a hilt wrapped in bandages, with a particularly big cabochon at its extremity. When I accept challenges for my title, I only draws this blade for those with enough spirit to earn my respect, or enough power to present a threat. Otherwise my second weapon is sufficient. Yuru is an ornately decorated, single-edged, life-sized sword, about 7 feet, shaped like a crucifix with a shiny black blade, which is curved at the end. What's your second weapon? Luffy was shocked that their papa can carry a big-ass sword like it was nothing. I always has a pendant cross knife, named Kogatana, worn on my neck. I use it as a tool to eat with, but in my hands, it is also a deadly weapon capable of defeating any minor or moderately skilled swordsman. Luffy was shocked on that and was happy to have him as a father, which they said out loud, making the man laugh at them before continuing the training. Luffy had managed to defeat Mihawk and gave the title back as Luffy isn't ready for it yet, making Mihawk's respect raise way past the level it would have been at for normal people, but Luffy went way past that level. Mihawk went to the blacksmith to make him 2 sword, and meanwhile Luffy had found a branch that would work perfectly as a staff and started to get to work on it while making sure the bottom and a bit at the top had sea stones in it, but also had it in the middle as well. Mihawk had got both swords done and saw Luffy showing Shanks the staff they made and was wondering if it would work as a second weapon, making Mihawk walk over to them. He took the staff and saw that it had deep craves in the middle and a bit up top for the sea stones to flow down into, but he saw that in the craves were pure sea stones while the rest was at the bottom and the top, making it a deadly weapon. It's a perfect weapon, and adding the sea stones in actually made it a deadly weapon for any devil fruit users out there. Mihawk said before he felt something was put on his right wrist where he saw a small wooden bracelet with the runes Protect, Father, Husband, and Sword Master on it before Shanks and Luffy had show him theirs, meaning Luffy is adopting them, him and Shanks. Mihawk felt wetness on his cheeks and saw he was crying, which meant he was crying tears of joy and happiness, making Shanks and Luffy worry, which made Mihawk laugh before explaining why he was crying, making them smile big at him. Mihawk gave Luffy the first sword and was about to ask Makino to hold on to the second one till the time was right to give it to Luffy. But Luffy had saw it already, making Mihawk hand it over before they saw the first sword on Luffy's right hip, the second sword on his back like Mihawk's, and the staff on his left shoulder. The first sword was made from sea metal, as it is rare to see metal that can handle seawater, for I did ask for the tip to have sea stones in it. The handle was made purely out of bronze with some gold and silver here and there along with some sea gems, jewels, to make it more like it came from the sea, while the back of the handle has sea stones in it. The second sword looks like mine, but is a whiter version if it. The back of the handle has sea stones in it to make it deadly, both more, and with your training done, I had asked a rune master to crave some runes into the both swords. Mihawk said as Luffy and Shanks had seen the runes and saw runes for Sun, Warrior, Sea Child, Grand Sword Master, Sea Pirate, and Thalas's Child, making Luffy cry so much that they tightly hugged Mihawk with their tears still coming down their face, making Mihawk happy knowing his child would be alright and can protect themselves. Luffy saw a chest and frozen time, after creating a devil fruit with the powers of time, and opened the chest to seeing a fruit that was purple and had swirls on it before swallowing it whole, which hurted Luffy's throat, and the knowledge fruit gave knowledge of the fruit as Gomu Gomu no Mi, the rubber fruit. Luffy made a copy of the fruit and put it inside the chest and closed it before unfrozen time and sat beside their mommy before smiling at the joke she pulled out as they enjoy themselves. 4 weeks has passed and they have to leave before Garp shows up, making Luffy upset. But Shanks gave them a gift and it looks a lot like the one Mihawk has around his neck, but this one looks like it's 2 times the size of Mihawk's. Now you have one like your papa does and it has sea stones in the tip and the back of the handle. I figured it would be a good idea, plus Makino has my second gift which is meant to be giving to you after we leave. Keep training and you'll be fine when you become a pirate. Shanks said as she hugs her child before Mihawk does the same, and they leave after giving Luffy a snail phone to call them on, making Luffy happy that they can call them. They told Luffy the number for their own to remember it if they went to give it to others to call them. Luffy felt a hat being placed on their head and saw it was their mommy's straw hat, making them happy as they saw the ship was halfway away from the island and they made sure to keep it safe for them no matter what. Luffy saw Thalassa later that day and told her everything, making her happy about that, and was pleased with the weapons having sea metal and sea stones. I named the first sword, Thalassa's Sword of Trust, the second sword I named, Thalassa's Sword of Sea Judgment, the staff I named, Thalassa's Staff of Courage, and the last one that mommy gave me I named, Thalassa's Dagger of Love. Luffy said as no one, but Thalassa knows that if her name is called while near sea stones or sea metal, they become more powerful and that can make a weapon even more deadly. Oh, child. I love their names so much as a second gift from me. I, Thalassa Primordial Spirit of the Sea, hereby claims your weapons as my weapons of the sea and with my blesses to be even more powerful. May the seas, the moon and the spirits help you train and become even more powerful, child. Oh, I almost forgot. Lady Luna and Lord David Jones told me to tell you. You are our champion and child as well, so you have our blessing as well. Be careful on your journey when you become a pirate again, child, for we 3 don't want to lose you. Thalassa said as Luffy nods their head and left to go to bed, and the next day they saw their granddad before hugging them tightly as they missed them. Luffy told Garp everything, but the adoption and married to a pirate and talking to Thalassa, making Garp happy that Luffy had met a warlord, proud that they had helped Makino with some troublesome people, rage at what they had done to their fan use hockey, and upset that they had to take Luffy from Makino. Luffy, I'm going to be taking you to live in the mountains where you will be living with some bandits. I know you don't want to leave Makino. Heck, even I didn't want to leave the island cause of her cooking. She must be a god to cook that heavenly stuff called food. Luffy laughed at that, making Garp happy. Here, I got you some more stuff to learn from. Garp had passed Luffy some books on how to hunt, skinning the animals, how to tack an animal, how to make traps to catch animals, and how to use magic along with how to summon animals. There was even a book on how to make permanent ink for tattoos, making Luffy happy to learn how to do those stuff, and Luffy even had books on every type of magic and some there is. There was even ones for some of familiars, but Luffy will leave that one for last. You can visit Makino and she can do the same, as there is a pathway for her to take to get to that place. Garp said as Luffy packed all of their things and placed them into their spot in their abyss room, which they had found out can enter and sort out stuff and place them in their right spot inside the abyss room. As both Luffy and Garp walked up the mountains, Luffy didn't like how far it was from the village and they wanted to go back. They stopped in front of a house and a fat orange-haired woman had came out of the house after Garp knocked on the door before she and 2 other men were shocked to see Garp there. Luffy held in their laughter and came out from behind Garp, making the 3 turn to them. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Luffy D. Money and I'll be in your care from this day on. Please look after and take care of me. Luffy said while bowing to them, making them shocked before they said they'll take them in, and Luffy smells someone sitting on a rock before turning to that rock. Can you come out? It's rude to not greet guests in a bad manner. A boy by the age of 13 had jumped off the rock and looked shocked that Luffy heard them. They had freckles on under their eyes and have some on the bridge of their nose, had on an open brown shirt and had red shorts on with sandals on their feet, and in their right hand was a bamboo stick that looks like it was meant for something. Ah, Ace, you grow up the last time I saw you. Luffy, behave for them and try not to get in trouble with them. And Ace, I'll try to behave for Auntie, but I think Aniki hates me and doesn't want anything to do with me. Maybe I'll stay out of his way and hope he'll come around. Luffy said, making both the woman and Ace shocked at being called Auntie. Aniki from Luffy, making Garp laugh at them, making both blush, while Luffy is confused and tiles their head to the right, and that caused both to blush more darker, making Garp laugh even harder. I'll try to come visit as much as possibly, Luffy. See you when I came back. Garp said before hugging Luffy and walks away after messing with Ace's hair, making him angry at Garp and making Luffy laugh. Luffy turns to their now called Auntie, who looked to them with a still blushing face. Is there anything I can do? The woman managed to get rid of their blush and managed to find their voice. Go hunt for meat is one thing you can do, and the other thing is do the laundry when you come back. The woman said as Luffy nods and walks into the forest with Ace following them to see what they can do. Mountains, 4 days since Luffy came to the bandits' home. Luffy had been living in mountains for 4 days and has mastered hunting, skinning, tracking and even mastered the art of trap making and setting thanks to the copy fruit since they didn't know it allowed them to make copies of themselves. So Luffy had made 40 copies to work on them while they work on collecting nuts, berries and medical herb plants for 29 copies of themselves before fusing them to themselves. After they were done with everything they needed to do, making them have the memories and their lifespan has increased with their height and hair becoming a bit longer as well. Luffy had collected a lot of medical herb plants to make the herb medicine and their auntie was happy with a lot of meat, nuts and berries that Luffy had collected for them while Ace tries to follow them, but never did get far enough since Luffy moves too fast for them to catch up to them. Ace and a blonde-haired teenager was looking for more treasures, but saw Luffy was sorting out the junk and was finding money, jewels, gems, gold, silver, rare metals, clothes, weapons, books, ECT in the junk and was putting what they found in a black hole where they can see other stuff inside it. "Oi, Luffy!" Ace shouted to Luffy, making them turn to them after putting the last thing inside their abyss room and closed it up. Luffy looks to Ace before seeing a teenager with blonde hair, a blue hat, rich people's clothing and a pipe in his hand looking at them. "Hi, Iniki." "Yes, elder brother?" Luffy asked, making Ace blush while the blonde-haired teenager laughs at Ace, making Luffy giggle at Ace. "Ahem. We were wondering what you were doing." "Oh, she. I was looking for stuff and this place has a lot of stuff in it, so I figured I could look in this place to look for things. I found a lot and then I placed them in my abyss room. I got lots of stuff inside, want to see? Come on?" Luffy grabbed Ace's arm along with the other teenager and pulled them into Luffy's abyss room where they saw a lot of doors with labels over each door like gold room, money room, sword room, cannonball room, gun room, cloth room, treasure chest room, book room, medical equipment room, communication equipment room, training equipment room, entertainment room, board game room, card game room, musical interment room, dagger room,
blacksmith room, woodsmith room, gunsmith room, photo album room,
navigator room, kitchen equipment room, metal room, wood room, furniture room, music room, stuffies room, devil fruit room. Wait, devil fruit room? Both Ace and his friend thought before turning to Luffy. Luffy. Why is there a devil fruit room inside your abyss room? Ace asked. "Oh, I create devil fruits thanks to create fruit and I can fuse 2 or 3 together, not to mention I can diffuse and fuse things," Luffy said happily as Ace and his friend looks at Luffy like they're not human. Why so many rooms?" the blonde asked. "Well, ni-sama, brother, but in a more respectful way. I got a lot of stuff and I need rooms for each one. I need to keep this place clean and organized and sorted, don't I?" Luffy said while the blonde was blushing at being called ni-sama, making Ace laugh at them this time. "The blonde you just called ni-sama to is Sabo, my friend," Ace said. "No, brother. As 3 are siblings, no ifs, ands or buts," Luffy said, making Ace and Sabo look to each other before looking at Luffy. "You're the one that made us sneeze because we thought someone was talking about us," Sabo said as Luffy looks to them. Oh, you mean when I thought how great it would be if I had older brothers? Sorry about that. Only child," Luffy said as they rubbed the back of their heads. "Well, if we're going to be siblings. Oh, Granddad can adopt you guys, then you'll have our last name. But I must warn you, 3 people have adopted me as their child and I want to make sure it fair that you guys get their names as well, but keep it a secret," Luffy said as they pulled Ace and Sabo from their abyss room back to the outside world. "Papa Mahawk Dracula and Mommy, Red Hair, Shanks Dracula had adopted me first before Mama Makino had adopted me and I overheard Granddad say I have Yuki blood inside me. That means you'll get 3 last names and you'll keep your last names," Luffy said as Ace and Sabo thinks it over. "I'm glad Mommy told stories of her captain, Gold D. Roger." Ace froze at that as both turned to Luffy as they continued to explain why they said that to them. "She said he kills bad pirates as they harm people while he saves them and protects them. She even said that he almost lose his life keep her and Papa safe from being killed by the Marines. The censored, if it wasn't for the censored celestial dragon censored, there would be pirates and they have slaves that are pirates and they use them as slaves. If I meet any of them, I'll censored rip them to asterisk censored ribbons, then I'll censored tear them to asterisk censored shreds before I censored burn them to asterisk censored death, where Lord David Jones can censored take their censored souls to asterisk censored. Note. Hell is a swear word," Luffy said, making both Ace and Sabo pale as a ghost as what Luffy had just said got them thinking of it and they'll be getting nightmares about it, causing them to sliver at that thought. "Well, if she said that about Dad, then I guess I shouldn't be hating him then," Ace said as Luffy smiles at him as Sabo was happy his friend. "No, his brother can love his father." All 3 saw Garp at the docks and Luffy jumped onto him to give him a huge hug and tell him what they did. "Well, I don't mind having 2 more grandkids. Let's get this adoption started, then." Garp shouted out, making Luffy shout in happiness, while Ace and Sabo was shocked at the scene in front of them, as Garp had freaked out about this at all. Ace became Ace D. Portgas Roger Monkey Yuki Dracula, and Sabo had became Sabo D. Monkey Yuki Dracula Portgas Roger, while Luffy took their Aniki's two last names along with the D. Yuki name, making them Luffy D. Monkey Yuki Dracula Portgas Roger, and all three were very happy with this outcome as they partied until all three had fallen asleep and Makino had put them to bed. The next morning they woke and saw 10 empty bottoms of sake, and Luffy also overhear their granddad say that the D-Yukis adopt by drinking 10 bottoms of sake with that person, or to drink it with their husband, wife, meaning Luffy had adopted them into the D-Yukis, but the D-Yukis are a clan with 40,000 members on their own island out in the middle of all blue. Nah, Luffy. Why is granddad teaching us haki? Sabo asked as he really liked this more than ever before. I know the Busashoku haki. I need to know Kenbushoku haki, since the third one is a you born with it or not born with it sort of haki. Luffy explains as Sabo and Ace nod their heads before Garp shows them how to use Busashoku haki, while Luffy learns Kenbushoku haki, and they had sensed something out in the forest and followed to where it is until they saw 3 pure white bears, and the cub looked like it is badly hurt. Knowledge Fruit had given Luffy info on the D-Yuki clan, and they have 4 bloodlines and 4 abilities, as one of these abilities is to heal people. So Luffy had used it to heal the cub, making them look like they never got wounded. But the cub had no one to look after them, making the cub sad and started to cry till Luffy had rubbed its head, making it stop and smile at Luffy. Did thank you for healing me. Luffy was shocked, but picked them up into their arms and walked back to their family after making 2 copies of themselves to skin the bears and bring the meat to Auntie's place. Luffy cleans the furs and sells them for money even though they don't need it. They give it to Makino to get more beers and sakes for the bar. Luffy looks after the cub and found out that the cub is a mink. Spirit bear mink, meaning they are super ultra rare and anyone would do ants. It's a good thing I didn't sell their parents' furs. I just turned them into blankets and put them into my abyss room. Should have a room for furs, blankets, pillows and sheets. Luffy thought before looking up spirit bears and found out that they have white fur like polar bears, but they don't live in the cold, but in a more forest life. Luffy had found out that they were a female, and they see Luffy as their new parent, making Luffy shocked, but didn't let it bug them. Luffy found out that minks can use a move called Electro, which allows the minks to channel electricity through parts of their bodies in order to shock anything they touch, and they can also channel it through weapons. Luffy found out that they can use martial arts to fight, with which Luffy had made sure that their cub knows how to fight by any means possibly. Luffy used the knowledge fruit to find a fighting style for their cub to use, and found one before learning it themselves to make it easier to teach and train their cub. It took Luffy 4 months to learn every move for the fighting style that they were going to show their cub, as they had to use copies to learn it faster along with Kenbushoku haki while looking after their cub at the same time. Luffy got a bit taller after fusing their copies to themselves to make it easier to show their cub how to fight and how to use a weapon to channel the electricity through as well. Staff or a nodaichi? No one said a mink can't use both. Luffy made a staff and a nodaichi for their cub to use when a bit older. As of right now, they're only 6 years old and not old enough to use weapons yet. Luffy spent many hours with both their cub and family, as Luffy had to use lots of copies to finish training their cub and themselves while spending time with their family as well. How are you holding up, Auroran? Luffy said as they renamed their cub from Neckham to Auroran, as she has Auroran eyes, making Luffy feel like they are looking at the northern lights. I'm okay, Captain, but I would like to have some breaks for at least 4 months since my body is tired. No complaints here, Luffy said before falling asleep with Auroran curled into their chest. Their granddad and brothers saw Luffy asleep with Auroran sleeping close to their chest. No wonder they were working themselves to the bone, Ace said as he looks to his little sibling. But it's a polar bear mite for the cold places, Sabo said as he looks to his little sibling. That's a spirit bear mink. Luffy must have adopted it as they lost their parents, Garp said as he showed the small note that Luffy had left them. Dear Granddad, you're a great granddad. Mink, spirit bear, lost parents, raising as my own. Luffy, Sabo and Ace didn't know what to say to that as Garp picked Luffy and Auroran up before walking back to Makino's place to let them rest. Luffy woke up and saw Auroran curled up asleep on Ace's stomach, who was still asleep with Sabo using his chest as a pillow, making Luffy laugh inside their head before they went out to hunt to get more furs, and they saw a giant tiger attacking someone which looks like a fisherman with shades over their eyes, and they are badly wounded to the point they might even die if not helped. Luffy attacked the tiger, not knowing the tiger was the king of the forest, and killed the animal by stabbing their sword into their brain through the skull before going to cheek on the fisherman. Are you okay? Yeah, but why would you, a human, save my life? Everyone is meant to live, even fishermen like yourself, cause someone would miss them. I know we just meet, but if you had died I might have or would have lost a great future friend. Luffy said, making the fishermen shocked before they allowed Luffy to carry them to the village and treat their wounds. Garp, Ace and Sabo woke up to seeing Luffy wrapping the fisherman's left arm while Auroran hands Luffy the medical stuff. Luffy, May I ask who your new friend is? Oh, Granddad. Good afternoon. I went out hunting for more furs and saw a giant tiger attacking him, so I saved him. Good thing I left copies of myself there to skin it and bring half of the meat here while the rest went to Auntie's place. Since he never told me his name, I'm going to call him Shades since he has shades over his eyes. Luffy answered Garp as they continued to treat Shades' wounds, without even looking up at Garp, who was shocked that they got his name even if he didn't tell them his name. You know, my name is Shades and you got it right without me saying it. What kind of fisherman are you? Sabo asked. I'm a whale shark fisherman. Shades said, making Luffy smile, and Garp knows that smile anywhere since it's a smile that makes you realize they're going to do something even if you tell them no. Oh boy, here they go again. They're going to be pirates again. I just know it, at least they let go of the past. But what Garp didn't know was Luffy knows who had ordered them and their crew died and will make them pay so dearly for it. You know what, Shades? What is that? I'm really glad to have it meant you cause if I become a pirate. You're the second crewmate with Auroran as the first mate and me as captain. Luffy said, making everyone shocked before Shades started to laugh. If that's the case, then welcome me aboard, Captain. Wait a second. You said a giant tiger, right? Luffy nods their heads till Sabo realized what Ace was getting at. Luffy, you won against the king of the forest? Sabo shouted, making Luffy whine a bit from the loud noise before looking confused. Luffy, the king of the forest was a giant tiger and you killed him. With one hit of their swords right through the skull. Shades said, making both Sabo and Ace shock as their jaws hit the floor, making Luffy laugh crazily at the scene in front of them as Garp laughs at both while Shades shakes his head at them and Auroran just shakes her head before going onto the bed and falling asleep with their head on Shades' lap. Luffy had copies of themselves learning magic and some while they trained both Ace and Sabo on how to fight as well as how to use a staff correctly and a sword as a backup weapon. Luffy had learned so much stuff. Their granddad said they were a jack of all trades, making them happy as it's only right to learn as much as possibly to allow you to get a good living out of in your life. Luffy had taught Shades how to use a sword and a staff in case he goes up against a swordsman or someone who knows how to use a staff. Luffy had gotten a familiar that looks like a white fox with icy blue tips in their fur, and their eyes were odd as one has sea blue in the left eye and sea green in the right eye. But has 9 tails and it has fire on the tips of the ears and tails, making Luffy shocked and surprised about it. Are you the one who I am bonded to? The fox asked, and Luffy could tell the fox has a motherly nature and feeling to her. Yes, Ma, Luffy said as the fox laughs. None of this Ma stuff. I'm Kyuubi, a snow ice wind sea moon death kitsune. May I change your name as Kyuubi? Just sounds like you're nothing but a beast and you're not, as you're my friend and family. Luffy said, making the kitsune shocked before nodding her head. Kurenai, or Nai for short. Luffy said, making the renamed kitsune happy with the new name. You're from the Yuki clan. They have ice or snow element guardians and I believe there was one for you, if not 2. Kurenai said as Luffy nods their heads before they felt a connecting to 6 animals and the animals were teleported to them, making both Luffy and Kurenai shocked at them. It's about time we get to meet you, a jaguar said before getting hit in the back of their head by a birdwing, making Luffy confused. I am sorry about him. He gets happy and well. He forgets his manners and place. A leopard said as Luffy nods their heads. You having 6 guardians is a shock to the whole Yuki clan as your mother. Tsukirito D. Yuki, or Yuyu for her friends, was shocked that their child has 6, which would make you the next in line for your mother as the queen of the
Yuki clan. Your aunt, Hoshirito D. Yuki didn't want it and she had to disown her daughter and your cousin, Taiyorito D. Yuki to keep her safe. She might show up in this island to find you since you have custody of her more than her father since he can't look after her with the whole government and all that stuff. Luffy nods their head before they saw a boat on out at sea and a cheetah gasped.
That's her. Luffy jumped into the sea and Thalassa was so happy that she gave a boost of power when Luffy had transformed into the Sea Phoenix to get to Taiyorito and get her to land. Luffy got to their cousin's boat and saw she was thin as can be, making them worried more than ever, and picked her up with their talons before flying back to land and sending Thalassa a gift for helping them, which was a seashell necklace, making Thalassa happy. Luffy lowered Taiyorito to the ground before untransformed before checking to see if their cousin is okay. Too. Taiyorito said before passing out, and Luffy sighs of relief before the last of their guardians spoken up. You must understand that you must look after her since she is 4 years younger than yourself. Her guardian can't be taken away from her, so you must do something to help her out. Luffy, hereby claim custody of Taiyorito D. Yuki and ask her guardian to show itself to me. After Luffy had said that, a wolf of snow and ice had showed up while both Luffy and Taiyo glowed, proving the custody had happened, and saw Taiyorito before turning to Luffy. You are her cousin and guardian in the human world, so I will not harm you. My name is Tricky as I like to play tricks on people along with your cousin. Luffy nodded before picking up their cousin in their arms and turned to their guardians. Luffy, hereby accept the bond of my 6 guardians and hereby make this pact and oath to never mistreat them in any way or form, for I'll kill myself before doing that. D. Yuki clan, Hear my oath and bond me to my guardians." Luffy had just finished their oath and they felt the bond to their guardian happen which they had almost fainted from if it wasn't for their powerful mind to not faint till their cousin is safe and sound. Tayo had woken up and saw a cub that had licked her face making her laugh before it left to get Luffy who came through the door to see their cousin is up. "Good morning, Tayo," Luffy said making Tayo happy to be with her cousin. "If you were on our island, your name would have been Koraido or Umiraido de Yuki cause all I can see butterflies all around you with sea splashing behind you." Luffy laughs at that before changing the towel on Tayo's forehead. "Third crew member already, huh Auroran?" Luffy turned to Auroran. "Yes, Captain." Tayo was shocked before smiling at their cousin and captain as they felt they were at home more than they did on their island. Luffy made sure Tayo had a lot to eat and sleep before she could leave the bed and Tayo meant Shades, their second crew member. "Itoko, I can be the henchwoman for the crew since I like staying up at night. I get to see shooting stars all the time and I just love it." Luffy nods happily at that and made sure they had everything they would need for the crew, but wanted to wait for the ship part as Luddy's new crewmate needs some training along with Shades. "First, we need to make sure that his four are at full health before we do anything first. Second, what weapons will you, Tayo be using since Shades has 2, Auroran has 2 as well through I'm thinking of adding 1 more to that to keep her safe and I got 14. 8 is a last revolt. 3, training for you 2 then 4th, get a ship to start our journey in 7 years as this give us enough time to train you 2 and get you more ready." Tayo and Shades nodded their heads before letting Luffy make sure they're fully health and healed. Sabo was out at sea getting some fish when he got bombed by someone when a celestial dragon boat caused a scar to be over his left eye and Luffy to swim out to get him. Sabo regained his memories after 2 weeks and both Luffy and Ace were happy about that as they were worried about him. If Aniki is going to be a pirate, then Ni-sama can be the co-captain as I will not let him die and Aniki can keep an eye on him as well. Luffy said as Sabo looks upset making Ace laugh at him. "But Luffy, no buts, you almost got killed. Do you want to make us sad? Besides, I want to go out when I'm ready which will be in 7 years and you 2 will be leaving 2 or 3 years before me to give you a head start." Luffy said as both nodded their heads at them before leaving to do some training with Garp since they need more training in hockey. Luffy has done some training with their 4 guardians as Artsukuno the Ice Phoenix, female, Yukina the Snow Leopard, female, Yukihide the Ice Snow Tiger, male, Yukino the Snow Ice Bear, Yukikaze the Ice Wind Cheetah, Yuki the Ice Snow Wind Sea Jaguar and Kurenai had found 8 devil fruits called General no Mi, Illusion Fruit, which allows the user to create illusions in the mind, on the body and in front of people. Note: if swallowed by an animal, like a kitsune, they'll be doing misfits all over the place. Kitsune no Mi. Mode Yuki Kori Umi Luna Shi Kitsune, Fox Fruit. Snow Ice Wind Sea Moon Death Fox Mode, which allows the user can transform into a fox that has control over the sea, ice, snow, winds, death and has the power of the moon and sea. Kuma no Mi. Mode Yuki Kori Kuma, Bear Fruit. Snow Ice Bear Mode, which allows the user to transform into a bear that has control over snow and ice. Leopard Fruit. Snow Leopard Fruit Mode which allows the user to transform into a snow leopard. I looked up leopard in Japanese and it said hyo. That's Japanese for hail and it's saying it's hyo for leopard, the HE double hockey stick, LL. Tora no Mi. Mode Kori Yuki Tora, Tiger Fruit. Ice Snow Tiger Mode, which allows the user to transform into a tiger that can control ice and snow. Cheetah no Mi. Mode Kori Case Cheetah Fruit. Ice Wind Cheetah Mode, which allows the user to transform into a cheetah that can control ice and wind. Jaga no Mi. Mode Kori Yuki Kazumi Jaguar Fruit. Ice Snow Wind Sea Jaguar Mode, which allows the user to transform into a jaguar that can control ice, snow, wind and sea. Ukami no Mi. Mode Kori Yuki Umi Daokami, Wolf Fruit. Ice Snow Sea Dire Wolf, which allows the user to transform into a dire wolf that can control ice, snow and sea. Note: this dire wolf is the elemental version of their normal dire wolf cousins. Luffy gave Tayo the last one and she ate the whole fruit and after Tayo had ate it Luffy told her what it was and helped her to transform and saw she was only to their elbows if they went into their dire wolf form which they did to help Tayo out more and saw their fur has red and white tips and their fur with the black still being there while their eyes have sea green and sea blue rings in them sort of like how their papa has his eyes. But there's 4 small sized rings and their eyes have gotten bigger to where people would think their eyes are big doll like eyes. Luffy went back to human form after teach Tayo with Trickywi's help how to be a wolf. Luffy even learned a bit from Trickywi as well, and ate the other 7 devil fruits to be more connected to their guardians and familiar. This time, with training, my crew won't be killed. Luffy though as they went to sleep with Tayo curled into the backs while Auroran is curled into their chest with their guardians sleeping in their room and Kurenai is letting Luffy use her as a pillow. As time moves on, 4 years has passed and Ace along with Sabo went on their pirate journey promises to call Luffy whenever they can as Luffy, Auroran, Shades, the villagers, Makino, Tayo, their guardians and familiars watched them sail away from Dawn's Island. A year ago after Ace and Sabo had left the island, Luffy had tamed Shigata Ice Snow Wind Sea Sun Death Kitsune named Anko, Kurenai's best friend and cousin as a familiar making Tayo happy that she had reunited them after 4 years of not seeing each other. Tayo had swallowed 3 more devil fruits which allowed her to transform into a ice snow spirit, wind god, sea fairy and a snow ice wind sea sun death kitsune. Luffy had made sure all 4 are ready for the journey of a lifetime for one of them never traveled the sea as the other 3 have making this a great memory to remember. Luffy had made a photo album for their new pirate crew and will not forget their old crew. 2 more years, then we'll start on our journey as pirates and we'll be getting new crew members as we go as well. I better think of a ship to put into my abyss room as backup in case our ship gets damaged too much. Luffy thinks before closing their eyes and saw the Whitebeard's pirate ship which they made a copy of it in their minds before copying it 1,000 times before fusing 100 on each side of it making the sides go wider. Then fused 100 again to it from the front and the back making it longer. Then fusing 2 on top to make it taller, while the other copies were fused to Whitebeard's ship without them knowing it. Before removing the whale part where sliders are shown to be placed in cannons that looks like a rock, phoenix, dragon, lion, tiger, leopard, bear, kitsune, jaguar, dire wolf, sea king and a sea crow's head on each slider where 200 cannonballs come out of their mouths at speed of light times 4 and the sliders move the heads to different places on the front to attack other ships that attack it. The ships has 6 floors which are 4. Please note that create fruit can also increase a space inside a room or inside an object like a box or a trunk or a chest. First floor, captain's office, for paperwork of the captain. Training room that has enough space to have 10 to 19 pirate crews fitting inside and still have enough room to move around in. Library room. Do you know the last episode of Fate, Stay Night? Limited Blade works in Season 2 where you see some of the library? Well, fuse that whole library with the one from Anubis Island in Paradise and the Great Library on Furniku Island then times it by 4000 and that's the library on the ship with the books from all 3. But Luffy had to put them in their abyss room to be kept safe till the time has come. Second floor. Cannonball room. The cannons for the cannon at the front of the ship are connected to each ball-sized hole that slides to each cannon and when someone fires the cannons all at once, the cannonballs are then moved to the cannons at fast speed. The cannon room can hold 1,103,101 cannonballs inside. Communication room. For communication and other communication stuff. Third floor. The belly room. It holds the money, Baileys, and can hold up to 1,103,101 Baileys notes inside. The gold room. It can hold the gold and can hold 1,103,101 in gold bars. The silver room. It can hold the gold and can hold 1,103,101 in silver bars. Fourth floor. The whole floor is the storage room with the door being 10 to 20 inches away from the staircase to let people to go to the 5th floor. Fifth floor. The whole floor is a prison with the door being 10 to 20 inches from the staircase to let people go to the last floor. Sixth floor. It has a giant size hole where one big door slides open to the left to let the submarines, 10 medium-sized ones with robot hands under it to pick this up with before putting them inside the submarine, go out into the sea. Luffy also saw a ship that someone by the name of Breeder, who'll named their child that, Luffy thought confused, owns and copied it into their minds and saw that it was designed like an aquarium. Luffy imaging that the ship was dismantled and then was built like a tower with 6 half circles 4 feet from each other being built to the tower which has an elevator to bring them to each floor which has. First to 4th floor, 20 bedrooms with king-sized beds, owned private Master X master bathroom, create fruit is all I'm saying for the large spaces in each room, Master X master walk-in closet with drawers that have triple space inside, for underwear, bras, undershirts, muscle shirts, shorts and shoe rack. There is also a desk to read it if wanted to with their own mini library of books. 5th floor is the captain's room with what the other floors have, but there is double king X double king-sized bed with purple curtains to pull around the bed, double Master X double master private bathroom, walk-in closet with triple the space and drawer space inside. The room also has 1,103,101 dango stuffies, small to Titan sized and some of the Titan ones are like furnitures. Chairs, beds with backing to one of the sides, which Luffy put into the stuffies room in the abyss room. 6th floor. The meeting room Luffy made sure that there was a lot of furniture of the meeting room and then went to check the other rooms on the deck. The kitchen can hold 30 crews inside with a bar for beers and sakes while the kitchen part has 20 fridges and freezers with 4,800 cupboards to put food in and put the dishes away with a meat locker that can hold 1,103,101 meats inside with hooks to pierce the meat onto. The medical room where the doctor of the crew would be is the same size as a hospital, but at 48 times bigger and has lots of bed, medical records for the crew, medicine, and has every equipment the hospital has, but ×4 to make sure no one is left out. Luffy put the equipment into the medical equipment room to store it till it is time to put it in. The music room is 4 times the size of the hospital and 6 times the size of the kitchen, with lots of music sheet stands, interments, microphones, and 6 grand pianos. Luffy moved everything from inside the music room into their abyss room to place them in their correct rooms till the time is right. The ship also needs to have lots of machinists to look after the gears in the elevator and the engine, plus the slider on the front of the ship and in the cannon room. In each bedroom is the blueprint for the ship and what's in each room, but the bedrooms with the kitchen on the left side and the hospital being on the right side of the tower. In front of the tower is a king-sized throne that looks like a bed, but one push on a button. The back of the throne splits open in the middle to slide out of the way to enter the elevator, with the sit switching into a steel floor. The ship also has some grass area with trees growing from oranges to oak trees, with the oak trees having a king-sized bed swing tied to one of their branches, and anyone can take a nap on it, with there being backings that belong to fancy benches and having backings being tall enough that no one slips out of the bed. Luffy had made a fake form of the ship. The Thousand Sunny is the fake form of the ship, and put it into the room called the ship room for it alone, and opened their eyes to start training their crew again, since it is 5 in the morning and they need to continue to do training. 2 more years, then restart the journey, Luffy said to themselves before they went to train their crew. 2 years later, and on the luxury liner. 4 men were busy working on the ship when they saw something as the water that they couldn't see until it got closer for them to see. There is 13 giant-sized barrels in the ocean, and man had picked them out of the water and brought them to the kitchen before a pirate ship had attacked them. Pirates! A crew member shouted out before the panicked passengers run about like headless chickens. Once on deck, the famous lady pirate Alvida was causing terror amidst the passengers, threatening them for gold and other valuables. Behind her was a timid-looking boy with short pink hair and glasses. He seemed like he is about to jump out of his skin at any moment now. Especially when he heard a dull thunk, the sound of someone or something landing on the deck. He turned to one of the passengers was on the floor with a pirate pointing their swords at their neck, demeaning for their valuables. Kobe. The boy jumped up and looked at Alvida. Go do something right now or else. Yes, Lady Alvida. Kobe shouted out before running to the kitchen, where he saw 13 barrels, and he was staring at them for 30 minutes when 6 members of Alvida's crew showed up and saw the 13 barrels. And what's do y'all think you're doing, Kobe? One of them said as Kobe jumped 2 feet in the air before turning to them. Lady Alvida told me to do something, but I was thinking on how to move the barrels to the ship, Kobe said as the 6th man looks to the barrels. They do look heavy. Might be some good rum inside, one of them said as they went to opening it, but got hit in the face by a fits from a 17-year-old.
Boy, did I sleep well. You guys, it's time to get up. The teenager shouted out as the other barrels opened up and 10 animals, a girl and a fisherman popped out of the barrels, making the man and Kobe scared before the teenager looked to Kobe.
You okay? No, I want to leave Ugly Alvida's crew. Kobe didn't realize he had just shouted that very loudly, and the person they had just called ugly heard them and was waiting for them up on deck. We'll help and you can temporary on our crew till you get away from her, the teenager said. Captain, are you sure about that? The white bear had said as it stood 6'5" with a purple jumpsuit that makes sure when it's too hot, the heat doesn't reach them, and when it's cold, the cold doesn't reach them, as it's something their parent made for them.
I'm sure Itoko knows what they're doing, the girl said as she looks to their cousin. I don't know what worse, a fight with a pirate or the fact that we have to babysit a kid. A leopard said as they shake their heads.
I'm sure the kid doesn't like being with this Alvida person at all, a fisherman said as they looked to the kid. Still, why help them? A kitsune said with the other kitsune nodding their head. Leave them alone or I'll freeze your tails off, a phoenix said as the 2 kitsunes nodded their heads at her. I believe they're right, but Captain wouldn't like it if we didn't help them out, a bear said as it sits down on the floor. Why did we have to get into the barrels to escape that whirlpool? A tiger said as it sits and licks its paws before started to clean its face. Captain's orders, plus it was the only way, a jaguar said as they cleaned their paws while sitting down. I didn't like it very much, a cheetah said as they curl around the girl and let her pet them while she's sitting down on the floor. Still, why help them when they won't give something back in return? A wolf said as they stay close to the girl. Taio, Shades, Trikiwi, Kuranai, Anko, Artsukuno, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Yuki and Auroran, be nice to them. I'm sure they can do something in return. Right? The teenager said. I can take you to a marine base. I was going to head to one when I escaped, Kobe said as the teenager thinks. We happen to be looking for a new crew member. Maybe we can see if there's anyone there that wants to join us. Alright, you got yourself a deal. Now, let's go see this Alvida and make her pay. The name is meant for a girl after all. Yukikaze, you and Trikiwi look after Taio. Taio, take out any swordsman up there. Shades, take out the pirate crew. Artsukuno, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino and Yuki, Scare some of the pirate crew to make it easier on Shades. Anko and Kurenai, do some stealing from their ship and make sure you go into medium size to carry everything from the ship. Then bring it back here so I can put it into my abyss room. Auroran, I want you to take Olivda's weapon away. I'm going to see if I can't kill her to take that bounty she has since she has to have one. Kobe, stay down here as it might get too wild and crazy up there. Let's move out, the teenager ordered. Aye yay, Captain, they said before but Kobe left the kitchen had went up to do as ordered. Kobe could hear screams up on deck while hear shouts of, fishermen. Bears. Get those beasts away from me. Eikkk. And, watch where you're wielding that sword, Brad. A fisherman isn't a good thing and combined with 10 animals, that would be a crazy party.
Kobe laughs at that mini joke he just made, making the teenager laugh along with him before the teenager left the kitchen to go up against Olivda. The teenager found Olivda and Auroran has her weapon in her hand before the teenager took out Thalas's Sea of Judgment to judge the woman they are about to kill. The teenager had cutted Olivda's head right off and put both in 2 bags to carry better while Shades got her crew tied up and Tayo took their weapons away, making this a great day.
Kobe, you can come up now. The crazy wild party is over now. The teenager called out to Kobe, who came up and saw that the party was over.
Ah, I was hoping to hear them scream for mercy or beg for their lives cause of Shades there. Kobe said as he is pretending to be very upset, making everyone laugh. I can make that happen. Shades said before Kobe heard, no. Let us go. Please have mercy. We're too young to die. Let us live. Please, oh great fisherman, let us live. And, we'll be your servants if you let us live. Which made him fall onto the floor laughing his guts out while Luffy took pictures of their faces before putting what they said below the pictures in the photo album with Shades smirking at them and Kobe on the floor laughing at them.
Name's Luffy, Luffy D Monkey. My cousin, Tayo. My adopted daughter, Auroran.
My familiar, Kurenai. My friend, Shades. My guardians, Artsutkuno the Ice Phoenix, Yukina the Snow Leopard, Yukiha the Ice Snow Tiger, Yukino the Snow Ice Bear male, Yukikaze the Ice Wind Cheetah male, and Yuki the Ice Snow Wind Sea Jaguar female.
And last, Tayo's familiar, Anko. The teenager said as they introduced their crew to Kobe. Luffy is still taking the pills and looks that they do in the anime, but the shirt is buttoned up and has their 4 weapons. Tayo has on a black pant skirt and a black short blouse that reveals her stomach and goes under her 40cc cup upper busts. Tayo also has black boots that go halfway up her calf and has a long white coat with the moon, sea, sun, skull and runes for magic on the back of it, with a wolf howling at the moon and a kitsune looking at the sun. Shades has his shades over his eyes, but he has a new shirt that looks like a Hawaiian shirt with blue shorts on and sandals with backing. Artsutkuno looks like a phoenix, but the color is icy blue with her body temperature being very low. Yukina is a snow leopard, but the spots they would have were replaced with snowflakes and has ice around their ankles. Yukiha is a tiger that is white with icy blue strips with ice around their ankles.
Yukino is a bear that is icy blue and has snowflakes patterns in their fur. Yukikaze is a cheetah that is icy blue with gray spots and has the ability to sprout out wings to fly in the sky. Yuki is a jaguar that is sea blue with icy blue, sea green, gray and white in the tips of their furs, while Kurenai and Anko looks a bit bigger and taller is to have new friends that he wants to forget being a marine and be a pirate, but he needs training and learning from marines could work.
We should take their ship and sail to Shellstown. A marine base is there and you can turn in the reward and ask if you can get extra for bringing in the crew alive. Kobe said as they load the ship up while Luffy stores away the stuff from the ship. But the food is they need to eat. Kobe got them there in no time and Luffy brought the 2 bags to the marine base before knocking on the door. Yes, a man said, and he has an axe for a hand. I'm here for the reward on Olivda's body and I want extra for bring her crew alive. Luffy said as Shades brought the whole crew with him. Olivda's was 5 million and with her crew not having any bounties, we can't give you any extra. But we can give you 10 million for both right now, the man said. Deal. Luffy got the money and put it into their abyss room to hold on to it. As they went to eat, Luffy overheard someone saying they're going to have someone execute tomorrow, making Luffy angry and went to where they're holding the person. The person has short green hair with a bandana tied over their forehead and head. They have a yellow tan shirt on with black pants and boots with black socks as well. Luffy walks up to them and untied them, making them shouted at them before the guy, that Luffy had overheard talking, had showed up. You broke your promise and you were about to kill him tomorrow. Luffy said with a dark aura coming form around them, making everyone frozen on the spot as Luffy turns lowly to the guy before they punched them in the face all the way to the status that was being pulled up. Luffy had sensed that the man had 3 swords and had teleported them back to him, making them shocked. Join my crew and don't even think I'll slow you down when I have swords of my own, as the one to find One Piece. Since I almost did bad with my old crew, I want nothing but the best to join my crew. You want to be the best swordsman in the world? Traveling with me allows that and you get to fight a lot of strong people. I also have rules and I don't like it when they're disobeyed by the crew. Luffy said before the man that gave them their money showed up and Luffy knocked him out with 1 punch to the face, making the Marines happy. Luffy and their crew was about to leave when Luffy felt a piece of paper in their pocket and saw that Kobe had writing them a note. Dear Luffy, I'm planning to join you, but I need training so I'm going to use the Marines and then I'll join your crew. See you soon, Captain Luffy. Kobe. PS. Can I be in charge of the communications? Luffy was happy that Kobe was going to join them, and using the Marines is one good way of getting training. Their new crewmate, Zoro, is getting used to the crew. Luffy thinks it's going to be a long journey cause Zoro doesn't know what to do about the animals on board. Zoro. Luffy called Zoro over to them to talk to them. Yeah? 7 of those animals are guardians, 2 of them are familiars and 1 is my adopted daughter. 2. The rules of the crew is 1. We don't kill. 2. Knock people out if you can. 3. If you can't knock them out and they're trying to kill you, kill them. 4. If a crew member is knocked out and a Marines is going to kill them or had caught them in a net, the 3 rule is active as of that point. 5. If you want a relationship with a fellow crew member, you must have my approval for it. 6. Don't cause fights with fellow crew members, even if they started it. Come get me or shades.
Those are the rules of the crew, and 3. You better get used to them cause more will be joining. Luffy said before waving their hand as a dismiss way, allowing Zoro to do whatever they want, which they got it and went to sleep for a bit on Ororon's belly. Shades had the ship onto a course for Orange Town where they'll get supplies and their navigator while they are at it. Take down a stupid big red-nosed idiot clown as well. Orange Town.
Luffy and their crew got to Orange Island where they saw a young woman with orange hair and light brown eyes being chased by 2 men, making Luffy angry. Luffy ordered Zoro to keep the woman near them as they're going to deal with some idiots. Zoro did just that as the woman ran by and she saw Luffy punch and kick at them before the finally kick had sent them all the way to Impel Down, where Marine guards were shocked to have seen 2 flying him. The woman was shocked at what she saw, and Luffy doesn't look to be tired at all from that little fight with those 2 men whatsoever. Damn, she thought. Are you alright, miss? They didn't hurt you, did they? Luffy asked as they checked for wounds on her arms and legs, including the head, as they don't want to freak her out by moving her cloth to check the rest of her body. No wounds. Thank you for worrying. You're welcome. Do you want to join our crew? Luffy asked as the woman looks at him. Crew? You're pirates? The woman asked as she sheezed to everyone before seeing Shades and managed to hid her shock and discomfort. Yes, and the crew has 6 rules to follow. Zoro will tell you the rule when you join. Now, we have a stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown to defeat, and I'm not leaving this town till he's sent straight to Impel Down by my kicks. The woman laughs as that clown is in so much trouble. I think I'll join partly right now. Just till I see what you guys can do, then I'll join full time. Acceptably, and you'll be stealing the clown's money with Shades. The rest of us will go up against the clown. Shades, carry anything you think might be heavy. Luffy said as Shades and everyone else nods their heads. Nami. My name is Nami and I like money and oranges. The woman, Nami, said as Luffy nods. Luffy D monkey. Now, let's get to work. Luffy said as Nami and Shades left to do what Luffy had said before. Luffy looked to Kurenai, Anko, Artsukuno, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Yuki and Taiyo. Let's sniff this clown out. Auroran, I need you to hold the fort on the ship. Next time you can join the fight. Auroran nods her head before heading back to the ship, and the others had already sniffed out Buggy's scent, and everyone followed them to a warehouse with crates on top of each other and most like acting as a wall. Behind the crates, Yuki said as everyone gets ready to fight as Luffy teleported them over the crate wall and did a surprise attack on Buggy. What the? A stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown shouted out as they saw their men getting their bums handed to them. Buggy the clown, correct? Luffy asked as he looks at the stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown which they hate, as Mommy Shanks told them about him. The stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown looked at Luffy and thought his was looking back at his dead captain, Gold D. Roger.
Yeah, I'm Buggy the clown. What's it to you? Buggy said before he saw Nami stealing his treasure, but with a fisherman with her.
Hey, that's my treasure you steal. Nami and Shades looked to Buggy and saw he had 3 throwing knives, his both hands ready to throw them at them. Stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown. Luffy said loud enough for everyone to hear, making Buggy's crew scared. What did you say? Buggy said as he looks to Luffy. Luffy made sure he got Mommy Shanks on the snail phone when he said that, and Papa Mahawk was with her. I said, stupid, big, red, nose, idiotically, clown, cause you are a stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown. Luffy know their Mommy Shanks and Papa Mahawk were trying to hold in their laughs and failed as they were laughing so damn hard, making Buggy shocked as that was Shanks' laughter he was hearing along with Amon's as well, and Luffy hand up after a quick goodbye, making Buggy angry as he couldn't shout at Shanks for laughing at him.
You'll pay for calling me that. Buggy shouted as he throws his knives, but Luffy dodged each one of the knives, making Buggy more angry till Buggy used his devil fruit, and Luffy didn't want it, so they closed their eyes whenever Buggy was about to use their devil fruit powers and won against them with sea stone handcuffs to their hands before seeing 4 Marines at the entries of the area.
Buggy the stupid big red-nosed idiotically clown. Luffy said as Buggy shouts at them weakly. Don't huff call huff me huff asterisk that. The Marines took Buggy the Clown and his crew away onto a ship to bring them to Impel Down and give Luffy the reward for catching Buggy, plus gave extra since of Buggy's crewmates have bounties of their and Luffy accepts it. Nami joined the crew full time now and Luffy saw a dog looking at a pet shop which he walked over to. Hey, boy. You guarding the place? Arf. Luffy saw a little girl and felt like she needs a friend. Would you like to have a family? Arf arf arf. Luffy picked the dog up and brought it to the little girl. There's your new family. The dog jumped out of his arms and tackled the little girl with kisses all over her face making her laugh. Luffy showed her parents where he found the little dog and said the owner must have died and the little girl's father took over the shop making the dog happy. Luffy went back to his crew and they'd sailed off, after leaving one bag of Buggy's treasure for the town, to their new stop where a sorting lying sniffer is shouting, "Pirates are coming, Syrup Town." Luffy and their crew got to Gecko Island where they saw a slim teenager with medium-length black woolly hair and a long nose. He has on an olive-green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband on his left arm along with special sniper goggles, brown overalls with a white sash and no shirt underneath. He also has a yellow satchel, which he stores all his tools and gadgets in. Looking at them, Luffy ordered Zoro to stand down since he had his 3 swords out and ready for a fight. Can we help you? Luffy asked them as the teenager looks at Luffy. You're the captain? Leave this island or my men 40 men will take you out. 40 flags went up and Luffy looks at each one of the flags. You heard of devil fruits? What about them? They're nothing but rumors. Wrong. Luffy said as they used the trees near the flags and grabbed the 3 kids that set the flags up with the roots of the trees and they screamed. Captain Usopp. The teenager looks to the kids and looks to Luffy with fear that it belongs to a pirate that saw one of the Yonkos. What will you do to them? The teenager, Usopp said to Luffy. Nothing really. Just wanted you to know I know you're lying and that's it. Luffy said as he lowers the kids down on the ground and the trees let them go before going back into the ground. Devil fruit? Yep, and more than one. Usopp, Zoro and Nami were wide-eyed while everyone else just shakes their heads at them. Here, I'll bring you somewhere to eat as an apology for early. Usopp said as he leads them to a restaurant, which joining that time Luffy put Alibda's ship in his abyss room to keep and to take apart later, to eat while Shades saw he was getting scared looks at him. Luffy told the villagers that Shades is with them making them calm down and went back to what they were doing. Say, Luffy. Yes, Nami. Why do you have Shades on your crew?
He's my second crewmate and let's just say I saved his life from a giant tiger on Dawn Island where I lived for 7 of my 17 years as I lived somewhere else for only 5 years and the last 5 years was somewhere else. Luffy said as Nami nods her head and was trying to figure out how she feels about Shade which Luffy saw and will leave alone till Nami tells them herself. After they had ate, they discover that Usopp's wealthy friend Kaya is bedridden, but is well provided for by her 2 butlers, Mary and Klahadore. I believe your friend, Kaya could be able to give us a boat if we ask and I want these to be a business deal. So I'll dress like I'm a noble and ask for a deal. But I don't have any and I want to make sure we get in. Luffy said before Usopp's dragged them to visit her. There, Usopp got the group in and saw Kaya looking out her window seeing them here. Hey, Kaya, my new friend has a request for you. Usopp shouted up at Kaya before bring Luffy up to her window to talk to her. Hello, my name is Luffy D. Monkey and I would like to request something from you, if that would be okay. What is this that you request? I would like to request a ship and I'm willing to pay for it to be checked, stocked, repairs and if not finished being built, to have it finished. Luffy said as her butler, Klahadore showed up who insults Usopp's father and was about to force the group away from the house when Kaya spoken up. I have a ship that is finished and it belonged to my parents. Since it never left the garage, I'll have it checked for damages and make sure it is stocked for 6 months. Would that be alright? I believe that would be alright. Luffy said before giving her 40,000 Baileys. That's for buying the ship from you and you're welcome to use it to stock the ship. I better get going as Usopp WS going to show me around the island. I'll come back in a week which would give enough time to repair the ship and stock it as well. Good day, Kaya and I hope you get better soon. Luffy said before they and Usopp jumped from the window and walked back to the others. Klahadore saw them leave and looks to Kaya seeing her calling for Mary to check on the ship as someone had requested a ship from them personally and gave the money for it as well. While Usopp and Luffy bond, Nami, Zoro, Taiyo, Shades, Kurenai, Anko, Artsukuno, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Yuki, Ororan and the boys Usopp's pirates came across a backwards walking man. Wouldn't he bump into someone? Leave him be. It'll be his own fault for it. We agree. Think Captain would add him to the crew? I think Captain would if the man shows them something that can get them on the crew. The man heard everything and started to walk forward before seeing Klahadore. Captain Kuro, it's been a long time. I told you Django not to call me that. You're the captain now. Klahadore or Kuro of the Black Cat and as they were having a conversation, a Luffy copy as a dire wolf was overhearing the whole thing. I better do something about this. South, better get going.
Then the copy Luffy went back to the real after switching to a kitsune to not scare the villagers and cause alarm. Usopp, Nami and Zoro saw the kitsune who went to Taiyo and allowed her to pick it up.
Itoko, was it wise to have sent a copy of yourself to overhear a conversation and using your devil fruit powers as well?
I believed so, and my copy had sent what it overheard to me. Must be a new thing. Luffy said from their spot under a cherry blossom tree resting against its trunk with their hands behind their head and eyes closed. Klahadore is Kuro of the Black Cat and plans to kill Kaya for her wealth.
They're going to attack at the south end of the island and I got copies of myself at the north part to make sure any try to come through there. Luffy said as everyone nods their heads before heading to the south end of the island to oil slip the side and wait for an hour while Luffy's cousin, guardians and familiar won't stop begging them to allow someone to join the crew, making them rub their temples with their right hand. If I say yes, will you stop begging? Yes. Fine, but I need to see what they can do first. Luffy said as they saw the Black Cat pirates show up and try to run up the oil slip and making Ororon and Taiyo laughing at them as Luffy just smiles, shaking their heads at the two.
Hi no Hitama, Luffy said as they shot a fireball down on the oil slip and controls the fire as it burns the pirates, but then stops the fire, making their crewmates shocked that they would do that. It's just to warn them of that since not all of them were on the oil slip and I can control it. Their crewmates just nod their heads as they fight the Black Cats, getting them wounded more than themselves before Kuro had showed up and they went back up the hill. It's not our fault as there's oil and one of them up on the hill has a devil fruit. Django said as Kuro looks to them and Luffy just gives him a peace sign. Still, you could have sent the guards at them, Kuro said before Luffy had cutted his head off and everyone. But 12 was shocked at how fast they did it as well, while the 12 just shakes their head. Itoko, too fast, Taiyo shouted at her cousin as Luffy just picks up the head and puts it into a bag before tying up the Black Cat crew, but left Django be. Why aren't I tied up? Asked my cousin, our guardians and our familiars, as they want you to join our crew. Django did and saw they were pleading him to join, making them shocked. Fine, they win. They cheered about a new crew member and Luffy just shakes their head at them with a smile as they finish tying up the Black Cat pirates. Luffy and teleported to a marine base and told them about Kuro and everything and got 4 times the normal bounty for Kuro and got 40 million Baileys for his crew before they teleported back to their crew and put the money in their abyss room. Usopp decided during the aftermath that news of a real pirate attack might be too upsetting for the villagers and would affect their peace of mind since pirates do not normally come to an out-of-the-way village. So he ordered a secret, which Kaya and his crew agree with, and Kaya was grateful to them for saving her life. Thank you, and the ship is ready with supplies that can last you 4 years as a thank you gift, Kaya said as everyone broads the Going Merry ship, same as the anime. Usopp disbanded his pirates and told Kaya that he will be a man of the sea, making her happy before kissing him on the lips. Come back home after you make your captain king of the pirates. You bet I will, Usopp shouted before jumping onto the Going Merry that was moving away from the dock and waves goodbye to them.
Now, we need a cook, Luffy said as they went out on their next journey, where a sorting cook is kicking their customers for being rude and complaining about their food. Luffy and their crew were busy and Luffy knows they need a pirate flag as a pirate ship without a pirate flag is not a pirate ship at all, so Luffy wrote down different ideas together to see which ones would job great together and got an amazing idea for the flag, which contains Straw Hat Skull See Thalas's face looking up into the ship on top of the sea. A rune for pack wolf ears and tail on the skull. A chef's hat with 2 butcher knives behind it, a slingshot with a sniffer gun and an X. A compass and a map, a book with the word, Historian's Book, on it. A scalpel and stethoscope, a ship being fixed by a shipwrighter. And the rest of the crew spots are there as well, along with the name in the top middle of the flag, making Luffy happy with the design as they had finished the drawing on a. Usopp, got a job for you, Luffy shouted out as Usopp came running to Luffy and saw the ship's flag design, making Usopp happy with the job to do it after testing out the cannon out, which hit a rock dead on, making Usopp happy before getting to work on the flag, which is 4 feet tall, wide, long, and added a crown on top of a wolf's head with the guardians and familiars, only it looks like animals more, as a voice is shouting at them with Luffy hitting him on the head, making Zoro realize who it was. Yosaku. The heck, man? What are you doing here and where is Johnny? The man, Yosaku explained why he was there and where Johnny is, making Nami and Luffy look at him like he is an idiot. Idiot, he needs vitamins to survive out at sea. Vitamin C if he's going to like this from the lack of it, Luffy said, making everyone look to him. I had it and trust me, I was bed rest for a month to get better. TCH, no good brothers, thinking they have every right to tie me to the bed till I recovered of it. Luffy mumbled the last part, but Taiyo along with Shades, Nami, Zoro heard them before Nami went to get vitamin pills, vitamin C ones more, and give them to Johnny to take, who took the whole bottle and swallowed them with 2 water bottles. Thanks for saving me, big sister, Johnny shouted at Nami, making Luffy step in to stop Nami from feeling uncomfortable with the man. Why are you here? Yosaku and Johnny took turns explaining why they were there and told them a great place to eat at call.
Bharati restaurant. Both Johnny and Yosaku shouted together before a marine ship showed up and the captain looks down at their ship before speaking to them. "Who are you as I don't know your flag?" he calls out. "We are the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf children, and if you harm one of the pack members of this crew, the whole pack will tear you from limb to limb." Luffy said as everyone, Nami more to the point she might just jump Luffy and hug them tightly, was shocked at what they said, making the marine captain pale at the name Thalassa, and Luffy's 4 weapons got more stronger than before thanks to saying Thalassa's name, and she was happy to have Luffy use her name as part of the pirate crew's name. She gave it her blessing, making the ship easier to handle any kind of storm or sea currents. "Never heard of you, but we'll leave you allow," the captain said before taking his lady friend into the restaurant to eat. Luffy and their crew into the restaurant to order when Luffy and Taiyo flinched and grabbed their chest, making everyone freeze. Luffy, Taiyo, a man with blonde hair and has a suit on with a cigarette in his mouth, showed up. "What's going on?" Both Luffy and Taiyo just grabbed their chest out of nowhere, Usopp said as the man turns to the two. "Someone is trying to get our familiars out of the restaurant, which is causing us pain. They're even doing the same to our guardians. If this keeps up, we might dead in a week as the pain gets worser and worser by the minute." "Gall," Luffy said before another pain wave went through their bodies. "You two stop. They're familiars and guardians, so don't force them out," the man said as the animals were released and Luffy along with Taiyo fall to their knees panting and looked like they were close to passing out at any minute. The man made sure their orders are free for what had happened, making them happy, while Zoro and Nami helped Luffy and Taiyo into the seats with them on their sides to keep them from falling over. Luffy and Taiyo had ordered the whole menu, making the waiter shocked till he saw their faces and nodded before leaving to give it to the chefs with 2 notes on them, which they chefs were shocked before letting the blonde man serve them. As Luffy and the crew eat, someone got away from the Marines and the blonde man gave them food with some money they stole of the Marines to pay for it before leaving in a boat to get to their crewmates and captain. Luffy and Taiyo, "Why are you eating so?" Nami never got the chance to finish her question as a man walked in starving, whom the blonde man gave food before going back to serving Luffy and their crew.
"Alright, this ship is hereby mine as I, Don Krieg, owns this ship."
"Captain, that's not what you said," the man from before said before Don hits them in the head, making Luffy angry at the scene along with Taiyo and Shades. The blonde hair man's boss gave Don food for 200 starving man and Don left to feed his crew before coming back to take over the ship. Luffy had copied the Bharati restaurant ship and fused it with the one they have made, making the fake form bigger, the 1000 Sunny times 2, and the real form's kitchen, hospital, and rooms has gotten bigger before Luffy saw one of Don's man shouting to the man about some man coming for them as they had woken him from his nap, making Luffy grin inwards to hide it as the one person they know who naps is their papa, and he's Mihawk Dracula. Luffy waits till the said man shows up and Luffy froze time for both to talk, and Luffy wanted to see their papa so much. "Papa," Luffy called out childishly as they ran to Mihawk, making them spin them around. Mihawk saw the straw hat that his lover gave to a kid before looking down at who hugged him before hugging the person back tightly.
"I missed you, Papa," Luffy said. "I missed you too, kid,"
Mihawk said as he hugs Luffy closer to his chest as to make sure Luffy doesn't disappear before him. Luffy and Mihawk talked before Luffy had to unfreeze time, making Mihawk happy to see Luffy again as Luffy went back to their spot before time unfroze and Mihawk turns to Don quickly to attack him. But Zoro stopped him with a duel challenge, making Luffy nod their heads before Mihawk accepted the challenge and they went outside to not destroy the ship. Everyone looks at both Mihawk and Zoro as the costumers started to eat while the fight is going on, as they never saw this and will be giving tips to the restaurant for this moment as the walls can move upwards to give more room to see what is going on outside.
Zoro started the fight with a sword slash to the stomach, which Mihawk dodged before Mihawk did a small slash with his little cross dagger, making Zoro angry, but he managed to calm down enough to do a double sword slash from behind Mihawk, making the man dodge, but get a cut on his neck, making Luffy worried about their papa as Mihawk put a hand on it to stop the bleeding.
Zoro went for a sword slash to Mihawk's chest, making the man jump to dodge, but got a 14 cm deep, 14 cm width cut from his left shoulder to her right hip before Zoro did the same slash, making Mihawk do the same thing, which gave him the cut on the other side from his right shoulder to his left hip, making Luffy worried as they were about to enter to stop the fight, making Mihawk look to them quickly before looking at Zoro. "Your friend looks worried for some reason." Zoro looked to Luffy and saw that their captain is worried, but not for him. "Why is Luffy?" "Don't tell me." Zoro looked to Mihawk then back to Luffy before looking back at Mihawk, making the man move quickly to having Zoro block his weapon before bending down to whisper something in his ear, making Zoro's eye go wide before he had to block a slash from Mihawk's sword. That was on his 2 swords that he had used to block it before he was forced onto his stomach, with Mihawk running behind to cut Zoro's back. "He's too strong. I can't beat him." Zoro though before he slashed the sword he got out as the other 2 were broken from blocking that last slash before turning around, shocking Mihawk. "What are you?" Mihawk said, lowering his sword a bit as Zoro smiles a smile at Luffy, making Mihawk look a bit at Luffy, who was close to tears, proving Mihawk that Zoro was close to a brother they have, as they had told him and Shanks that their 2 adopted older brothers were pirates 1 or 2 years ago. A scar to the back is shameful to a swordsman. Mihawk heard that and was shocked, but he still grinned. Honorably, Mihawk said before he slashed Zoro from his left shoulder to his right hip, ending the duel and having Luffy running over to check on Zoro. Why did you hurt Roronoa, Zoro? My crewmate. Why? Luffy asked so quietly that only Mihawk and Zoro, who is still awake, had hear them. He's still alive, kid. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I don't want to mess with you since first heard a marine talking about what you told them. I'm backing off, Alpha Luffy, from your packmate. Mihawk said with the same tone, but made a joke at the end which made Luffy smiled and laugh quietly with Zoro smiling at them. Captain, can you hear me? Zoro said weakly, but with enough strength to talk to Luffy. I hear you, Zoro. Luffy said as Zoro swears to him on his life that he won't lose ever again, even if it means to go through hell over and over again to get stronger to defect Mihawk, making Luffy laugh louder as everyone had heard what Zoro had said, making them smile at him. Through Dawn would kill him, making Luffy's angry raise to the point he will kill the man right now. It's still too early for you today. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Discover your true self, the true world. Become stronger, however long it may be. I shall wait for you at the top. Surpass this sword. Surpass me. Roronoa, Zoro. Mihawk said as was about to leave when Dawn shouted he was still going to take over the ship, ticking off Luffy to the point of no return, and everyone, including Nami, was shocked at the dark energy leaving Luffy's body before he spoke and freaking out everyone. Johnny. Yosaku. Look after Zoro and treat his wounds. Nami, set the ship to Kokoyashi village. Usopp, make sure you have enough weapons to go up against anything including a fisherman crew. Taiyo, Shades, Kurenai, Anko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Auroran and Artsukuno, make sure our 3 new crew member, Sanji, Pearl and Jin, are comfortably on our ship. Shades, make sure we have enough medical supplies to last us till we hit land. I'm going on a date. A date with a dead man. Luffy shouted the last part as they made their way to Dawn, making the said man back way from Luffy before 3 swords showed up and Zoro saw how Luffy was holding them. My style? Demoniac 3-sword style. Demoniac whirlwinds. Everyone heard 3 more voice and didn't know where they were coming from, and Dawn was killed with that attack, making everyone scared from life. Through Mihawk was trying to figure out his adopted kid as he saw the 3 swords become tattoos on Luffy's body before disappearing like they weren't there unless.
Oh Thalassa, please don't let it be that. Mihawk's prayer didn't get a change to finish as he saw thousands of fish swimming and saw that they wrote a messages from Thalassa.
Sorry, but it's true, and it's 8 curse weapons with it being a blood contract to them. Again, I am sorry. Thalassa. Mihawk was shocked at the messages and looks to Luffy, who had gotten the money from the Marines for Dawn's head while the rest of Dawn's crew, but Jin and Pearl, were taken away before Luffy passed out. Zoro remembered had Mihawk had whispered into his ear. You are correct, but not in the right way. Luffy is my adopted child with another person, my wife Shanks. You better look after them while you're with them. Think of this as a mission from me to see if you are respectably to a mission giving to you and for training from me for 5 years. Zoro can't believe that his captain is Mihawk and Shanks's, a warlord's and a Yonko's adopted child, making them really want to protect Luffy till they meet them again. But right now it looks like Luffy can handle themselves, but Zoro won't stop looking after them. With Sanji, the blonde hair man, Jin and Pearl on board the ship, which is going to Kokoyashi village, where a very sorting fisherman we all know is about to get his fish fries ass kicked, which made him sneeze, think someone was talking about them, making them want to kill them. The ship left the restaurant as Nami was nervous about this till Luffy explained they knew since she asked them why they had Shades part of their crew, making her shocked. But she cried on their shoulder, making Luffy rub Nami's back in comfort as she will finally be free and spread her wings while running through the forest freely. Luffy and their crew were 10 days away from Kokoyashi village, and Luffy needs to train their crew. Even through Taiyo, Shades and Auroran had been training for 1 or 2 years, the rest needs the training to handle the Grand Lines. Call all men on deck. After this island we're going to an island, pick supplies up, then going to the Grand Lines. Before we do anything, I, Luffy D Monkey, will be training all of you while Taiyo works on her magic with her familiar. Shades works on what he needs to finish up, and Auroran does the same. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Jin and Pearl, front and center. It's time for training. Luffy shouted as the said person did as ordered while Luffy brought Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Jin, Pearl, Kurenai, Anko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Auroran and Artsukuno went into some sort of space that has a lot of knowledge in it. Oh, okay. Listen up, cause I'm going to only say this once. Once Luffy got them looking at them, they continued. We're being here for 10 years, and that's 10 hours outside as your body and not be growing inside, but when we go outside, your bodies will have some change to them and you'll be more powerful to handle anything. The first thing we'll be learning is Haki, and there is 3 known while 1 or 2 more Haki has been discovered. Busashoku Haki is used to us cover your arm or weapon in it to protect it from damage. Zoro, if you had learned this, your two swords wouldn't have been destroyed and you could have had them today. Sanji, you fight with your legs. With Bishoku Haki, you can fight with both your legs and with your arms. If you want, I can teach you how to use a throwing knife or a sword. After all, a armed chef is a dangerous chef, and a dangerous chef is one no one wants to go up against in a fight or to anger. Usopp, with Busashoku Haki, you can do more damage, as in some fights. We may HVE to fight and I don't want any of you to die, as you all remembered the rules. Luffy gained nods as they knew Nami or Zoro would have told them the rules. Good. And Nami, if you learn it, you can cover anything with it and use it as a weapon. For an example, you grab some pedals from a rowing boat and put Haki onto it. It won't break and you can hit people in the back of the head, knocking them out. Nami grinned at that, making Luffy sorry for anyone who angers Nami. Luffy started their Haki training and only Zoro, Nami, Sanji and Usopp had managed to cover their arm in Haki, while Jin and Pearl only got their hands covered. Luffy helped them, which got them to cover their whole arm, making them happy. You can also cover your whole body in Haki. I was told when having SX, man can use HKI as a protection, joining SX. Through it will release energy waves and knocking things over. So, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Jin and Pearl, no Haki is protect, joining that. All 5 men nod their heads while Nami pictured it and blushed, making Luffy shake their heads at her, which all men saw her blush and grinned at her, making her blush more, and they laughed through Luffy just shakes their heads. Okay, back to training. Luffy. I didn't see it before, but why did we all to age? Nami asked as everyone turns to Luffy. I made as 5 as training at this age would make it easier for you, as your Haki would be more powerful as we all age. We won't be at our real age through, Zoro complained. Your wounds will heal faster, through will be permanent, and the stitches will stay to make you look more powerful and tougher. Luffy said, making Zoro blush at that. Also, when you leave this place, you go back to your normal age. Luffy said, which made them happy before going back to training. Their training with Busashoku Haki went without trouble, as they managed to do Kenbushoku Haki as well, with Zoro and Sanji being born with King's Conquest Haki, and Luffy found out they have it as well. With the training of Haki finished and only 2 hours has passed outside, we can start on weapon training. Through Zoro is excused since he knows swords art and can train on his own. Nami can use a staff created by Usopp that lets her use the weather at her fingers' tips, and she has fully mastered the weapon, while Luffy created a devil fruit that lets the user to control the weather, called Tanki no Mi. Weather fruit, and Nami ate it along with a devil fruit that allows the user to control sea weather above or below the sea, called Tanki no Mi. Mode Umi, weather fruit. Sea mode, making her more powerful. Nami ate the slim fruit 1 hour before the training started, making her more powerful since she can defend herself, and Luffy had copied the slim fruit before giving her the 2 devil fruits, which made their body different. Luffy made sure that Sanji knows how to use throwing knives and a sword to make it easier in case he breaks a leg, and Sanji likes it, as the old says. A armed chef is a dangerous chef, and a dangerous chef is one no one wants to go up against in a fight or to anger. Usopp can use a sniffer gun and his slingshot as he keeps upgrading both, making them powerful, and Luffy taught Usopp how to make weapons, which made Usopp the blacksmith and the gunsmith of the crew, while Luffy made a devil fruits which give the user knowledge on blacksmith, different type of metal and every type of weapon, along with a devil fruit that give the user knowledge on gunsmith and the blueprints for guns, which both are called knowledge fruit. Blacksmith mode and knowledge fruit. Gunsmith mode. Luffy gave them to Usopp, and Usopp had gained knowledge of blacksmith and gunsmith to the point where he is a master of it, though Luffy is a grand master of both and everything they had learned back on Windmill Village. Luffy saw that 8 hours has passed and their crewmates can fight at least 400 man by themselves, making Luffy happy. Luffy got them out, and true to their words, they were back to their ages, making them happy. Luffy saw that they are only 10 millimeters away from Kokoyashi village, where Nami will be freed from her cage. Sanji made a feast for completing their training from Luffy, making them all cheer. Nah, Luffy. I never got the chance to finish my question back at the restaurant. Why were you and Tayo eating a lot of food? Blushing, Luffy answered for them both. Well, as a devil fruit user, we need more food to replace the energy we had used using them. I had create pills to stop it, but on that day, we never took them. Sorry for eating like pigs back there. Luffy said, and everyone forgave them, as Nami and Usopp will be needing the pills to eat normal as well, which Luffy had made for them, as the pill containers hold 40 billion pills thanks to the create fruit that expanded the space inside the container. They had reached the island and Nami brought them to her home, where they met her sister. Nami gave Luffy the money she had planned to give Arlong, and Luffy had made a copy of it times 40 and fused it together to make sure foul people, including the marine who came and took it, making everyone laugh at them after they left. Nice one, Captain, Zoro said as he laughed so hard he fell out of his sit. What I copy is real, so I guess you can say I'm a copycat. Luffy said as everyone laughs, thinking what the marines' faces would look like after knowing about that. Nami bought Luffy and everyone to Arlong Park, where Arlong is living, making Luffy breaking down the door with a Haki punch before the walls had fallen down cause of it, and Luffy saw an octopus whom they know. Hey Hachi. Long time no see. How are you? Luffy shouted out as the octopus waves their arms at Luffy. I'm doing great. Captain. Everyone was shocked that not only did Luffy, Hachi knows each other, but Hachi has called Luffy Captain. What the heck, Hachi? Hee. I meant Luffy before meeting you guys and I was waiting my time by joining you guys. Captain? Hachi said as he looks to Luffy. Welcome to the crew, Hachi. Luffy said with a smile, making Hachi happy before running over to his new crew, and was besides follow fishermen on what the rules are, making Hachi agreed on them. A shark fisherman has raged till Nami hit him in the head with her staff and he was bleeding from the head. Arlong, I came to free myself from you, Nami shouted at him before she keeps attacking him to the point of knocked out. But Arlong punched Nami and sent her flying into the falling wall, making Luffy angry. Arlong. Everyone, even the Marines, when they heard something falling down loudly, heard a demoniac voice before turning to Luffy as their shadow raised up before becoming a scythe, and Luffy gained wolf ear along with a tail as everyone had felt a alpha aura coming from Luffy as markings of the D. Yuki clan, through no one knows that but Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Auroran and Taiyo plus the familiars and guardians, had showed up on their body as the markings look like blue version snow flasks with sea green and sea blue outlining the markings, while on Luffy's left shoulder is a big crown of their royal family. Luffy lifted their scythe and demoniac scythe style devil slash and cutted Arlong in half before turning to Arlong's crew and was about to attack if Zoro didn't hug Luffy to his chest. Luffy, stop. Zoro said in Luffy's ear, gently and softly, calming and making Luffy let go of their scythe, which went back into their shadows along with their markings disappearing, and Luffy had passed out in Zoro's arms, who picked Luffy up braid style as Nami made sure to get the money back from the Marines, make the captain of them. Nezumi angry at the pirates and heard Luffy's name and made a call from the main Marine base. Luffy woke up 4 days later with Zoro guarding them and got them a glass of water to drink. I want to apologize for what happened. I didn't mean to do that and have all of you see that. I. Luffy was hugged by Zoro and just cried in his chest as Zoro rubs their back to calm them down. Luffy is still upset as they set off from Kokoyashi village, and Nami is rejoining the crew while Taiyo, Artsukuno, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Yuki, Kurenai and Anko are worried as this is the second time Luffy had used it. One more time then Itoko would have to find their mates, and I don't think it's a good idea. Taiyo thought as they watch their cousin who is near the front of the ship. Main Marine base. I'm reporting about a pirate who is a threat and needs the bounty poster ready for tomorrow. Name, Demoniac Alpha Wolf Straw Hat Luffy D Monkey. Gender, male. Got a picture? I do. It'll be ready for tomorrow, and the bounty's amount? Dollar, Bailey's. Good day. Sail phone hangs up. Ha, take that you censors pirates. Luffy and their crew were 10 kilometers to Log Town as they near the town to get their supplies for their journey into the Grand Lines, and Luffy is back to normal as everyone cheers as they are happy the Luffy they knew was back. But Taiyo along with Kurenai, Anko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze and Artsukuno know if Luffy goes like that one more time, they would have to look for their mate, and that's a problem as males can have more than one wife if they want to, and the females can have only one husband, yet Luffy needs 4 mates. They don't know if Luffy can handle it as that's too much for them to handle and worry that they might snap. But Luffy needs a groundkeeper to keep them down, and Luffy needs to find them first. As they near the town, Luffy had made a list of what they need to get and had called everyone down to tell them about it. Okay, here's what we'll be getting in Log Town. Nami will be in charge of the cloth, and no offense Sanji, but not everyone can wear the same thing. Sanji will be getting the food. Usopp will be getting the weapons, and he can fix or upgrade them to be better. Zoro will be getting the swords and get 2 new ones for himself. Taiyo will be getting the books for us to read as we can get bored. Jin will be getting the medicine for the ship. Pearl will be getting the navigator equipment, mainly the paper, ink or pencil, and a time log. In the Grand Lines, from what I read, compasses don't work in the Grand Line. Shades, Hachi and Auroran will be guarding the ship. Kurenai will be with Nami as a guard as there is Marines here. Anko will be with Sanji. Trikiwi will be with Taiyo. Yuki will be with Usopp. Yukina will be with Sanji. Yukiha will be with Jin. Yukino will be with Pearl. Yukikaze will be with me, and Artsukuno will be with Zoro. I'll be getting the equipment for communication. Luffy said as they gave 40 billion Baileys for them to use. They had reached Log Town and they went to get the supplies, after Luffy had gave them the Abyss Room fruit to carry the stuff easier, that Luffy had said they need for the ship. With Nami. I wish I knew the size for the crew. Nami said to herself before Kurenai had gave her a notebook with everyone's size, making Nami happy before she entered the clothing store. With Usopp. I wish I knew what kind of weapons we need, Usopp said to himself. Maybe you can get every kind, as it would be a good idea, and you can fix or upgrade them. Yuki said to Usopp, who nodded before entering a weapon shop that sells every kind of weapon, and Usopp saw a gun that was used by Gold D. Roger himself. Welcome, sir. The owner said before Usopp told the man we was going to buy everything in the store as he and his friends are going to be needing them, making the man happy and agreed. With Sanji had gotten 6 years' worth of food and saw 4 fishermen bring in a big that can be found in another part of the sea, and it was meant as a prize in a contest which Sanji had won and was wondering if Luffy could copy it 1,000 times so they will have fish to last for 10 years. With Tayo, there's the bookstore, Tayo said as she had just found the bookstore and saw it had every type of book there's, including books for summoners, elementals, and had books on the main elements like chaos, order, fire, water, earth and air. There was also sea, demoniac, holy, ice, lava, plant, lightning, ECT, magic books, making Tayo smile so widely. "Ma, I wish to buy all of your books," Tayo shouted out at the owner, making her shocked that Tayo would want every book in the store. With Zoro, "I don't really need a babysitter, but I guess I do get loose," Zoro said to Articuno as he rubs her head, making her squawk in happiness, making Zoro smile at the bird on his left shoulder. Zoro saw a woman beating up pirates and just left it be as it's not his business at all before entering a shop that sells swords and is going to buy every sword. "Welcome, sir. Are you selling or buying?" the owner asked. "Buying," Zoro said as he holds up a sword to look at it, and the woman from before entered before seeing the sword Zoro has on his right hip and the one his was holding. "That's Wado Ichimonjo and that's Sandai Kitetsu. Sandai Kitetsu has always killed its wielder," the owner said as Zoro likes the sword and can sense a powerful aura coming it. "Well, let's see if he likes me," Zoro said before throwing Sandai in the air and holds out his arm, and the Sandai did like Zoro so much, and was happy Zoro knew he was a male while Wado is a male as well, that he cut Zoro's arm, just enough for blood to come out and submit him along with Wado, making a blood contract with both of them, shocking the store owner as he just saw both swords glow before a shocked Zoro picked up Sandai. "What was that?" Zoro shouted as he was shocked at what happened. "Impossible. A blood contract? That has never happened in over 3,000 or 4,000 years. I heard rumors that a 10-year-old pirate captain has a blood contract with 8 curse weapons. No one knows if it is true or not, as no one has seen this captain in person, but one royal family for saving their daughter, and they were the only ones to see all 8. They said that they don't know the captain's name as the crew just says, Captain or Honey, from the first mate whom the captain has married," the owner said, making both the woman and Zoro shocked that someone has 8 curse weapons. "I'll buy Sandai Kitetsu and 3/4 of the swords here," Zoro said as the owner was jumping for joy at this before he brought out Yubushiri and gave it to Zoro. "I'm passing my dream on to you." Some of Zoro's blood got onto Yubushiri and a blood contract was made, which Zoro thought was funny, but he still liked it as he sensed that Yubushiri is a male child, making said sword giggle childishly in his mind, which Zoro heard. "Be quiet, Yubushiri, make me Sandai Kitetsu. Oh boy. Zoro-sama is going to have a maho headache if you two don't be quiet." "Yes, Wado Ichimonjo." Zoro now knows why he heard a childish giggle in his head. "This is going to be hard to get used to. Sorry. With 8, it's far more worse. I wonder how that person is handling it," Sandai said as Zoro mentally just shrugged his shoulders at the question before looking at the owner and paid for the sword he brought, which the owner gave him the rest for free, and put them into his abyss room before putting Sandai and Yubushiri on his right hip, and leaves the store since the woman left after the owner told them the rumor. With Jin. "Who would have thought we needed a lot of medical stuff, Hayukiya?" Jin said as he had his abyss room, which Luffy said can hold a lot and still have room no matter what, filled everything for first aid or for surgeries or for operations. "I know, and Luffy could create the medicine, just wants to make sure we have the stuff in cause they need it. I guess Luffy also forgot to tell you guys that they're a jack of all trades, meaning they know multiplying stuff." Yukiya said as a nearby marine that they didn't see overheard what they said and left to tell the rest of the marines in Log Town. With pearls. "I got enough for 30 years, which is good as I believe before the navigator is hard work and Nami is the navigator of the ship. I feel sorry for her," Pearl said to Yukino as he puts the navigator equipment into his abyss room. "I agree, but she's good at her job," Yukino said as she carries the pens, papers and inks along with quill pens in a basket. With a pink-haired teenager. "I can't wait to see Captain. They'll be shocked to see me," the teenage said as they're thinner and taller, standing close to Luffy in height. He has also gained a cross-shaped scar above his right eye, presumably earned under Garp's heavy-handed tutelage. His hair has grown longer and shaggier since his growth spurt, but it has retained its pink color. They wears a standard-issue marine jacket, pants, and neckerchief, as well as a brightly patterned bandana worn. Head with their glasses are still present, but has adopted the habit of wearing them pushed up on their forehead. They also have a sword on their right hip and a gun on their left hip. They saw who they were looking for and tapped them on their shoulder. "Long time no see, Captain." The person turned around and smiled at them. "Welcome back, Communicator Kobe." Kobe smiled at them as they walked together to get the communication equipment. With Luffy. Luffy had felt someone tapping them on the shoulder, heard a familiar voice making them smile inwards as they said something that made them more happy than ever before. Long time no see, Captain. Luffy turns around and smiles outwards to them. Welcome back, Communicator Kobe. Kobe smiles at his captain before walking with Luffy to get the communication equipment, and along the way, Luffy gave Kobe 4 devil fruits. Through Abyss Room fruit is the 5th one, are called Ryu no Mi. Mode Umi Ryu, Dragon fruit. Sea Dragon mode. Tori no Mi. Mode Washi, Bird fruit. Eagle mode. Mera no Mi. Mode Aoi Mera, Flame fruit. Blue flame mode. Nizumi no Mi. Rat fruit. And Kobe ate them feeling more powerful. Kobe told Luffy about his training with Garp and everything. You're still in train, as I want to make sure everyone is ready for the Grand Lines. We'll also make sure you get started on hockey while Zoro keeps teaching you how to use a sword. Luffy said as Kobe nods his at them before they saw a familiar face to Luffy. Excuse me, but do you know where I can find the execution platform? And sure enough, it was Smoker, making Luffy smile inwards. Follow the smoke, kid. Smoker said as his smoke points to the area, and Luffy was quick enough to kiss the same cheek from 12 years ago. Thanks. Oh, and I got the dango stuffies from Granddad. Yane, Smoker. Luffy didn't know they had just did a ritual for the groundkeeper for when they find their mates before walking away with Kobe. Why did you? An old friend from when I was 5 years old. I kissed him on the cheek back then as well. I just kissed the same one again to bring back the memories. Kobe nods his head, and with Smoker, he feels weird till they remembered who they were planning on giving the dango stuffies to, and Garp said he'll give them to that person personal as he knows them. Don't tell me. Smoker's mind was brought back when a marine said that demoniac Alpha Wolf Straw Hat, Luffy D Monkey was on the island, and were shaking when they said it as Smoker saw the bounty, which almost made him drop it. Garp said they lost their crewmates to the Marines by an order of a warlord, but it was slaughter than just shooting them to death. Damn, their bounty is halfway to their old bounty. What's this feeling? Smoker though, as he told his man to search for Luffy, but not engage them at all. Smoker is walking when he saw a girl walking out of the bookstore, and they saw them before running over to them. So, you had re-meeted Itoko? Censored, they did the groundkeeper ritual? Wah? Smoker was confused. Sorry, the groundkeeper ritual is only needed if the females in me and Luffy's family, Luffy's mother side, has more than one husband and needs a groundkeeper to keep the man calm, as the female won't be able to handle it, as they will snap and kill their mates. Luffy did it without knowing it, and that weird feeling you are getting is from that ritual, as you will know when Luffy has found their mates. Can't believe it's 4. The girl said before Smoker could ask a question. She took off after Luffy. I'm going to have to tell them, sorry, she said before she turned her head to see where she is going, with Smoker running after her, which brought them to the execution platform where Luffy is on top and is praying. The girl shouted up at them, making them stop praying and look down at their cousin. Get down here. You did a ritual without thinking. Smoker heard the girl say before seeing Luffy jump off the platform and transforming into a tiger before they landed on all fours and did transform back to normal. What do you mean, Taiyo, Itoko, you're going to have 4 mates?
4. And you did the groundkeeper ritual, which allows a female to handle her 4 husbands, and they have a male to talk to about the troubles and worries, so the female doesn't have to handle them herself, which puts a lot of pressure of her, as she needs to do something to fix both, and she can really stress her body out by doing that, and she will kill them as they can handle so much. The girl, Taiyo, said as Luffy looks shocked at what she said. Taiyo saw Kobe and smiles at him.
Nice to see you again, Kobe. Likewise, Taiyo. Luffy, I got a bag that every book on Rokushiki, Geppo, Tekai, Shigen, Renkyaku, Soru, Kami-e and Rokuogen, which I believe would be great for the crew. Luffy smirks at Kobe. Being a thief now, Kobe? You're stealing from the Marines. Luffy said as Smoker saw the pink-haired teen and remembered he was training under Garp and was learning sword arts from Mihawk, who looked like he was having fun training the Dane kid. Wait a minute, stealing? Hee. No comment there, and anything to help the crew out, Captain. Kobe said as he wasn't going to denial it one bit, as Smoker was shocked. Shit, Mihawk knew this was going to happen, didn't he? Smoker thought as Luffy, Taiyo and Kobe walked away from the platform and was about to leave if the Marines didn't block their paths. Luffy stepped forward and a purple line showed up in front of them and knocked out 3/4 of Marines there, shocking Smoker even more. Hockey? King's Conquest hockey? Shit, Smoker thought as he saw all 3 run away and ran after them through. He saw Luffy looking very angry and had slapped the clocked figure in the face, knocking them down as they shouted at them before running away with Taiyo and Kobe. Damn, the slap has gotta hurt if it had left a red handprint on his face. Smoker thought before he followed Luffy, Taiyo and Kobe in the air and lost them after they got on board their ship, as it started to rain seawater, which is weaken him. With Luffy, Kobe and Taiyo, they were running when they saw a clocked person with tattoos on their left side, making Luffy angry as they just slapped the person in the face. What did you show up now? Why didn't you show up 12 years ago? 16 years ago? Why, Dad, did you have to show up now? If you wanted to see me, Well, forget it, cause I never knew what it was like to have a father, and the only person that I feel that is when you can never defeat no matter what. So don't come to me, don't come following to me, don't come anywhere near me, don't come close or near to me, and don't come any closer to me. Do you understand and do you hear me, Dragon D Monkey? Luffy shouted before they. Kobe and Tayo ran to the ship where they saw the whole crew waiting for them and got on before sailing away from Log Town and head straight for the Grand Lines. Everyone, I want you to meet our communicator and spy, Kobe. Kobe, meet the whole crew. Luffy said as everyone welcomes Kobe onto the ship. I think you also forgotten to add thief as well since he's stealing books from the Marines. Tayo said, making everyone, but Tayo, Luffy and Kobe shocked at Kobe's bravery. Dame kid. That's some bravery you got there. Hey, you fit right in with us, Zoro said as he looks at Kobe in a whole new light. Luffy, the weapon store that sells every kind of weapons, and the store had the gun used by Gold D. Roger, so I figured you could use it. Usopp said as he hands over the gun to Luffy, and Luffy took one shot at a nearby rock with hockey on the bullet and the rock was destroyed. Everyone was shocked and was looking at Usopp with new lights in their eyes, making him nervous about the looks he was getting. Dame, Usopp, what else did you get? I brought everything in the store and I was planning to fix or upgrade some of them. I'm taking a sniffer gun in case I need it. Good idea for a backup weapon, Usopp said. I did the same enough for everyone. I also got me 2 new swords. Zoro even told them about the rumor the owner told him, shocking everyone. That Luffy, as they know the rumors are right cause the rumors were about them. Luffy and their crew were 10 kilometers to the Rever's Mountain as they get ready to enter the Grand Lines, and Luffy is wondering if Laboon remembers them, but they saw the mountain in their sight and they are only 3/4 done getting ready. Luffy made 20 copies of themselves to help to finishing getting ready, making everything done in 20 minutes as they have 10 more minutes left before entering the Grand Lines. Luffy goes to have everyone holding onto something and saw Zoro is holding Tayo close to his chest with her arms wrapped around his waist, making Luffy happy that their cousin had found their mate. I'll talk to Zoro later, as of right now I need to get everyone holding onto something to keep from falling off the ship. Luffy thought as they got everyone holding onto something with them, making sure that the ship doesn't get damaged at all. Luffy heard something and was happy to hear it as they were at the top of the mountain before the ship fall forwards, where Luffy saw Laboon. Laboon, you need to move or else we'll hit you, Luffy shouted at the whale, who moves out of the way for the ship to get by. Luffy gave Laboon their new pirate flag on the side near the right eye, and Laboon cries happily as they had missed their friend. Luffy saw 2 people and was upset they were going to kill Laboon and had knocked them out, with Sanji shouting at them about hitting a woman. She and her partner were going to kill Laboon, a Nakamura, which I didn't like at all. Luffy told Sanji, who had stopped shouting at them and had tied up the 2 people, and everyone waited for them to wake up. When the 2 did wake up, they were shocked they were tied up and saw they were on a pirate ship, making them sweat. Why are you trying to kill Laboon, who is my friend? We needed the food to feed the people on the island nearby, the man shouted out. You didn't know that Laboon is an island whale, which you can't eat them at all? Both the man and the woman were shocked as they didn't know about it. We're sorry, they shouted loudly out, making Luffy's ears hurt. Note to self. Wear earplugs in ear at all time. Luffy thought as they looked at them before turning to their crew. Let's head to this island and bring them back to it. You're going to lead us there, Luffy said as the last part was pointed at their prisoners, who nodded and showed them the way to the island. Luffy thought they heard Smoker's thoughts in their head and tried something.
Smoker. The heck? Luffy. Smoker, the groundkeeper to Luffy's voice said, shocked and confused.
Most likely the groundkeeper can hear every thoughts to those who they are bonded to, like you and me, Luffy thought to Smoker. Dame, can it be blocked? Only if I don't want to hear your thoughts and you don't want to hear mine, Luffy thought. Signs your grandfather is panicking at your bounty, which only halfway of your old one. 40,000, and I think I just heard someone shouting out something about their little sibling having a larger bounty than them, and some guy named Sabo. I also swore I heard a woman screaming about their child being called a demon, with I believe to be Mihawk trying to calm her down. Yeah, you hear Aniki, Ni-sama and Mommy doing the shouting. Mihawk knows Mommy, so don't worry about it. Though I think Mama is having a heart attack right now, Luffy said as their sweat dropped. Wait, Mama? I have 3 mothers and 2 fathers, though I do not like Dragon. Sure, he needs to fight a war against the Marines, but he could have tried to see me or sent a gift or something, but no, he didn't do any of that. Luffy thought, making Smoker really hate Dragon right now. I'm with you on that one. I don't know if this can happen, but can gifts be sent like this? Tayo said you can, as long as it's not too large and not too small. Luffy thought as Smoker sent over more Dango stuffies for them to add to their collection in 80 medium-sized boxes. Thanks, Luffy thought, childishly, making Smoker shake their head mentally at Luffy, who blushed mentally, making Smoker laugh mentally, which made Luffy pout mentally. As they near the island, Luffy and Smoker realized they can see what the other is seeing. Dame, be careful. That island has lots of bounty hunters on it, Smoker thought to Luffy as Luffy nods mentally before turning to their crew after letting their prisoners go and watching them swim to the island. The island has lots of bounty hunters on the island and I want to keep a couple of crew members on board the ship in case they try to destroy it. Luffy ordered, making them nod their heads. Luffy put the 80 boxes into their abyss room to hold on to while they board the island. The party is the same, but Luffy is on the rooftop while Nami, Usopp and Sanji move more supplies onto the ship. Luffy overheard the bounty hunters and allowed Smoker to hear it till they both heard them freaking out about Luffy's bounty, making both laugh mentally. Luffy made sure to take a picture for it to show Smoker and to have a copy for their photo album. Luffy and Zoro went up against 100 bounty hunters and won with their old prisoners showing up as 2 more people had showed up saying something about a royal member of the royal family as a spy, making Luffy quickly teleport their old prisoners onto their ship and beat the 2 new people before leaving the island. On board the Going Merry. Oh, thank you so much. I'm Princess Vivi Nefertari, Princess of Alabasta. The woman, Vivi said as she bows to them for saving her and her bodyguard, Igaram. It was not problem, through I think we need the whole story and please don't think we can't handle anything, as you can see, we are different. Luffy said as Vivi looks at Luffy's crew and realized they were right. She told them everything and Luffy was raged and furious, but managed to calm down thanks to Smoker who heard it as well. Meet you there. Smoker thought before both chose not to hear the other's thoughts for 8 whole weeks. Luffy needs to promise an oath to Vivi to let her know they're going to look after her. I, Luffy D. Monkey, captain of the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf Children, swear an oath to you to protect you till you return to your kingdom and save it from crocodile. Luffy said before a aura glow showed around them before it disappeared. Itoko made an oath. If someone of Luffy's mother's side of the family makes one, they'll do anything to keep the oath. The one Itoko did as a captain's one of anyone on that side becomes a pirate captain. The more powerful and more strongest oath there is when 2 people are getting married. Taiyo said as everyone was shocked before looking to Luffy, who nods their heads. Luffy made sure that Vivi and Igaram have rooms with both having normal cloth to hide them as they were shocked that Luffy had lots of clothing and that Luffy knew their size. I guessed. Luffy said as Vivi was still shocked. Nah, Captain. Why didn't you tell us you were a jack of all trades? Jin asked as everyone looks to Luffy. You guys didn't ask if I knew anything, plus I wanted to keep it a secret. Luffy said as everyone nods their heads before going back to work with Viv and Igaram helping the best they can. Everyone, but Luffy was in the kitchen when someone spoken up at Luffy, making them turn around to seeing a woman wearing a skimpy cowgirl outfit consisting of a purple cleavage exposing corset and matching miniskirt, both with white ornaments hanging from them, and a white fur-lined coat paired with a white cowboy hat on top of their black hair and white high-heeled boots. Luffy looks to them and bows, making the woman shocked as no one has done that before. May I ask why you are on board my ship? The woman giggles before answering the question. I wanted to see how strong you and your crewmates are, but all I see is you, she said as Luffy laughs quietly to not let their crewmates to hear them. I'm sorry to tell you, Miss Robin Nico, or was it Miss? All Sunday, but I can handle you along and without my crewmates' help. Also vey my ship before I go dire wolf on you, and trust me, that won't be pretty at all. Luffy said as the woman, Robin, was shocked that Luffy knows who she is. Robin had offered Luffy an eternal pose to Nanamanai Island to avoid detection by Baroque works. It would make sure they don't find you at all, Robin said. Luffy broke it instead, shocking her deeply. I would not allow anyone to decide our destination. I can understand you want us safe, but I'm more stronger than you think, and I swear an oath to Vivi that I'll protect her and save her kingdom from crocodile. Also, Vivi revealed that it was you who allowed her to discover the identity of Baroque Works' president, Crocodile. Now, kindly leave my ship and don't come back onto it unless you wish to join the crew, which I would allow as I know about your ability to read the poneglyphs, since I, too, have it as well, but I also can understand every language along with ancient language as well. I also have the ability to read runes as well, so I'm more valuably cause of this, and I wish for it to stay away from Croco's hearing, if you don't mind. Luffy said as Robin was shocked at what Luffy had just told her. If that's true, then why tell me? I trust you to not tell anyone, and I know I can trust you. Luffy said as Robin was even more shocked that Luffy trusties her that much. Very well. I won't tell anyone about this, Robin said before she disappeared from the ship onto her own ship, and Luffy had copied Hana no Am from Robin without her or them knowing it. Luffy had 30 copies go into their training space to train on their new devil fruit powers, while Luffy was trying to figure out how they saw Robin's life aura, and Taiyo said it was one of the abilities of the D. Yuki clan when they trust someone even if they don't know them that well. Taiyo even said thanks to this, Luffy can find their mates much better, and Smoker was shocked cause he can see the aura as well. Taiyo also said that no one could lie as their aura would wave around if they told a lie, making Smoker's job even better to finding out if anyone lies to him, making him thankful of the groundkeeper ritual, which made Luffy shake their head mentally at them. Luffy told their crew that they're going to tell them what mastery they have with what they had learned, making everyone quiet down to listen to Luffy, and Luffy knows Smoker is listening in as well, which they don't mind as long as they don't tell anyone about it. I'm a grand master in sword arts thanks to Papa training me. I'm a grand chef since Mama had taught me. I'm a grand baker since a baker was friend with mama. A blacksmith and a gunsmith whom are a married couple had taught me everything they know, making me a grand master in both. I'm a grand master woodsmith as I can create and make anything out of wood. I'm a grand master herb medicine maker. I'm a grand master poisons and anatomy expert since I can mix venom with poisons plants to make the poison much stronger. I'm a grand master rune master. I'm a grand master geologies. I'm a grand master cloth maker. I'm a grand master jeweler. I can weave anything and sell it. I'm a grand master at reading poneglyphs through. I do have the ability to read them, just don't know where is my family I got the ability from. I'm grand master summoner. I'm a grand master at magic, just need to learn the 6 main elements. I'm a grand master elemental. I'm a grand master ninja with over 100 ninjutsu, 10 genjutsu, which were a pain in the ass to learn by the way. Damned curse weapons messing with my control. Luffy thought without Smoker hearing it, and Luffy heard them 7 curse weapons laughing in their head through. One did apologize to them for all of the curse weapons, and Luffy likes that one better than the others, making them pout, go into the emo corner, shout at them or complaining. Shut up before I go into lecture mode and your ears will bleed for 38 days. She said, and the others had shut up, making Luffy glad she can control the others, making her happy to help her wield her out. I am proficient in both my clan's taijutsu styles, still trying to figure out where the ninja blood came from. I'm a grand master weaponer. I'm a grand master fuinjutsu. I'm a grand master thief through. It's only to return items that were stolen and I return them to their rightful owners. I'm a grand master illusionist through, mostly thanks to my general no mi. I can use a bow staff and a tanto really well and know how to use lots of weapons if I ever need to use them. Luffy said, making their crew shocked before Zoro looks at Luffy differently. Grand master in swords arts? I gave it back since I wasn't ready for the title and I got a new title, which was that, so Papa is below me. Luffy said as Zoro thinks of going up against Mihawk, but Zoro isn't ready to go up against Luffy as they had beaten their Papa while Zoro couldn't. Luffy saw 2 people who were holding onto a piece of log just drafting along the sea, and Luffy told Artsukuno to bring them aboard before they get sick, which Artsukuno did before Luffy brought them into the hospital room to check on them. Good news first, we got them just in time as they were starting to get sick as they've been in the water for over 6 days. Bad news, I had to put them into a coma to let their bodies to heal and recover, not even forgetting that the body has wounds that weren't treated right, and I had to reopen them to treat them. They should be fine in 8 weeks since they'll be asleep for 3 weeks. Luffy said as they made sure to check on them even 4 hours daily while everyone does what they're good at. Through Vivi and Igaram didn't have anything to do, so Luffy gave them jobs to do, making them happy. After 3 weeks, both woke up and Luffy took care of them till they were much better, which was 3 more weeks. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the female said as she hugs Luffy tightly, but Luffy can handle it and pats her on top of her head. I'm sorry about my sister, the male said as he rubs the back of his head. May I ask for your names, please? Hinata D. Senna and Arata D. Senna. We're twins and are only about 6 or 7 years younger than you. Hinata, the female said, pointing to Luffy, making them frown while thinking. Too young to be alone, yet I had copied their devil fruits. Luna Luna no mi, Moon Moon fruit. Shin Shin no mi. Death Death fruit. Neko Neko no mi. Cat Cat fruit. And Raiju Raiju no mi. Lightning Beast fruit. I think it's best to have them on board, Luffy thought before they looked to the twins. You're a part of this crew from now on. Hinata can help Usopp with the weapons while Arata will help Sanji till I know what job you have on the ship, Luffy said as both twins nod their heads. A fair warning, we're both bipolar, egotistical, rash, lazy, impulsive, childish, amateur and hypersensitive. Through I think there's bloodlust as well, just don't know.
Arata said as Luffy nods their heads. Luffy was the only one who saw they had nightmares of their parents being burned alive inside their home at night, and Luffy told them they can call them their parent, making both very happy. Luffy gave them a necklace to wear which caused them both to be adopted into the D. Yuki clan. Taiyo saw happy, but at the same time worried as she doesn't know how Luffy's mates are going to handle Hinata, Arata and Aruroran.
Please, Lady Thalassa, Lady Luna and Lord Davis. Please don't let there be another child that needs a parent figure. Taiyo prays, but Lady Fates needs Luffy to take in 2 more in. Luffy and their crew were 10 kilometers to the little garden island where dinosaurs and giants live as they get ready to explore the island. Through Luffy was the one to do it with 2,000 copies of themselves, and Luffy realized if they stay for too long, one of them will get sick and manage to stop a giant from being poisoned. Luffy and their crew watched the fight and had no choice but to fight Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek. Blue. Color of sadness, Miss Goldenweek said as Luffy got it to land on them, then their own crew, making everyone shocked when they said one word while they were crying. Ryan. They were confused till Luffy had summoned a Pico hammer from one of their rings and hit Miss Goldenweek with it before flattening Mr. 3 to pancakes. Luffy had stopped crying and no one wanted to ask who Ryan was as Luffy had a far-off look on their face and left it be as they don't want Luffy shouting at them. Django hypnotized Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week to give them info, and Luffy had 80 copies of themselves writing down the names of the agents in Baroque works, making Vivi happy to know the agents will be put into jail. Luffy saw a man and got in the way of Usopp getting hurt, which was aimed at below the chest area and in between the chest area and the stomach area, which had shocked Usopp greatly till they saw Luffy was glaring angry at the man named Mr. 5 before they punched him right in the stomach before one good punch to the face to send them to an island where Smoker is, and Smoker got them with a mental thanks to Luffy. Luffy, what were you thinking? Better me than my crew, Nami. Luffy said, smiling as Nami just shakes her head and treats Luffy wound before they left the island. Through Kobe did steal 30 treasure chests from the giants, making Luffy shaking their heads at them. 30.30 bazillion billies from 30 treasure chests? Nami shouted after they left the island as they were 10 kilometers from the island, making Luffy glad they have earplugs in along with Taiyo, Anata, Arata, Kurenai, Inoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno and Auroran, as Nami can shout loudly if she wanted to.
Kobe nodded his head as Nami pulled him into a tight hug, which Sanji was angry about, but left it be as one of the rules was don't pick a fight with a crew member and he'll stay to the rules, which Luffy had saw and was happy about that Sanji didn't pick a fight through him and Zoro fight verbally, making Luffy shake their heads at them. 4 days later and Nami had gotten sick, making Luffy worried as the next island was nearby, yet there was snow everywhere.
I'm going to take her to the doctors on the next island. But it's cold there, Taiyo said, even though she can handle the cold like a wolf. I'll be fine, Taiyo. Luffy said as they got onto the island and saw people looking at them. I need a doctor, or do I have to climb the mountains to find one to have them take a look at my navigator? Luffy said as the townspeople were ready to kill Luffy if Kurenai didn't show herself to them. Got a problem with my summoner? The townspeople were shocked that the pirate captain is a summoner before they pointed Luffy in the right place to find a doctor. Thank you. Everyone, give the townspeople a handle with some tree cutting and stuff.
I'll get Nami to the doctors. Luffy ordered before began to climb the mountains to find the castle that holds a doctor, but when they were climbing a mountain they were sliding down with Nami on their back before they had enough and transformed into a phoenix of ice and snow before they flew all the way up to the cliff and fall down after crash landed as they lost a lot of strength when they were climbing the mountains. Luffy saw a reindeer looking at them.
Must get Nami to a doctor. Luffy passed out after that and woke up in bed with the same reindeer beside their bed. Hey! The reindeer was shocked, but saw that Luffy was fully awake. The reindeer saw a fox coming over from the window to the bed. Are you okay, Luffy? The reindeer was shocked that the fox can talk. Yeah, sorry to worry you, Kurenai, but I had to get Nami to a doctor. I forgive you as long as you don't climb a snow mountain like you did before again. Deal. Luffy saw the reindeer was looking at Kurenai. Sorry about that. This is Kurinia, my familiar. You're a summoner? Yep. Will it be okay to know your name? It's Chopper. Luffy D Monkey. Nice to meet you. Chopper was confused. Why did you say, nice to meet you? Well, it's true, it is nice to meet you. But I'm a monster. No, you're a devil fruit user like me. Through I have more one than one. Luffy explained why Chopper wasn't a monster, and Chopper had cried into Luffy's chest till he fall asleep. Luffy saw Nami in another room asleep, which they left be while Chopper sleeps in their arms before an old woman had showed up to check on Nami. After a small talk with the woman, a man calling himself a king showed up to destroy the castle if Luffy hadn't cut his head off, something anyone seen it, and gave it to the Marines, which they gave them the bounty for the so-called Kingman. Chopper had joined the crew, making him the doctor, with Luffy teaching him how to make medicine from medical herb plants and how to make poison along with mixing in venom from poison animals, and Luffy gave Chopper 3 devil fruits along with abyss room fruit called knowledge fruit, herb medicine making mode, knowledge fruit, poison making mode, and knowledge fruit, human and animal Anthony mode, while also teach Chopper how to use senbon needles as well as a sword, which can change their size for their human form. Luffy made sure Chopper knows Anthony and gave him every medicine book there is, making Chopper happy before they started to read with Clone Luffy, who Luffy created to help Chopper with his training. Luffy told Chopper the mastery they have and why they needed a doctor.
It's too much work, so I needed someone to fill in the post.
Think of it as a doctor helper, but you're actually the doctor with a helper. Chopper understood and was happy that Luffy told them this, meaning they trust them.
Luffy knows that Chopper's Hito no Mi human fruit won't work for humans, so they didn't copy it and made sure their clone helps Chopper to get to the Master Doctor ranking, as they need someone to fully test both of them, along with swordsman ranking as well. Chopper had just finished their training with Luffy and knows both Hakis, while Kobe has 3 since he was born with King's Conquest Haki and has finished his train a week ago. Luffy knows they'll be meeting Smoker and Alabasta as they will take down Crocodile and save the country. As they got near Nanohana town, Luffy had made Alabasta clothing for everyone to wear, making them happy with their new clothing. Luffy saw Smoker in a restaurant with 2 familiar faces, and Smoker looked up at Luffy from the corner of his eyes. Your brothers? Yep, I think it's best if we act like Marine after Pirate.
Agreed. Get ready to run. Ooh, I'm also ready no matter what. Luffy thought with a smirk before Smoker shouted out Straw Hat and Luffy ran from the restaurant with Smoker behind them and their two brothers hide Smoker. Then more Marines had joined in to capture them. Dame, got more Marines on me. Straw Hat is mine, so back off. Thank you Smoker. Smoker had almost caught Luffy if two sorting someone's didn't stop them. Kagero. Ryu no Ibuki. Both Smoker and the Marines were knocked onto their butts, making Luffy laugh mentally at Smoker, who mentally glared at Luffy. I'll get you for laughing at me, yeah right, and I'm in love with Tashigi. Oh wait. That's you? Smoker blushed mentally, making Luffy laugh mentally harder at Smoker. Oh, okay, you got me, I surrender to you, oh powerful one. Smoker said, making Luffy smile at him. Through the two saved them, though it was at them. Hey, Luffy. How's it going, Luffy? Hey, Ace. Sabo. Luffy shouted at the now two-named Maven bigger at Luffy. Sabo was a blonde-haired 20-year-old man that was wearing a large top hat with a pair of blue goggles wrapped around it. A long black jacket with a buckle on the left sleeve, with a blue shirt and vest, a frilled cravat, a simple belt holding a pair of loosened light blue pants with black boots and a pair of brown gloves. Ace was a freckled-cheeked black-haired 20-year-old man that was wearing a pair of black boots. Black knee-length shorts, eyelet-studded orange belt. A blue pouch belt around his left, has a second belt with a large A on the silver buckle over his right hip. Through it is unfastened and threaded the free end along the back of his shorts. Has a dagger in a green sheath hung at this left hip. On his left arm is a log pose along with a red and white striped bracelet around his wrist, an orange elbow guard, and tattoo that has ASCE on his right arm, an orange hat with two blue smileys, one frowning and one smiling, a string of red beads sitting above the rim, two long orange side straps hung down the side of his hat and met at a large medallion of a bull's skull with orange tassels. Luffy saw the white beard pirate crew mark on Ace's back and knew that he lost a fight before joining the crew, which means Sabo is part of the crew as well. You get going while we deal with the Marines, Ace said before Luffy nods their head and left with their crewmates. Same thing in canon, but Sabo is there to add in his 2 cents. After 40 minutes, Ace and Sabo had found Luffy's ship and had boarded it before Luffy had jumped Ace in a tight hug, making them both happy to see Luffy again, as Ace saw Luffy has a tear in their eyes while Sabo got rid of it. Luffy hugged Sabo the same hug that they had gave Ace, making their crewmates confused till Luffy explained why they had hugged them. They're Mayaniki and Ni-sama. Say what? Everyone, but Tayo, Shades, Kurenai, Anko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno and Auroran shouted as they were shocked that Luffy has two powerful brothers through Anata, and Arata was happy to have uncles before hugging them as well, making Luffy explain why they had called them that. Whoa, that makes sense, but can you handle it? Auroran and Tayo we can understand, but them? Hi, Ni-sama. Luffy said as Sabo nodded his head at them before both him and Ace looked at Luffy's crewmates, which made both curse before Luffy hit them in the head for swearing in front of Anata and Arata. Sorry, but you got some high bounties in your crew. Yeah, Sabo is right. Hey, why don't you join Whitebeard's crew? No offense to him, but I'm the one who'll find it first. Just one more month then I would have found One Piece. And then I'll be the royal pirate to every pirate, but my crew. Luffy said as Ace and Sabo saw that Luffy had stopped to think before continuing. They saw the crew of their little sibling shaking their heads, meaning, don't ask questions at all, which confused them, but they nodded their heads when Luffy wasn't looking. So, where are you heading? Alabasta for Vivi to save her kingdom from Crocodile. A warlord? Dame, and you're going to help my ship, my rules. Dame, oldest rule in the pirate book, fine, but let us call Pops first. Ace said as Sabo explained why Ace called Whitebeard Pops. I understand. Well now, why don't you explain why they're calling you Demoniac Alpha Wolf Straw Hat Luffy D-Monkey? Zoro was the one to fully explain it, making both Sabo and Ace, who had finished calling Whitebeard, shocked by this. Censored we went through. Both were wide-eyed and Luffy had hit them in the head again, making them say sorry again, which Smoker laughed at mentally through he was shocked as well. You better ask Tashigi out on a date after this. Smoker paled and got help from Luffy. Dated before. Nope, watched. Smoker understood that. With Ace and Sabo on board the ship, Sabo, Jin and Arata needed to cook a lot of food cause of Ace, but was saved by Luffy, who gave Ace a pill to allow him to eat a normal amount, making all three cry tears of relief as Ace had taken the pill. We're saved. Sabo and Ace looked at the three. The pill allows the devil fruit user to eat normal amount of food through I do like eating meat more. Luffy said, making Ace shocked, but angry at Luffy. We need the food to last and everyone, but Django, Kurenai, Anko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno and Auroran on board this ship has a devil fruit, and they take the pill to make the food last longer since we have a lot of mouths to feed. Luffy said, making Ace and Sabo shocked. First time using a time skip in this story, time skip. Luffy, their crew, their brothers, Smoker and Tashigi were trapped by Crocodile in a sea stone cage. Through it made Luffy more stronger as somehow the sea stone had left the cage and became a bracelet and a necklace for them to wear, and they also had felt Thalas's blessing inside them with charms of moons and skulls from Lady Luna and Lord Dave with their blessing inside the charms.
Luffy had punched Crocodile in the face with a copy, taking pictures of it for Whitebeard, Shanks and Mihawk to look at. Heck, send some to Garp, Sengoku and the other warlords, maybe even the Marines, making Smoker laugh mentally so no one would ask why he was laughing. I'll deliver them. Thanks. How the censored did you censored punch me? Crocodile got hit in the head in the face again before Luffy shouting at them about two kids and started to lecture him, making everyone almost feel sorry for him. Through Robin was giggling at Crocodile, making this even worse for the man. Copy. Luffy made sure to make a copy for a photo album for the ship as the newcomers may like to see it as well.
Do I make myself every clear? Yes, sir. Crocodile was scared of Luffy. Through he does wonder why there was a camera in the room till it hit him. Grr. Nope, not giving it to you. And both Luffy and Crocodile wrestle for the camera which Nami was holding after 10 minutes of the wrestling, making Luffy happy, but Crocodile angry. Time skip. Give up, Crocodile said as he is fighting Luffy for the second time. Through Luffy looks raged and furious with him for cutting into Robin's back like that, and how did Luffy know how to make antidotes for poisons, even the one that Crocodile is using? Luffy made it rain seawater, making Crocodile very weak, and Luffy hit Crocodile smack in the face, knocking him out before putting sea stone cuffs onto the man and giving him to Smoker, who grinned before leaving with a defected warlord. King Cobra had allowed Luffy had their crewmates to use the hot spring room, while Luffy makes sure it rains very hard, and Luffy looks through the whole royal library making copies of the books and putting them into their abyss room, and agreed. Luffy was awake and couldn't sleep, but felt Robin near the ship, allowing them on board as a crew member. Luffy had found every book and making antidotes and had copies training in that spot while they trained the Suna no Mi, Mera no Mi and the Moku no Mi they had copied from Crocodile, Ace and Smoker. Through the latter one helped Luffy in using their devil fruits powers, and Viv wants to go with them, but her kingdom needs her. Luffy had asked the king for a little bit of help, and Cobra did help, shocking his daughter by letting her and Pelt to join Luffy's crew, making her happy before squeezing her father almost to death. Luffy was happy that Vivi and Pell will be married in 6 years, while Ace and Sabo have to finish looking for someone. Through Ace wish they were back on the ship with their little sibling and a sorting blonde pineapple head first commander of Whitebeard's crew back on their ship.
See what I did to Ace? I made him gay. Luffy and their crew went their different ways from Ace and Sabo, making Luffy miss them. Through saw that they have left the Whitebeard number for Luffy to call them.
Didn't know that B taken Shanks' cell phone number and told her why Luffy was called Demonica Wolf Alpha Straw Hat, making her and Mihawk, since he went to visit her, shocked at that and wanted to knock out the Marines. Through Mihawk managed to calm Shanks down enough as he has someone on Luffy's crew looking after them, making Shanks relive and happy. Luffy and their crew was on an island where they heard about a rainbow mist. Through when a woman spoken up about the rainbow mist, everyone but Luffy had turned to the voice to see in Robin. Captain. Everyone called out to Luffy. I see you chose to join my crew. Well. Luffy turned to facing Robin and she saw that Luffy wanted her to tell everyone what she can give to make the crew to like her. What can you bring to the crew? I have the ability to read poneglyphs and a devil fruit power called Hana no Mi, which allows me to have more limbs. Robin said as everyone was shocked that there was a poneglyphs reader still alive. I, Luffy D. Monkey, welcome you aboard my ship and welcome you to my crew. Sanji, tell Robin the rules. Nami, Vivi, Anata and Tayo. I believe a woman needs to have other woman to talk girl stuff, and with Robin being a bit older than you, she can join in the girl talk you always have, as I believe she can give hints on older talks. Luffy said as everyone went to work, while Robin was shocked that Luffy did that last one, making them happy.
The whole crew had found a man who believes in the rainbow mist and their ship along with them, and the man were inside the rainbow mist where there was lots of ship that still have treasure chests on board them, which Luffy was quick enough to teleport them into their abyss room while they saw 3 kids and gotten out of the rainbow mist thanks to them.
Outside, they were attacked by other pirate, but then a marine grabbed them by the back of their shirts, making the man shocked that his 3 friends became marines.
Luffy and their crewmates had left the island and was traveling to an island called Jaya as they found a 200-year-old ship falling from the sky and found a map of the Skypia, which was rumored to be a myth.
Luffy and their crew was on the Jaya Island where they went for someone to fix their ship so they can go to the Sky Islands, and they're left to get different things thanks to the money that Luffy had gave them. Through Luffy had saw a lot of pirates with bounties and quick dispose of them by cutting their heads off and putting them into bags to bring to the Marines and getting the bounties for it. After getting the Going Merry fixed up and were out to find a knock upstream, Blackbeard and his crew were there as well. Luffy had copied Blackbeard's devil fruit when they had turned to look at the man, and managed to badly wound him to the point of Blackbeard needed to go to a hospital for treatments before a knock upstream had brought them to the Skypia. They got to the gate where they had to pay to go inside, which Luffy had paid for everyone and was allowed to go in.
They were at a beach where they found a Skypian and her father as they talked until the police of the Skypia had showed up saying they didn't pay the fee, which Luffy said they did and told them to send one of their men to talk to the watcher, whom did say they paid the fee, but the boy had paid for everyone on board their ship, making the police shocked, and they apologized before leaving.
I believe we got a god to defect. Lady Luna isn't happy with the way that God is doing things and the primordial spirit of the heavens and of the Skypia. Zhao doesn't like this god one bit. Luffy said as they told everyone his was a mission from both and they had won every fight they were in before Luffy went up against the so-called god, Enel. When Luffy told Enels what two spirits think of him, he went to kill Luffy and was close to Luffy's heart if a shield didn't come over Luffy's chest with the symbols of the sea, the moon, the death and the heavens, making Enel shocked that the person he was going to kill is related to four spirits, making it easier for that person to kill him. Luffy managed to badly wound Enel for the next god to take over, which was Gonfall with Wiper as his right-hand man, making the heavens happy and the Zhao likes the new god. Luffy ringed the golden bell and everyone below the Skypia had heard it and realized the golden bell was ringing from the sky, making everyone believe in the Skypia and remove the rumor and put in someone has been there. The Skypians had gave them 9 bazillion trillion gillion in gold and Luffy had put it into their abyss room to keep it safe. Luffy found out they have the ability to hear of all things, and the going merry won't last very long, which Luffy told their crew and they understood. As they left the Skypia, they saw that Luffy had copied every Skypian dial that there was in the Skypia time 4000, meaning they have the dials as well and can use them.
I had a ship the whole time, but it was meant in case the first ship was destroyed or too badly damaged to fix.
We'll use it later. As of right now, we need to head to Water 7 as we can find a shipwright to look after our second ship.
Luffy said as they set sail Water 7, and Luffy has a strange feeling that the shipwright that they may need will be hard to have them join the crew, making a green hair cyborg sneeze as they feel that someone is thinking of them. With Shanks, she was glowing and was jumping around the place, and when Mihawk came in to visit her, she just basically hugged him, confusing him till she said something that made him freeze on the spot with wide eyes.
We're going to be parents, Shanks said before she saw the look on Mihawk's face and kissed him on the lips before he pulled her even more closer as he worry how to keep their child safe when Luffy has someone keeping an eye on them for him. Luffy and their crew were 10 meters to Water 7 where they can get a shipwright for the ship when they saw a ship that has no captain and no navigator after Luffy had calmed the sea down, and they landed on an island that has strange long animals and they were challenged to a Davy backfight. Why should we accept when I don't see any, but maybe only 4 of your crewmates, that I want? Besides, we're a pack as you can see by our flag. So why accept? Luffy asked as the ones who challenged them, the Foxy Pirates, looked to each other before the captain of them steps up. Maybe we can come to an agreement. Just 6 fights and you can have them and you can have our ship while we can have the animals? Sorry, your ship belongs to you and the animals you see here are my adopted daughter, guardians and familiars through one is our doctor, herb medicine maker, poison maker, swordsman, so you can have them. Luffy said as the captain of the Foxy Pirates thinks of something else. Would money work then? Well, since we have a lot of it that could make us celestial dragons time 10 bazillion and we don't need so much of it, I guess it could work. Alright. You got yourself a deal since you got a lot of members and you the money to get food for them. I got nothing against it as captains need to look after their crew members, right? Looks like we can agree on something together as captains. Crew members matter more. I don't for sure on that as I would have gave up my life for my crew as many times as I can. Luffy said as everyone was shocked by this. Even Smoker was shocked. Okay, let the Davy backfights begin. Time skip. It's the same in the anime, just Luffy's crew members whining. It's Luffy versus Foxy, the captain of the Foxy Pirates, and before the fight could begin, someone Luffy knows all too well had showed up. Well, looky at what we have here, boys. Little baby Lulu. Luffy had gained a tick mark above their left eye as it keeps switching from left to right. You're right, Captain Kelp. It is little Lulu. Hey, where's your crew? Luffy's tick mark had become 7. Did they leave you? Luffy had lost it once the 8th tick mark had showed up. Will it be okay with you to put a hold on our fight, Foxy? I need to go talk to them for a minute or two? No problems here. Give them heck. Luffy just gave
a smirk before they jumped at the kelp pirates and gave them enough wounds to last them a whole month before Luffy saw one of them and got in the way of Foxy getting hurt, which was aimed at below the chest area and in between the chest area and the stomach area, which had shocked everyone greatly till they saw Luffy was glaring furiously at kelp before they punched him and his crew right in the face to send them to an island where Smoker is, and Smoker got them with a mental thanks to Luffy.
As this is the whole crew that has a total bounty of 48 bazillion which Smoker will send to Luffy. Luffy, what were you thinking? Better me than him, Nami. We would be able to continue the fight anyway. Luffy said smiling as Nami just shakes her head and Chopper went to treat Luffy's wound while Nami told him about the first time it happened and what she did before Luffy made a copy of themselves to do the fighting for them, which they won. You have won against us. Foxy gave Luffy a long list of names for each crew member that Foxy has and Luffy saw 4 that sticks out. Chuchin, Capote, Manda and Gina are the names that stick out to me the most, so I'll be taking them with me. Luffy said as the fore, through Manda needed to be carried by Capote, walked to Luffy. Chuchin is a super sparrow that can carry only one person on his back. Chuchin has a dark purplish-brown beak. The feathers on his back are light brown with dark brown dots and markings at the tip of his wings while his belly feathers are beige. Capote is a billfish fisherman with green skin, dark red hair, a long sharp nose, wears a yellow shirt, purple gloves, purple shorts, a yellow belt and has a light purple hood with sandals on his feet. Manda is a star shark that is orange with yellow stars on him in the upper side of his body with his underbelly being peach. Gina has wavy red hair reaching down to her neck, wears a dark-colored shirt with straps over the shoulders, short shorts with a belt, long gloves that stop at the elbow, has a band on her forehead with a green jewel on it and 2 red bands with a heart on her forearms along with a thigh holster with a hammer in it. Chopper had told Luffy to never do that again while everyone was still trying to not think about what had happened as Luffy had just saved Foxy from being wounded. Luffy, what do you think about an alliance between us? Foxy asked as Luffy thinks about. No offense, but I'm not thinking of doing that yet and I know 2 or 3 people that wants one with me no matter what I say to them. Luffy said as Foxy nods his head before shaking hands with Luffy before leaving with his crew. Alright, with new members, we're going to have them know the rules and let them get used to us before we have them fight with us against anyone that challenges us. Luffy said making everyone nod their heads. But where will we have Chuchin sleep? Luffy looks to the sparrow and saw Tayo shrunk Chuchin to a normal sparrow height where he can sit on someone's shoulders which was Gina's. You created a new ability for our D-clan? Not bad, Luffy said as Tayo blushes. Thanks, Itoko. Chuchin, Capote, Manda and Gina was allowed to look around the ship till they get to Water 7 where Luffy will have the ship cheeked before taking out the second ship. Luffy, what's the second ship like? Zoro asked as everyone turns to Luffy to know as well. I can't tell you what the ship looks like as I had put it in a fake form. The real form will be revealed at Dressrosa after 2 years since I have some business there. Luffy then explained the fake form making them happy with what it looks like. It also doesn't allow anyone, but the crew and their friends onto the ship. It also has a protection on it along with runes helping to make the barrier that surrounds the ship be even more powerful. Everyone was liking this new ship even more. Vivi and Pell, I think it's right you don't sleep together till you're married as Pell might go into heat cause of his devil fruit. Vivi and Pell understood and they slept in the same gender room. Luffy had made Chuchin a nest to sleep in form his old hat which is nailed in between 2 bookshelves and the bottom is nailed down to some wooden blank that is nailed to the bookshelves and inside the hat is fluffy stuff to keep Chuchin warm and has a birdhouse on top of the hat with the bottom gone for Chuchin to go in and out of his next. Luffy, I think Chuchin is very happy with his room. Capote said as Luffy smiles at Chuchin who is right now flying like crazy over his new room. I can see that with him flying like crazy over his new room. Mind me to make sure to get some worms for him since Tayo shrunk in him. He can eat normal-sized worms now. Luffy said as Capote nods his head before he went to talk to Shades and Hachi as Luffy knows he was shocked that he has 2 fishermen on board his ship. As they neared Water 7, Luffy saw a place that allows shipwrights to cheek a ship and ordered Nami to go there as they need to have Mary cheeked. Luffy explained why they were there and the shipwrights cheat the damage on Mary before telling them the ship won't last for long. I was maybe at least 4 or 6 days left of use before it's not usable anymore. A shipwright said as Luffy nods their head at them and paid them for cheeking on their ship. Luffy went into town where they saw a sorting green hair cyborg friend they knew since they were 5 years old. Frankie. The man turned around and saw Luffy waving at them. Luffy, it's so good to see you again, ready to join? And a fair warning, I got a new crew since, you know. Yeah, at least Ryan died as a married man, huh? Frankie said as Luffy smiles at that and brought them Team Frankie before shouting, super, making everyone jump making Luffy shake their heads at them while smiling at the scene. So, this is the new shipwright you were looking for? Gina asked Luffy. I actually knew Frankie since I was 5 years old. We're old friends and I promised him we'll join the crew when I become a pirate. Frankie saw Luffy lie about how they know each other and didn't mind as Luffy wants to hide their past, so let them. My name is Frankie and I'm a shipwright. Frankie said as everyone accepted him onto the crew. Someone from the CP9 managed to get Robin alone and captured her making Luffy growl as everyone on the crew was shocked by it. Luffy? Zoro asked, but got no answer. Luffy, what happened? Frankie was the only one to get an answer. Someone had kidnapped a pack member. They kidnapped Robin. Luffy said as everyone was shocked. Well, looks like Rule 4 and 3 had just activated, didn't it? Nami said as the crew nods their head. Damn, remind me to make sure we have something to track our crew members with, Usopp said as everyone nods their heads. At least I was following Robin cause the person who took her was CP9. Luffy growled even louder. Oh boy, bad blood between them and Luffy. Frankie said as everyone felt like this is going to be a slaughter more than what the third rule said it would be. How many can Luffy handle alone? 180 max. No more than that. Frankie said as they had seen Luffy fight and saw what the limit was.
Everyone had managed to get to Annie's lobby where Robin is, and like everyone thought, it was a slaughter as Luffy was going at it for 30 minutes and had killed at least half of the CP9.
Luffy saw Lucci with Robin knocked out, making them angry before they transformed into their dire wolf form, making LL of the CP9 members that were still alive to scream, and Lucci turned and saw a wolf, making him scared as the wolf was looking up at him before jumping in the air and was running on ice cube platforms in the air, making him run like crazy away from the wolf. Down below, Frankie, Tayo, Shades, Kurenai, Anko, Trikui, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno and Auroran was shaking their heads at Lucci as you don't run away from Luffy while in that form, as everyone else was shocked with their jaws on the ground. Now I know why Luffy said pack member and pack.
That's not all. Itoko also has more than one devil fruit, remember? Tayo said is everyone, but Capote, Manda, Chuchun, Gina and Frankie nodded their heads.
Damn, did Straw Hat do this? Everyone turned to seeing Smoker looking around. Yep. Went after Lucci after the guy ran away with a knocked out Robin in his arms. Frankie said as Smoker nods his head. Might as well tell the Marine to never try and kidnap a crew member of Straw Hats. Smoker said as everyone, even the Marines, nod their heads. Well, might as well clean up the mess. Smoker said before every Marines had cleaned the dead bodies away and had captured the rest of the CP9. Luffy had came back down with a beat up Lucci on their rigged shoulder and a smiling Robin on their left shoulder. He surrendered after getting the living daylights beaten out of him. Robin managed to get me to let him join with Capote, Shades, Hachi and Auroran keeping an eye on him. Guys, it'll be a good idea since he kidnapped Robin, and we can use this as a punishment to him and make him cabin boy while Pearls is the second chef on the ship. Usopp said as everyone nods their heads. It'll also teach him a lessoning to never do that again. Nami said as everyone agrees with it. Luffy had brought out the second ship, making everyone shocked size as it's bigger than Going Merry. Luffy remembered that he had fused it with itself 40 or 60 times, allowing more space in each room in the true form and in the fake form. Damn, Luffy. The fake form looks like it's made out of apple wood. I made it look like it was since it's a fake form. Let's move our stuff from Going Merry into the new ship. Luffy had taken a picture of Going Merry with the whole crew beside her before copying the photo for everyone to have a copy in their room. They relaxed in Frankie's home, which was by the beach, and every crew member's picture was taken. Through the photographer had overheard them talking and saw that Chopper was the doctor and can make any kind of poison, making him deadly along with the sword on his back, but he likes cotton candy. Frankie and Nikki, everyone, one of Frankie's family members shouted to gain them looking at him. What's wrong? Nami asked as everyone was looking at them as one of them fall to their knees onto the ground, gasping deeply from all the running they had just done. To be honest, we just found out ourselves. Did you see the wanted posters? Wanted posters? You a huge bounty on your head, Straw Hat? Actually all of you have bounties? The whole crew is wanted? Took long enough. How much? Sanji asked. Not me too, Nami said shocked. I'm wanted, Chopper said with steam that came out of his nose. No time to explain. Just look, lots of wanted posters had falling down to show the whole crew. Wanted posters for all of you. Demoniac Alpha Wolf Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 40 million Baileys. Everyone that was new on the ship was shocked by this, as Luffy has a black aura seen around them in the photo with wolf ears and tail. Even Lucci, who had woken up, was shocked by this. She, so it wound up huh? Luffy said with a grin on their face, while Smoker was shocked as well and had almost fall off his chair in his office, making Luffy laugh mentally at Smoker. Pirate Hunter Zoro with a bounty of 120,000 Baileys. Hey, was all Zoro had said. Cat Bulgar Nami with a bounty of 16,000 Baileys. No, Nami said. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, Doctor and Poison Maker, with a bounty of 50,000 Baileys. F 50,000? Yata, nah, Luffy, did you hear? Yeah, I hear it. I knew someone was going to take your photo, so I set about a test for you to be a full-fledged doctor and poison master, which is why your bounty is high, or else they would have marked you as a pet. Chopper didn't want to be marked as a pet of the crew and was glad Luffy said that. Demon Child Robin Nico with a bounty of 80,000 Baileys. Robin just smiles at her new bounty. Black Leg Sanji with a bounty of 77,000 Baileys. Look at my handsome face, Sanji said with a heart in his eyes as they had taken his picture from a left angle of his face.
Cyborg Frankie with a bounty of 200,000 Baileys.
Super, Frankie said as he was happy to have a bounty since he's going with Luffy. Swordsman Shades with a bounty of 58,000 Baileys.
Whoa, higher than my old one, which was at 22,000. Shades said as he was happy with his new bounty.
Swordsman Hachi with a bounty of 54,000 Baileys. Not bad, I don't care for the bounty, Hachi said as he looks at his bounty. Swordsman Capote with a bounty of 80,000 Baileys. Whoa, was all that was said by a shocked fisherman who never had a bounty before. Flirty Gina with a bounty of 68,000. Ooh, how kind of them, Gina said as she grins at the poster of hers. Star Manda, pet, with a bounty of 60 Baileys. Manda saw upset about his bounty and Capote tells him it was alright. I think you missed a word. It's actually 60,000 Baileys, which would make Manda Roth 6 million Baileys, as I think I actually told Chopper that Manda should have been bigger than the size he was at. Luffy said as everyone looks and saw Luffy was right, making Manda jump up and down happily. Guard Group Trikyui, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze and Artsukuno, pets, guardians. With a bounty of 80,000 Baileys. The so-called group laughs at their bounty as they should be Roth more than that. Death Twin Kitsune Kurenai and Anko, pet, familiars, with a bounty of 6 million Baileys. Both were shocked their eyes of the bounty they had just gotten. Pigeon Man Lucci with a bounty of 70,000 Baileys. Lucci was shocked before shouting about the nickname he had gotten. Swords, Staff, Chain Claw Bear Auroran, Mink, with a bounty of 80,000 Baileys. Captain. Don't worry, Auroran. You're safe. Luffy said calm down Auroran before she has a panic attack. Swordswoman Vivi, Princess, with a bounty of 72,000 Baileys. Swordsman Pell, Prince, with a bounty of 72 Baileys. Both Viv and Pels was shocked. Well, you are getting married in 6 years and they thought Pell was a prince cause of that. Luffy said, making them understand. Dragon Child Kobe with a bounty of 88,000 Baileys. I like my nickname, Kobe said as it makes him feel more proud than ever. Bloodlust Demon Twins Arata and Anata, children of Luffy, with the bounty of 28,000 Baileys. Yata, Sogoi, Anata and Arata said, making everyone laugh at them. Peking Chuchin, pet, with a bounty of 40,000 Baileys. Chuchin makes a tweeting sound at his bounty. Sniper King with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. I hope my dad is proud of me, Usopp said, and his father was proud as he saw the bounty poster. Hypnotized Django with a bounty of 48,000 Baileys. Whoa, look at how high mine is now. Django was happy that his bounty had went up. Swordsman Jin with a bounty of 40,000 Baileys. Whoa, first time bounty and it's already high, Jin said, shocked out of his mind. Swordsman Pearls with a bounty of 50,000 Baileys. Pearls was too shocked to speak. Sea Crow Momo, pet, with a bounty of 60 Baileys. Yeah, I said that right. Hachi had Momo around his neck and Momo was shocked to have a bounty. Swordswoman Taio, cousin to Luffy and lover to Zoro, with a bounty of 3,500 million Baileys. Yuhu, Zoro and Luffy smiles at Taio through both are worried for her. I believe it's time to leave as we have overstayed our stay and don't need any shipwrights to try to catch us, do we? Everyone shakes their heads. Now, Pearls is off cabin boy duties and is the second chef in the kitchen while Lucci is the cabin boy as a punishment. Got a complainant, go talk to Robin. Luffy said to both Pearls and Lucci, making them nod their heads. Kobe had stolen every bit of Moan, medical records and weapon blueprints before returning to the ship and gave the blueprints out to Usopp before giving Chopper the medical records as Luffy had showed up and Kobe had gave Luffy the money. Nice work, Kobe. Thanks, Captain. Kobe said as he went to do his communication paperwork while Luffy looks over their captain paperwork as they need to make sure they have enough supplies to last the whole crew. Luffy had made sure that everything was ready for them to leave and Luffy thinks that Frankie had falling for his follow shipwright, making Luffy laugh over it. With Shanks and Mihawk, they were both shocked at how high Luffy's bounty went and how many crew members they gave. Oh, Luffy has so many high bounty members in their crew, Shanks said as Mihawk nods his head before looking at Shanks' 4-month pregnant belly. Don't worry. All I have to do is hide our child till the time is right for them to not hid. I'm thinking an alliance with Luffy would be a great idea and I heard Whitebeard is going to do the same thing and Luffy would accept it cause of Sabo and Ace they keep on talking about. Shanks said as Mihawk nods his head. Hey, Captain, I called Luffy to tell them about the alliance and a man by the name of Zoro answered and said he'll get Luffy whom accepted the alliance with not just us that Luffy had accepted alliance from. Luffy did the same thing with Whitebeard just 2 hours ago. Both Shanks and Mihawk were more shocked by this. Damn, Luffy is moving fast, Mihawk said. I agree, Mihawk. Can't wait to see how the newspapers are going to handle this big story. 2 Yonkos are in an alliance with Luffy D Monkey. Shanks was laughing at the title and Mihawk had joined in with them. 4 days later, Shanks was right about the alliance getting out and everyone was panicking over it. Demoniac Alpha Wolf Straw Hat Luffy D Monkey, captain of the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf children, were in an alliance with Red Hair, Shanks and White Bear.
No pirate in the record has an alliance with 2 Yonkos. Luffy seems to know Red Hair, Shanks personally while Whitebeard is their 2 brother, Sabo and Ace, a part of their crew is his sons. What does this mean for the government? Damn, just 4 days later and the alliance is out. Shanks said as Mihawk walks in and sits behind his wife. Garp is happy with this when I told him that you and your crew are my subordinates just to keep you safe and he doesn't mind Luffy being in an alliance as long as I am there for future meetings. Luffy sent Garp a letter and asked him to give me a letter as well. I didn't open it yet. Mihawk said as Shanks was shocked at what Mihawk had done just to keep her and their child safe before seeing the letter Mihawk's hands.
Dear Mommy and Papa, when I was in Logue Town, I met my real dad Dragon D. Monkey, or Dragon of the Revolution, and I was a jerk to him cause he wasn't there for me all because of the war with the Marines. I made Smoker my groundkeeper cause I'm going to have 4 mates, from the way my mother's side of the family says of husband or wife, and I need one to help me keep them calm or else I would have killed them. I have a huge crew and believe me when I say it's going to be bigger as time goes by. I had seen the Sky Islands and went up against a god named Enel who was a jerk with the power going to his head. I wounded him enough for the new god, Gon Fall to finish him off and become the new god with Wiper as his right-hand man. No one can say they went up against a god and lived to tell the tale, but I can. Mihawk keeps reading how Luffy had badly wounded the ex-god making Shanks laugh at some parts as they were too funny to not laugh at them. Even Mihawk is having a hard time from laughing at the parts as well. I miss being around you guys and want to be a real family, so 2 years ago before I started my journey, I had created a ship that can hold about 10 to 20 pirate crews and want you guys on board the ship so we can all be together as a family through Mama won't be there.
When I adopted you, you became part of the D. Yuki clan along with Aniki, Nisama, Mama, Anata and Arata, twin siblings that I adopted as my own children since they lost their parents. Tayo, my cousin, is dating Zoro which makes me happy as she'll be safe through I do worry about her no matter what. I hope you'll be staying on the same ship as me.
Love your child, Luffy D Monkey Yuki Dracula PS. When Granddad adopted Nisama and Aniki, both me and Sabo accepted Ace's 2 last names, D. Roger and D Porgas. Ace and Sabo has Dracula in their last name as well, so their full name is Ace D.
Porgas Roger Monkey Yuki Dracula, Sabo D. Porgas Roger Monkey Yuki Dracula. In the D. Yuki clan, when you adopted someone from that clan or they adopted someone, the DNA of that person changes to make them a real child of that person. So, me, Aniki and Nisama have eyes like Papa, has red and blonde, me and Aniki only, in our hair through I already did have red in my hair and we look like we're actually siblings.
Both Shanks and Mihawk were shocked by this making them feel like they have a family they didn't know about somewhere on an island since Luffy said the D Yuki clan has 40,000 members through that could have changed with the birth rate on the island in the middle of all blue. Well censored, Luffy has a huge family now. Shanks said as she was wide-eyed at the info she had just read from the letter along with Mihawk. I agree on that. Mihawk said before he looked at the pictures of Luffy's crewmates and started to laugh when he saw Zoro get kissed by Tayo on the lips with Zoro being wide-eye Luffy and their crew were out at sea where they saw a mist-covered ship with a singing talking afro skeleton before Luffy went on board the ship with Capote to keep an eye on him for Zoro and saw the skeleton looking down at Luffy. Mind if we come aboard? Yes, certainly. Luffy and Capote saw that the skeleton was wearing formal attire with a top hat and cane. They were shocked that a dead person can still alive. Think he can join? It would be a good idea. Luffy turned to Capote who was shocked that Luffy would ask him.
It might be an idea, but we don't know we if can trust him.
So partly member till we can trust him then. Luffy said as the skeleton heard what they had said. My name is Brook and I have ate the Yomi Yomi no mi. The Yomi Yomi no mi? Luffy shouted in shock. Luffy? If the user dies, the fruit's powers actives and the person, the user, is brought back from the dead. You actually ate it? Yes, I did. Luffy pulled Brook onto their ship shocking both Brook and Luffy's crewmates. Please let him join, Luffy explained quickly why and they understood why. Luffy, even if what you said is true, why do you want him part of the crew so badly? Zoro asked making Luffy sad with tears coming from their eyes making everyone angry at Zoro who was trying to calm Luffy down, not wanted a sorting papa of Luffy's to cut his head off. Friends. Everyone looked to Luffy confused. I lose my friends. No, I watched them get slaughtered in front of me by the Marines on an order by a warlord whom I know where they are. I'm just not strong enough to kill him. Brook had years of fighting experiences while I don't. He can help me with the experiences I need to go up against the warlord. Please let him join, Luffy said with tears falling from their eyes while Frankie wraps the tears away since they had no Luffy's friends when everyone was shocked before turning to each other. But Brook was raged at what the poor soul to have that done and had to watch a scene like that in front of them happen and he wanted to help them no matter what. You help me get back my shadow, I'm yours. Brook said as the thriller park had showed up out of nowhere and they went to the island since Brook's shadow is there. They went onto the land and saw lots of zombies making Luffy annoyed before making it rain seawater and had
killed the zombies before they continued till they saw a Cerberus through one of the heads was a fox's and Luffy defused them making the Cerberus and the fox alive with the Cerberus having a wolf head to replace the fox head while the fox has 9 tails making Luffy and everyone else shocked by this before both the Cerberus and the fox ran at Luffy and licked their face till Luffy was laughing and was trying to get both off of them making everyone happy that Luffy was smiling again.
Brook managed with Frankie's help to get both the animals off of Luffy, who as panting through was still smiling and laughing as they looked at the two animals. Kurama and Kiba. Both animals liked their names that they managed to get onto Luffy to lick their face off, making everyone laugh at Luffy. "Oh, okay, boys, down, down," Luffy said as both got off of them. "Boys, yeah, they're males." Look, everyone saw that both Kurama and Kiba had lifted their back leg to go to the bathroom and indeed see that both are male. "Okay, let's keep going." Kurama and Kiba followed them and Luffy got onto Kiba's back while Taiyo went onto Kurama's back, making both happy to have them on their backs. Luffy started to hum till they went out singing a song. "I hear your voice on the wind and I hear you call out my name. Listen, my child, you say to me, I am the voice of your history. Be not afraid, come follow me, answer my call, and I'll set you free." No one had ever heard Luffy sing before and they were shocked by what they're hearing. "I am the voice in the wind and the pouring rain, I am the voice of your hunger and pain. I am the voice that always is calling you, I am the voice, I will remain. I am the voice in the fields when the summer's gone. The dance of the leaves when the autumn winds blow. Ne'er do I sleep thought all the cold winter long. I am the force that in springtime will grow." Brook was playing a violin as Luffy continues to sing. "I am the voice of the past that will always be filled with my sorrow and blood in my fields. I am the voice of the future, bring me your peace, and my wounds, they will heal. I am the voice in the wind and the pouring rain, I am the voice of your hunger and pain. I am the voice that always is calling you, I am the voice." Everyone can tell this song was meant for a spirit, but the way Luffy is singing was shocking. "I am the voice of the past that will always be, I am the voice of your hunger and pain. I am the voice of the future, I am the voice, I am the voice. I am the voice, I am the voice." Luffy had sung the last word out for a whole minute before they had stopped singing. "Could you sing one more song, please?" Chopper asked as Luffy smiles at him. "I got no problem singing another song," Luffy said as everyone waits for them to sing again. "Silver, lines of tears fall, hope, come and find me. Courage rises steadily while I get through it all." Everyone can hear emotions in Luffy's voice as they sing the song. "Faith, please save me and create in me an unwavering heart of gold. Pain like blackness soon departs, the white heals our ruby hearts. Like a diamond we still start to shine, we won't fall apart." Every can tell that Luffy is in pain just from the pain like blackness part. "Faith, please save me and create in me an unwavering heart of gold." Luffy hummed the whole song before they had finished the song and everyone was worried for Luffy's mental heat from seeing that scene. Frankie was the only one that knows what Luffy went through, as they would send Akatsuki to bring them letters every day, and he doesn't like it that Luffy had to lose their friends like that. Luffy had given Frankie the blueprint of the ship's true form, shocking him before he smirked as he is in charge of every large ship and saw that it is made from apple wood with metal on top of it to protect the wood from getting wet. Frankie even saw that the engines and gear parts is in the back of the ship under the apple wood with a door that brings you down to at least 8 floors, since there is different engines and gears parts for different stuff. The whole group sees a 5-year-old female child with silver hair, golden eyes, a white dress and boomer shorts with a pony that has fire more a mane and tail. Luffy got off of Kiba and walks to the child to see if they're hurt, but the child jumped into their arms, shocking them as they can see the child has wounds on her whole body and used to be a slave from the mark on her back, making Luffy angry. Luffy picks up the child and the pony follows them while everyone was shocked at the condition the child is in. "Let me take a look at her," Chopper ordered as Luffy allowed Chopper to look at the child. "I need to go back to the ship since most of these wounds need to be clean and I can't do it here," Chopper said before Luffy had teleported him, the child and the pony to the ship. They continued on and Luffy had made it rain seawater again to get rid of the zombies, and they saw a zombie that Brook knew for a long time. Ryama attacks them and Luffy pulls out their sword to block Ryama from cutting their head off. "Why do you attack us?" No answer. "Fine." Luffy had managed for 48 minutes to sword fight Ryman before they started to get tired, with Zoro taking over before cutting Ryama in half, and some of Zoro's blood landed on Shisui, making a blood contract with him. "Master?" "Yeah?" Zoro asked as he knows who it is. "Looks like you've gained another sword, Zoro, but how is Zoro Ni-san going to do a 4-sword style with all of us? And there's Yubushiri through, the kid is right." "Calm yourself or else you'll hurt yourself, Yubushiri. What Zoro-sama can so is switch a sword to use the Othis in a 1-sword style. And there goes Ichimonjo with 2 great ideas." Who are you guys?" Zoro realized that Shisui is a child as well, maybe 4 or 6 years younger than Yubushiri, give or take. "They're my swords. The one with the demoniac voice is Sandai Kitetsu. The second voice you heard is Yubushiri. You had heard Wado Ichimonjo. The last voice you heard say their names. Sandai is adult, Ichimonjo is a teenager, and Yubushiri is a child. I got a feeling you are a child as well, but 4 or 6 years younger than Yubushiri, who is maybe 10 or 9 years old." Zoro thought to Shisui, who was still confused about the age part, but understood the names of the other swords. Maybe you can use me along till you got used to me. Then the two ideas that Ichimonjo ni-san had give. Zoro ni-kun. Sandai Otto-san scares me. Shisui said, making Sandai go into the emo corner, making Yubushiru laugh at Sandai. Hey, Sandai, got a question for you. Can cursed swords take over their wielders? Zoro asked, and Sandai got serious cause of the question. Yes, they can. But with a blood contract, they cannot control their wielder's body without taking some of their life force. We can control our wielder's body only if they are knocked out or with the information that no one wanted them to know about yet was too much for their minds to handle. Then it goes to the point that they're locked themselves into their minds. Sandai said as Zoro was shocked, but understood what the info means. Thanks. You guys get along on and make Shisui is comfortable with you guys. Zoro said before he left his mind for his new sword to get to know their fellow swords as he keeps walking till they had found the home of Gecko Mariah, a warlord who is the one stealing the shadows from people. You guys ready? Bring it on, cause we'll leave with Brook's shadow attached to his body. Zoro said, making Brook happy. As they entered, they saw countless bodies of people who were dead and were moving cause of other people's shadows. Luffy saw a man with horns sticking out of his head with a huge grin that shows his large teeth in his mouth, making Luffy angry, but not enough to use their curse weapons. Luffy saw that Gecko Mariah has the cage no mi and had copied it as Luffy found Brook's shadow while slowly bringing it back to Brook without Gecko Mariah seeing it happen. Brook got his shadow back and Gecko Mariah saw one of his zombies stop moving and looked to Luffy and their group. Gecko Mariah went to steal Luffy's shadow, but as he went to cut it, a dark aura came from the shadow and cut both his hands off before going back to being under Luffy, making Gecko Mariah very angry at that and didn't even see Luffy move as they are behind him before cutting Gecko Mariah's head off his neck, making all the shadows go back to their owners. Luffy had fused Thriller Park to their ship without anyone knowing it as the ship got bigger with a new on board Luffy's ship. Luffy sent Perona to Mihawk's home where their papa is drinking red wine, and Luffy also gave Perona a letter to give to Mihawk, which she did as she was shocked that Luffy would ask her to do this for them. Brook got his shadow back and the Marines showed, and Luffy gotten the bounty for Gecko Mariah while a man named Kinemon was trying to take Shushi away from Zoro with Tashigi watch shocked. You can't give Shisui as there is a blood contract between us. Zoro said as Luffy went to the rescue and told the man that blood contracts are real, and Smoker even helped out making Kinemon back down before he left the island with Ryama's body to bring it back to rest. Luffy and Brook were fighting with swords to allow Luffy some fighting experiences since Luffy doesn't really do any fight that much and that needs to change. The child they had found in the Thriller Park, whom is recovering greatly by Chopper, was named Iliasviel D. Von Einsburn and Luffy took them in since their parents are died cause of illness, making Tayo wonder what the fates are doing before she went to Zoro and cuddled into his side, making him wrap a arm around her. With Tashigi and Smoker, Tashigi had just surprised Smoker with her being pregnant, making Smoker work extra hard since he needs to get more money if he's going to look after a family. Good thing in 2 years after Dressrosa, we joined Luffy's crew. Why did Tashigi agree to date me and to join Luffy's crew anyway? Smoker thought before tucking both of them into bed. Luffy and their crew were busy as always, and Luffy's bounty had increased again to 400 million all because they took down 2 million Marines and had killed at least half or 3/4 of that number all because they woke them up at 2:30 in the morning, making it an official rule on the ship to never wake Luffy up at 2 o'clock, 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning unless it is an emergency. The Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf Children pirates were close to Sabaody Archipelago where there have 6 new members waiting for them to collect, and Luffy heard they sell humans as slaves. So they want to at least get some of them to join the crew, which Luffy will know what they can do then a light up one thanks to knowledge fruit. So ready to look around before we head to the human auctioning house. Luffy said as everyone nods their heads and went different ways. Trafanata, Arata, Auroran, Iliasviel, Tayo, Kurenai, Minoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno and Berserker went with Luffy while Kurama and Kiba will guard the ship. Luffy had brought Iliasviel some stuffed animals making her happy, brought Anata some coloring books in case she gets bored, brought Arata some books on other languages, brought Tayo some cotton candy, brought Auroran a new hairbrush and brought the others treats might for them. Luffy saw a woman with pink hair and was happy to see her again. Bonnie, Luffy, the woman, Bonnie said as she ran over to Luffy, hugging the daylights out of them. You ready? Luffy smirked as Bonnie smirked as well. For the alliance between us? You know I'm dead damn ready for anything. Luffy showed Bonnie the blueprint for the ship and said it is in fake form right now. Well, hot damn, the ship is huge, hehe. I love it, make sure the other captains get a room for themselves. Luffy never thought of that and was glad Bonnie did cause they pictured their ship in their mind, then removed the fake form and made 10 copies of the tower and made sure that the tower was tall enough for each captain of the alliance to have their own rooms that looks like Luffy's own room. Luffy even copied the ship 400 times before fusing it with the original, which has increased its space, has more bedrooms in the tower. The meeting room can hold 300 people with pick for everyone to hear each other, and the cannon ballroom, gold room, Bailey's room and treasure room can hold triple or 4 times the number there was in the rooms before. Luffy put the ship back into its fake form before unpicturing the ship, which allowed it to go back onto the sea without Kurama and Kiba knowing what had happened. Bonnie saw the blueprint for Luffy's ship change on the blueprint as there is now 12 half circles then 6 half circles, making Bonnie smirk as everyone will have their own room unless they are married. Everyone will have their own rooms now unless they're married. Tayo blushed, making Luffy realized Zoro had asked her to marry him and the wedding is in 4 years, making Luffy happy about that. Luffy knows Bonnie can help out a lot and she knows what had happened to them, which made her want to help kill the censored son of a censored. Bonnie laughs at the poor warlord that had made Luffy angry as Luffy has a rage, fury's angry look on their face. 10 bounty hunters came to take them in to be sold, which caused Luffy to go demoniac again and kill them before they felt a pull to 4 people. Luffy made 4 copies of themselves and they used General No Mi to hide themselves and went to where the pull was, making Tayo and Bonnie worried. 10 minutes later, the copies came back as silver glowing balls before going into Luffy's chest, which increased their height, increased their hair length, and they have knowledge on their 4 mates. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, age 24, Captain of the Heart Pirates. Utas, Captain Kidd, age 21, Captain of the Kidd Pirates. Basil Hawkins, age 29, Captain of the Hawkins Pirates. X Drake, age 31, Captain of the Drake Pirates. Both Bonnie and Tayo are worried as soon Luffy will have to call them if they need help. Luffy knew the copies had kissed them on the lips longer for 4 out of 5 kisses. First kiss. Marriage. Second kiss. Feelings and thoughts shared. Third kiss. Permanent marriage. Fourth kiss. Share memories. Fifth kiss. Soul-boned Luffy would have to give the finally kiss on them, but Luffy will pass out after that, so they'll use 3 copies to kiss the other 3 for them. Luffy started to hum a song till they went out singing the song. Yes, I know the songs from last chapter are repeated, but Luffy likes those songs and it's not yet time to sing Dango Daikazoku. I hear your voice on the wind and I hear you call out my name. Listen, my child, you say to me, I am the voice of your history.
Be not afraid, come follow me. Answer my call, and I'll set you free. Bonnie had heard Luffy sing before and they were shocked by what they are singing.
I am the voice in the wind and the pouring rain, I am the voice of your hunger and pain. I am the voice that always is calling you, I am the voice, I will remain. I am the voice in the fields when the summer's gone. The dance of the leaves when the autumn winds blow. Ne'er do I sleep thought all the cold winter long. I am the force that in springtime will grow. Ilyovsville was shocked their parent can sing like an angel as Luffy continues to sing. I am the voice of the past that will always be filled with my sorrow and blood in my fields. I am the voice of the future, bring me your peace, and my wounds, they will heal. I am the voice in the wind and the pouring rain, I am the voice of your hunger and pain. I am the voice that always is calling you, I am the voice. The song was carries all over the island cause of the wind and everyone who heard the song. But Luffy's crewmates, since they heard it already, can tell this song was might for a spirit, but the way the person is singing it was shocking. I am the voice of the past that will always be, I am the voice of your hunger and pain. I am the voice of the future, I am the voice, I am the voice. I am the voice, I am the voice. Luffy had sung the last word out for a whole minute before they had stopped singing. Bonnie and Ilyasville was slapping their hands at Luffy, who blushed till they saw lots of people slapping for them, making them blush even more. Could you sing one more song, please? I want to hear other song, please. Yeah, one more. I got no problem singing one more song. Luffy said as everyone waits for them to sing again. Silver, lines of tears fall, hope, come and find me. Courage rises steadily, will I get through it all? Everyone can hear emotions in Luffy's voice as they sing the song. Faith, please save me and create in me an unwavering heart of gold. Pain like blackness, soon departs, the white heels are ruby hearts. Like a diamond we still start to shine, we won't fall apart. Everyone can tell that Luffy is adding a lot of emotions to the song. Faith, please save me and create in me an unwavering heart of gold. Luffy hummed the whole song before they had finished the song, and everyone was slapping for Luffy as the song was too carried by the wind, making everyone hear the song. They went to the human auctioning house where Luffy saw the rest of their crew, and they sat beside Bonnie's crew as the other supernovas show up in the place to see what the auction house has. The other supernova had heard of demoniac Alpha Wolf Straw Hat Luffy D Monkey is on the island with their high bounty crew members as well, but when they saw Luffy and their crew, they were shocked at the crew and was even more shocked to hear that there's an alliance between Luffy and Bonnie's crew. I can't wait till we knock that damn flamingo man down. Yeah, we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, or just Trafalgar Law, was shocked that the only person he knows that can be called that, and why would both of them be against Hyons, showed up and took a sit. But no one saw the smirk on both Luffy and Bonnie's faces as they looked to the celestial dragons, making the others wonder what they're up to. The auction had started and 4 people were sold, but 6 people came out to be sold as a group, and Luffy wants them on his crew. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we have a group up for sale with them knowing. Luffy turns the guy out till they heard the biting price at
100,000 in gold pieces. Luffy shouted out with a bag that hold the amount Luffy had just shouted, making everyone turn to them shocked that they have that much gold on them.
Sold. The man said as Luffy nods their head, making the crew realized they had just brought 6 new crew members while they already were picking up 6 new crew members. Bonnie was surprised on how fast Luffy had brought them, and she also had brought a group 6 slaves thanks to Luffy giving her the money in gold pieces. As the celestial dragons look angry while both Luffy and Bonnie were holding their laughs at them as they want this to last a bit longer. The other pirates are trying to figure out how both Luffy and Bonnie had gold pieces to use to buy slaves with, as the group Bonnie brought was the last one today. The very raged Kuro Moyashi celestial dragon lost his cool and demeaned that both Luffy and Bonnie sell the groups they brought to them, and they put the plan into action. Nah, Bonnie. Did you hear something? It sounded like a child throwing a temper since they didn't get what they wanted, Luffy. Yeah, and I think black-haired kid that is down there sitting with the other celestial dragons. The so-called kid was furious and was shouting at them. I'm not a kid, I'm adult. Both Luffy and Bonnie acted like they were shocked. What? But you're short and are a size of a kid. How can you be an adult? I bet people ask for ID to see if you can drink or not. Bonnie and Luffy were having funny with the Kuro Moyashi that the other supernovas didn't know it was a act till they realized both Bonnie and Luffy were acting while making fun of the celestial dragon. No, they don't. Yeah, whatever Kuro Moyashi. Bonnie said with an inward smirk at him. Gasp. The gasp were really loud as no one had ever called a celestial dragon that before. What did you call me? We called you Kuro Moyashi cause your shirt and have black hair, so of course we're going to call you Kuro Moyashi. The celestial dragon pulled out his gun and fired at them, but a rune for protect had showed up and blocked the bullet that came from the gun had hit one of the guards to the celestial dragons. Luffy had a rune for gun shot which had shot 3 bullets at the 3 celestial dragons in the head right in between the eyes, and Luffy was quick to have a well done with their handwriting. All 3 of them, on it saying the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf children and Bonnie pirates will have their money, furniture, clothing, jewels, jewelries, their weapon blueprints along with their slaves, and headed on the gray-haired celestial dragon where a guard had found it. Was shocked before they had the other guards to send the message to the other celestial dragons, as both pirate crews had saved the 3 celestial dragons 3 months ago. Time skip. Luffy and Bonnie were sorting out the stuff they had gotten from the dead celestial dragons as they had split it half and half to make it fair. Bonnie didn't need the cloth and Nami was happy as she, Robin, Gina, Anata and Vivi could use them, while the weapon blueprints went to Usopp to make them, and Chopper was cheeking on the slaves they had brought and received as all of them weren't in great heat. I must say, that was smart what you did back there. A white-hairs man with glasses on said with a woman who has black hair and is smoking. Thanks, Uncle Silver's Rayleigh, Luffy said, shocking the poor man before Tayo jumped onto him, making his wife look at the child. How? Rayleigh was shocked. Yuki told me, and Hoshiraido was Tayo's mother. Rayleigh was shocked again before remembering Hoshiraido. She couldn't find anyone to be happy with, so she asked if I could get her pregnant, and my wife was okay with it. But why are you calling me uncle? You're Tayo's father, you have that uncle feeling in nature inside you, and you have that feeling of a home where we can be safe and sound. Luffy had shocked Rayleigh to the core on that one, as well as everyone else, before Rayleigh laughs hard. Oh, okay, you got me on that one, and I can't just tell you not to call me that as you'll just keep calling me that. Rayleigh said as the Kid Pirates, Heart Pirates, Hawkins Pirates, Bonnie Pirates, Drake Pirates and Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf children pirates look between both Luff and Rayleigh as they're talking like they know each other and were old friends.
Well, why don't you two finish up and you'll all get free drinks at my bar? Rayleigh's wife, Shikuyaku, said as everyone nodded their heads. Luffy and Bonnie had sorted out everything, and Luffy gave Bonnie a abyss room fruit to hold her share in as Luffy puts their inside their own abyss room. They saw Rayleigh waiting for them outside a bar called Shikuyaku's Rip-Off Bar, and they went inside to get some free drinks as everyone else has a drink in their hands.
What will you be ordering, Sweet Marie Anne? Same here. I never heard of that drink before. Quarter rum, quarter whiskey and half orange juice. I made it up at Mama's bar on Fushi Village on Don Island. Luffy said as everyone wanted to try this drink out and they loved it. Hey, not bad. Straw Hat yaw. What's this about you being a demoniac alpha wolf Straw Hat? Wolf ears and tail along with demoniac aura was all Trafalgar got as an answer, as there was at least 20 marines at the door with the admiral along with them. Luffy had saw the gold and silver mines around the hole that no one had found at all and teleported them into their abyss room to keep safe. Luffy growled when the marines had entered the bar, and Tayo had joined in with a growl of her own as their guardians and familiars don't like the marines as well. Now, let's not jump into anything, a man said as he shows himself. Says you. I had to kill 3/4 of the marines when they attack it at 2:30 in the morning, which they really shouldn't have done as I didn't like being woken up at that time. Luffy growled at the admiral. Whoa there, Garp. Mihawk and Smoker nearly killed the ones that only got knocked out from attack you that time. The man said as everyone, but Tayo, Kobe, Zoro, Their familiars and guardians is trying to figure out why 2 Marines and a warlord would do that and help Luffy. Why did they do that? Luffy said as the Admiral just shakes his head. No clue. Then leave, Admiral Kizaru. As for the celestial dragon killing, it was gunshot to the head and that's all we know, we didn't see anyone. Agreed. Bonnie said as she was getting angry at the Admiral. Luffy knows where the celestial dragon's national treasure is and teleported it into their abyss room with a note for them to know someone was stolen it, and when Luffy was at it, they took all the money from the warlord that had Marines slaughter their friends along with Gecko Mariah's money as well, and Kobe had stolen Gecko Mariah's doents and everything he owned from inside his home and ship. Luffy had always made 100 copies of Kobe to join him when he steals things, and Kobe stolen every medical record on the marine ships that are here on Sabaody and has stolen every valuable weapons that is on the ships along with the cannonballs from the ship. Kobe even stolen books from the marine ships from the library on the ship, as some books have spells, magic and elemental magic as well, which Luffy and Taiyo should have for more spells. Censored. Everyone else had thought and Luffy had copied Kazaku's devil fruit powers along with Bonnie's, which she allowed them to as Luffy had gave her something in return. Everwell sensing else through with a large bounty, it wouldn't be right to just leave without your head. They said to leave human or else I'll come out and kill you. Everyone heard the voice and saw a figure with an ice hawk on their left shoulder glaring at Kizaru. Alright, I'm leaving. I'm going. Admiral Kizaru said as he and the Marines leave to go back to their ships. The figure came out and Taiyo jumped onto them tightly as they haven't seen them since they disowned them. Mother. Zoro was scared as that's going to be his mother-in-law and he doesn't have a gift for her, but Luffy created something that Zoro can give and Zoro nods in thanks. So, who's your mate? Hoshirito D. Yuki asked her daughter. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman, Taiyo said happily as her mother turns to Zoro who has something in his hands. Hello ma, this is for you. Zoro had gave them a sea stone necklace with ice and hawk charms all over it. Zoro, I love it. She gave him a hug which he returned as to not get her angry. I sense you're trying to not to get me angry, which can't happen as my daughter loves you. Hoshi said as Zoro was shocked before hugging her tightly. Taiyo was happy that her mother had met her mate, but was worried on how her mother would react to Luffy's 4 mates. Luffy, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I hope looking after Taiyo hasn't too hard on you, Hoshi said to Luffy, who laughs. Nope, it was a blast as she is more stronger than she was before I met her. Hoshi was happy with that and Taiyo told her everything, but the mate part is Luffy needs to tell them themselves, making Hoshi and everyone else shocked. Well, Luffy is right about you being stronger than before. Hey, keep it up. Taiyo was smiling as she sits on Zoro's lap much to his displeasure as Zoro is blushing, making Hoshi smile at the sight while Luffy took a picture of it. Luffy was having fun while their mates, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, X-Drake and Eustace Kid are trying to figure out who had kissed them on the lips as they didn't see anyone. Smoker was happy for Luffy as they had found their mates and he gets to calm them down through Hawkins is always calm, which is weird to him. Luffy had wondered about a sorting green-haired child that they had met before as she had called them her parent and they had been sending letters to each other and Luffy had promised that they'll adopted them when they see each other again, making her happy. Luffy had heard about Ace and Sabo killing Blackbeard for killing a fellow crew member before they left the crew and they had gotten the bounty on the man. Luffy needs more time to train to get stronger and that may take 5 years to do and their crewmates need that training as well as Luffy wants to learn new things. Guys, I think it's best if we train ourselves. We need to train till 5 years has passed as we need to get as strong as possible. Bonnie, you and your crew need to be stronger as well, so I wrote down a training scheduled for you Gaves and Bonnie. You need to train your new devil fruit powers. Luffy said, making their crewmates and Bonnie pirates nod their heads before Rayleigh and Hoshi offered to train both Luffy and Taiyo during these years, making them nod their heads. The Kid Pirates, Heart Pirates, Drake Pirates and Hawken Pirates were looking at them and they were confused as to why they need training for 5 years. Why 5 years, Luffy? Smoker asked Luffy and Luffy has thankful that their mates can't hear their thoughts yet as it would take 2 years for that to happen. We're going up against Doflamingo and let's just say I badly wounded him where he can't do anything for 5 years and 6 months. That gives us enough time to get stronger and you can reach Admiral rank in the Marines plus the lava man I just killed 3 weeks ago and had copied his devil fruit. So the Marines are going to be needing a new one and who else, but you can fill the spot in. Smoker was shocked before smirking as Luffy had giving them an edge in the Marines. Thanks for that, and Tashigi is pregnant. Why did she agree to date me or join your crew is bugging the censored out of me here. Ask her and she'll tell you, Luffy said as Smoker never thought of that. Thanks. You're welcome and we can't talk mentally to us other anymore. In 2 years, my mates will hear my thoughts and I won't be able to block it until a year has passed. So for a whole year after 2 years, no talking to each other. Got it. Smoker left after that to train. Say Luffy, what are we going to train in? Nami asked. Zoro already got a teacher if I'm right about Mihawk making him his student. Sanji can learn how to power up his attacks and cook 5-star rated food. Usopp will be with his father since they need some time together. Robin will be with Dragon. Nami will be with the weather people in the Skypia. Chopper will be with Manda, a doctor I know that can be very hard on his students. He's also a vet, so Chopper will be learning how to be a vet. Shades, Hachi and Capote can go to Fisherman Island to do some training. Gina and Frankie can learn mechanics to fix anything with a gear into, let's say, an engine or something that powers stuff on. Mondo will be going with Capote since they're friends. Momo will be going with Hachi. Auroran, Arata, Anata and Iliasville will be training with me. Django will help Shikayaku in her bar while learning how to gather info. Kobe will be spying on someone and try to steal any info that they have while training to make blueprints of the place and island they're on. Kurenai, Anoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno and Berserker will be with me as they can't be apart from us. Jin and Pearls will be with Sanji, but will also learn how to cook 5-star rated food from an old friend in Crystal Light Village. Vivi and Pell will go back to their home to train more and Vivi needs to know how to use politics from her father for us. Brook will do whatever he wants as long as he trains. Kurama and Kiba will guard the ship and Django will looking after them. We'll meet here after 5 years. I'll teleport you guys there and please be careful on your training. Luffy said as everyone was teleported to their teachers through Kobe got a huge training to do and Luffy gave him the info on the person he is spying on making them smirk deadly as they won't know what hit them. 1805 days till meeting day. Luffy, Taiyo, Anata, Arata, Iliasville, Kurenai, Anoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno, Berserker and Auroran were busy training on the first day as the rest of the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf children pirates were busy with their own training while Boney and her crew were also busy with their training. Luffy managed to control the first of their 4 bloodlines since they have all 4 along with all 3 abilities making Luffy stronger than their mother which is a shock to Tsuki as their child is more powerful than them. Luffy learned how to do sealing which allows them to seal anything with seals through sealing people into one is the more hard part. 1740 days till meeting day. Zoro was really starting to hate Mihawk as their training is 10 or 20 times harsher than Luffy's and that's saying something when Mihawk asked how Luffy had trained him and Mihawk had started to laugh before saying his is worse and Luffy survived it since they're a fast learner making Zoro curse up a storm making Mihawk laugh even more harder. I really hate your papa, Luffy. Zoro said before he fell to his bed and blacked out. Mihawk had changed them into pajamas before putting them into their bed and closing the door behind them. 1704 days till meeting day. Sunny, Jin and Pearls were really starting to hate Luffy as their old friend as an ex-Marine Admiral of the Marines back 40 years ago and still kicking it as the owner and head chief of the 5-star restaurant they're working in and they enjoy making them do so much that they fall asleep standing up making the owner and head chief shout at them to get back to work. Get up, you lazy censored s and get back to work or else you're doing the night shift yourselves. That got them back to work as no one in their right mind would do the night shift since that's the rush hours with lots of people coming in to order their food for dinners or meetings or parties. We're starting to hate you Luffy. The head chief was laughing at them before giving them more stuff to do making them even more angry. Luffy, if we ever see you again, we're going to kill you, the head chief laughs even more. 1650 days till meeting day. Usopp was so happy to see his dad again that for 2 months they had catch up before starting to do training and Luffy has asked a blacksmith and a gunsmith to help Usopp learn more on both smithing making Usopp more knowledgeably and both making their father proud of them. Shanks went to live with Mihawk to let the whole crew help Usopp, but Mihawk had called and said Luffy had given him Zoro to train for 5 years. Mihawk also said that Shanks can come and visit for 2 weeks max per month making her happy as when she first saw Mihawk she kissed him on the lips quickly making it a full out making out kiss. Both Zoro and Usopp never got that scene out of their heads since it had happened in front of them 18 days ago. 1610 days till meeting day. Kobe was enjoying himself as he gotten copies of every dough from the person he is spying on and had gotten at least the whole island and 3/4 of the buildings on the island done. Now he needs to get the rest of the buildings in the palace to finish making blueprints for Luffy to use. Kobe even been giving letters to a green-haired child from Luffy making her happy before giving him some of her food. 1580 days till meeting day. Robin had sorted out all the paperwork and had done a lot of info collecting for Dragon, but never spoke about Luffy making Dragon go into the emo corner which made Robin laugh at him. Luffy had given her the Abyss Room fruit as she had stored a lot of weapons from places that Dragon told her to collect the Doans from the places after they attacked them as they are Marines. Luffy is going to be happy with the books I got since they're all about magic, elementals, sums and new spells. Chopper will be happy with the medical records and Usopp will be happy with the weapon blueprints. I bet even Sanji will be happy with the recipe books I got for him. Robin said as she puts everything away into her Abyss room before leaving the place. 1520 days till meeting day. Chopper didn't know it was so hard to look after animals as a vet, but he won't give up as they have familiars, guardians and pets on board the ship that need a doctor as well, so Chopper won't give up. Chopper made sure to collect every book on animal doctors and even got books that doctors never thought of buying, as Chopper needs every book on medical stuff for both to be better as a doctor and to become a vet. Chopper got even books on new poisons and paralyzers to make, which would make him even more deadly on the crew. 1,470 days till meeting day.
Nami was working really hard to learn new weather combos with her devil fruit and weapon, as the weather makers teach her everything they know, making her powerful, and she read a lot of books on weathers, making her knowledgeably on them. Nami tries to do a 3 weather combo, but she keeps missing something for it and finally managed to get it to work.
Luffy. Just you wait. I'll be more powerful than before, Nami said as she falls asleep dreaming of kicking butts with her crewmates and captain. 1,401 days till meeting day. Vivi and Pell were tired and weak, both mind and body, as they learn everything they can and got, while Viv was learning as most as possibly to make sure they know everything about politics and learning more swords art. King Cobra was worried about Vivi as she is pushing herself to the breaking point. Pell was really learning new sword arts to cover and teach Vivi when she was the time, which made she happy. Even King Cobra when he saw his daughter using a sword Agaz and Pell evenly. 1,330 days till meeting day.
Shades, Hachi and Capote were learning as much in the Fisherman Cat as they are learning with sword arts. Shades had copied every weapon blueprint there is in Fisherman Island and medical records for Chopper to know how to look after fishermen on the ship.
Hachi, you're going to slow, pick up the speed. Capote, your swings are too slow. Shades, you're lacking stamina for your katas and sword arts moves. All three were being dragged into the mud, which is making them more powerful, but they wished they had some breaks to gain some strength to continue training if it's going to be like this for the next 1,301 days in their training. 1,220 days till meeting day. Django was a great helper to Shikayaku as he had gathered more info than ever for her to see if anything was important or was needed, making her happy with his info gathering training Luffy had him doing. Django was doing a good job of looking after Kurama and Kiba while they're guarding the ship.
Rayleigh had already put the coating on the ship for it to go underwater before he left to train Luffy, Tayo, Anata, Arata, Ilyasville, Kurenai, Aniko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno, Berserker and Ororan. Through Ororan should have gone to Zou where other minks like her are, but Luffy was afraid she'll be raped, making her stay with them. Luffy had created a male mink with every knowledge of what minks do for training so Ororan wouldn't worry about being raped.
1,106 days till meeting day. Bonnie and her crew were getting stronger thanks to Luffy's training schedule, and Bonnie has finished her training with her 5 new devil fruits. For one of them is the Abyss Room fruit, as she had also made new attacks for them. How did Luffy find them? Bonnie was really confused on how Luffy had found the Ruby no Mi, Ruby fruit, Nino no Mi, Mermaid Marinchi no Mi, Mode Umi, Angel fruit, Sea Mode, and Umihebi no Mi, Sea Serpent fruit. But Bonnie must have then realized that Luffy had made them for her, only making her smirk. That flamingo won't know what's hit him. 960 days till meeting day. Smoker and Tashigi had their hands full with their 6 children, Smoker Jr., Lily, Rose, Jack, Tiger Lily and Jake. Smoker had become Vic Admiral while Tashigi looks after the children when he's not around. Smoker had his children do a bit of training to learn to defend themselves if someone were to attack them, and Tashigi was okay with that. I can't believe it's been 6 years since Luffy had started training. Smoker though, as he wonders how strong Luffy is now since there's 4 years left. Papa, come play with us, all 6 of his kids said, making him chuckle. Ready or not, I'm coming to find you, Ikki, all 6 said before they went to hide under their parents' bed. Through Smoker had found them before they started to play tag, making Tashigi laugh at the sight of her husband chasing their kids around without using his devil fruit. 940 days till meeting day. Ace was really shocked as Luffy must have met their godfather, Ivankov, and copied his devil fruit, as he is now with 16 kids while Sabo has 4 with 2 on the way. Luffy had made a seal 8 months after both Ace and Sabo gave birth to their first set of children from their husbands that allows both Ace and Sabo to turn into the opposite gender, making it easier for them to go back to being males. Macro and Thatch, whom was saved by a crew member who took their spot, were the fathers, making it even more shocking that Luffy would put the ever same seal onto them to know what it is like on the bottom, and now both are pregnant by Ace and Sabo with 8 kids each. Pama, come play with us. Mappa, can you read us a story? Both Ace and Sabo have their hands full with their kids and was wondering if Luffy will have kids of their own soon. Coming, you little phoenix chicks. What story do you want, little hatchlings? Yep, both Ace and Sabo have their hands full. 810 days till meeting day. Tasuki was teleported copies of every book they have in their library, since they have over 2 million copies of each book, and the same can be said for their medical records for familiars and guardians, since Luffy has a doctor on board their ship. When the papers for her people that allow her to know if they have 4 their mates had showed her child's 4 mates and their information along with their history. She was really shocked and was wondering if her child had told them about being their mates yet, which on the papers shows they didn't, meaning they aren't ready to tell them, as it was also papers to let her know how her child was don't, but was shocked on how many devil fruits they have in their adopted children, making her even more shocked till she saw a on a blank spot meant for a daughter, meaning there is one more that Luffy needs to either adopt it or have by natural means. Faiths, what are you doing to my child? We need your child to take them in as their own child. The Faith said as Tasuki just sighs before she left and went to make sure their child gets the blueprints for their weapons. When Tasuki checked her child's weapons, since it appears on the paper as well, she was scared to death and terrified as their child has 8 curse weapons which they are blood contracted to, making her very afraid for her child's life. 740 days till meeting day. Luffy had completed their training in hockey more thanks to Rayleigh giving out some hits out to make it more easier to learn better, as they have 2 more hockeys, shocking them by that greatly. Luffy had put everything their mother had sent them into their abyss room to hold on to them till the true form of the ship is revealed, which is at Dressrosa, and they defeat Flamingo. Luffy wonders what their mates are doing as there was no news about them and that worries them, but they know they can handle anything thrown at them. 650 days till meeting day. Dragon didn't know what to do about their child, Luffy, as they have every right to be mad at them. But what Luffy did in Log Town was something Dragon himself was expected from Luffy at all, making them actually shocked by the actions. Dragon didn't know what to do and had sent a letter to his ex-wife as they can't be together with them, needed to do different things, and she was shocked till he told her that the war wasn't a good thing to raise a child, joining, making them understand why they gave Luffy to their father to raise. 610 days till meeting day. The training with Mihawk was really worth it. Zoro thought but was really shocked that they're a father to 12 children from Shanks, which really shocked both of them along with the whole crew. Him and Usopp, as Mihawk wasn't expecting 12 in one go, and they're now 4 years old and 2 of them look like Mihawk and Shanks through the Shanks look alike as a male version of them. Zoro wonders what it would be like if him and Taiyo had kids, but it's not time for that yet and they still need to plan the wedding, which they never get the chance since they started to train. So Zoro had writing down ideas for the wedding so both of them and Hoshi along with Rayleigh can look them over. 512 days till meeting day. Sanji, Jin and Pearls can make 5-star rated food and can last longer in the kitchen. No new herbs and spices to go into the dishes they can cook. Look out, Luffy, cause we're going to make you eat a lot of food. All 3 shouted, making the owner laugh and feel sorry for their old friend. They may have married their son Ryan at age 10, but they couldn't hate them as they did promise to kill the son of a censored for them, which made them happy as they even said they even sent a picture for them. 408 days till meeting day. Usopp had learned a lot from his father and the 2 smiths, making them happy he had mastered everything they had taught him. Usopp was happy he can spend the 5 years training with his father as he had learned so much. Shanks was shocked when the 2 smiths chose to join her crew, making her happy since they had fixed her sword for her. Mihawk had become part of the crew without the newspapers finding out, as both Shanks and Mihawk can't wait to be a part of Luffy's ship. 330 days till meeting day. The 12 new members of the crew had also been training thanks to Shikayaku training them and looking after them. The 6 new crew members were happy that Luffy, their captain, is treating them more like humans than slaves, while the other 6 are looking after them like they were their siblings, making them happy. 310 days till meeting day. Nami had made copies of the weather books they have read and put the copies into their abyss room to carry them. Nami even found magic books, some books, elemental books and spell books that both Luffy and Taiyo will love to have in the library on the ship, since Luffy only told them how big the library is in true form. 296 days till meeting day. Kobe hand finished the blueprints for everything and had copied every book there is in the library for the ship, as there was magic books, elemental books, some books and spell books. Copy had copied every blueprint for weapons and medical records for Usopp and Chopper. 250 days till meeting day. Zoro saw Mihawk's library and had copied every book there as before putting them into their abyss room, as they even found magic books, elemental books, some books and spell books that Taiyo and Luffy will like. 210 days till meeting day. Both Vivi and Pell had copied every book in the royal library for Luffy to have, as they found magic books, elemental books, some books and spell books which would make them happy. 160 days till meeting day. Sode has finished their training and is doing some reading and found magic books, elemental books, some books and spell books that both Luffy and Taiyo would really like, and had copied every single one before putting it into a bag where their cloths are, as they will pretend they have too much cloth and that's why the bag is like that. 105 days till meeting day. Luffy was getting stronger every day and can't wait to see their crewmates again. Luffy had been speaking to Smoker in their minds thanks to blocking out their mates after 2 years. Smoker and Tashigi will be joining them after they're done at Dressrosa, making Luffy happy about that, as they told Smoker that his and Tashigi's room has a bedroom for their kids and had showed the blueprint for their room and their children's room and explained what they did to make it happen, making Smoker shocked before Luffy explained even more that the rooms are soundproof through if it's a baby. Then no, it's not soundproof, making Smoker even more shocked before mentally grinning, making Luffy realize that Tashigi might get pregnant while on the ship after both and their children get used to it. I'm starting to feel sorry for Tashigi. Don't worry, 6 is enough for now. We'll be having more in a year or two. I'm just mentally grinning cause we don't have to hear the kids when they're making noises. Smoker said, making Luffy happy about that. 90 days till meeting day. Smoker saw lots of books from the marine library room, which is the size of a Planet Time 80 that Luffy could use, and he even found magic books, elemental books, some books and spell books which he had copied every single one and sent them to Luffy. 80 days till meeting day. Ace has holding Macro's hand while Sabo was doing the same for Thatch, as both are in labor, making both Ace and Sabo scared as they nearly lose their lives the second time they gave birth. After 2 hours, both Marco and Thatch had gave birth to 4 girls and 4 boys each, making their families happy, and Whitebeard was happy to be a grandfather again. Luffy had de-aged Whitebeard where he is only 40 years old, making him happy to live much longer, and Luffy created a seal that doesn't allow Whitebeard to die, making the whole crew cheer. 70 days till meeting day. Kobe had so much info that Luffy would need someone to sort through them, which is going to be a hard job. The green-haired child keeps giving him food from their plate when he gives them letters from their parent. Kobe even realized that the child was going to be adopted by Luffy when they meet again, which would be soon, meaning she was a seer while having a devil fruit. Sugar, how did you become a seer? Luffy told me and was helping me control it, and I can see what I want to see. I see her fall for a blonde-haired marine man whom you know, and he loves you. He'll even join Luffy's crew just to be with you. Kobe was shocked and thanked Sugar before leaving to keep gathering info on their target, and they keep on hurting the man, so keep him down even longer. 60 days till meeting day. Robin had collected a lot of info, not just for Dragon, but for Luffy as well, since they will be needing it the most. Robin was good at her job. She can't wait to see Luffy and the whole crew again in 40 days, as that's when they'll meet again. Robin has made sure to have a lot of books since Luffy made her the librarian on the ship when it goes into its true form, since there will be a lot of books. 50 days till meeting day. Luffy knows they're going to be a lot of people on their ship, so they had pictured their ship in their mind and removed the fake form before copying it at least 4,000 times and fused them together with the original, making the spaces even more bigger, and had added more half circles to it for everyone, as there is at least 24 half circles on the tower with at least 20 rooms in each one. Through the captains have a floor for themselves, while Luffy's mates will be sharing Luffy's room with them. Luffy had unpictured the ship out of their minds after putting the ship back into its fake form. 40 days till meeting day. Nami had learned so much that she feels like she's more powerful than the weather Skype is, which is saying a lot, as they were shocked at what she can do and was planning on making her a weather mage, which she had accepted and found she was a fast learning in it, as she can be a guild master in 4 days, which she declined as she is going to be needed back on her captain's ship in 60 days, making them understand. 30 days till meeting day. Frankie and Gina had passed their mechanistic test and had learned more on shipwright to make them have their licenses for both, making them happy. When Frankie had asked Gina to marry him after 2 years of dating, she said yes, and now they're expecting their first child in 4 months.
Frankie picked out 4 names which Gina had liked, making Frankie happy, as it's been 4 years and 70 days since he had shouted out, "Super!" making her wonder why, and found out he wanted to impress her, which would have shocked her greatly if she hadn't known Frankie was stealing looks at her. Gina told Frankie she liked it when he shout out "Super" all the time, making him blush.
20 days till meeting day. Brook had become Soul King Brook, and he had kept training no matter what, as he needs to be quicker when striking his opponents while in battle. Brook had been really busy and he needed to learn more things, so for the past 4 years and 80 days, he was really busy and nothing had stopped him from getting stronger for Luffy. 10 days till meeting day. Everyone, who is on the pirate ship of Luffy's, know that Luffy is going to teleport them back to the ship, and had left where they're to allow Luffy to teleport them without making a scene in front of other people, and the 12 new members will be waiting for them on the ship with Django, and Smoker had made sure that Luffy gets the new info on the new marines, as there was an increase by 50 per year, making Luffy wonder how that can happen. 4 hours till meeting day. It is 8 o'clock at night and Luffy could wait to teleport their crewmate back home, as the pack isn't the same without them. Luffy gets to know the new members as they'll be a part of the pack as well. Django had told them the rules, making them understand, and were happy with Luffy as their captain, as they would have still be slaves if it wasn't for them. Shadow is a 18-year-old man with black hair and red highlights. He likes to dress in black and red and can transform into a hedgehog, as his devil fruit allows him to transform into a hedgehog. Marie is a 16-year-old girl with blonde hair and likes to wear a blue dress with flat heel shoes. She can transform into a dolphin of the sea, making her able to swim thanks to her devil fruit. Sonic is a 18-year-old man with blue hair and is fast like a cheetah and likes to wear red shoes with white in them, blue pants and a white shirt with a blue short-shelved jacket. He can transform into a hedgehog like Shadow, his boyfriend. Emmy is a 14-year-old girl with pink hair and likes to wear short tops that stop just under her upper bust and shorts that sit just on her hips with shoes. She can transform into a seabird thanks to her devil fruit. Carol is a 13-year-old girl with brown hair and is wearing only a short dress that goes to her inner thigh. She can transform into a siren cause of her devil fruit. Harold is a 14-year-old boy with green hair and is wearing only black tight pants that rest on his hips with sandals and had left his upper body out. He can transform into a dragon through its of lava only thanks to his devil fruit. Christopher is a 16-year-old boy with two-tone hair color of sea green and sea blue. He likes to wear shorts and a Hawaii shirt that is open down the middle. He can transform into a seahorse thanks to his devil fruit. Sarah is a 13-years-old girl with white hair and has red eyes cause of her devil fruit WHNS form into a wolf demon as she wears short shorts that goes to sit on her hips and the top goes to her upper bust. Zachary is a 13-year-old boy with black hair and has red eyes cause of his devil fruit which allows him to transform into a dragon demon as he doesn't wear anything on his upper body while wearing pants to his hips that are tight. Misty is a 20-year-old woman with orange hair and wears a bikini with a blue jacket on and a devil fruit that allows her to transform into a sea wolf. Lugi is a 20-year-old man with white and purple hair and wear a swim shorts on and a devil fruit that allows him to transform into a seabird. Ashley is both Sonic and Shadows' child while being the youngest on the crew at the age of 4. She wears a black, blue and red dress with her hair being blue with black and red highlights. Luffy was shocked by their new members that they almost forgotten all about their crewmates and had teleported them back to the ship and was happy with their training. "You guys ready to continue our journey?" Luffy asked his crewmates. "You bet we are. Let's go, we better get some supplies first." "Then let's go." "Yeah." Luffy, Auroran, Shades, Taio,
Kurenai, Aniko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsutsukuno, Berserker, Momo, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Django, Sanji, Jin, Pearls, Hachi, Kobe, Anata, Barada, Chopper, Viv, Pell, Robin, Frankie, Capote, Gina, Manda, Chuchun, Brook, Kurama, Kiba, Ilyasville, Shadow, Marie, Sonic, Emmy, Carol, Harold, Christopher, Sarah, Zachary, Misty, Lugi and Ashley were done getting their supplies that would last them 20 years as they have a lot of months to feed on the ship with there being 51 people on board.
Luffy was happy with their training and is happy with everyone else training as Bonnie had called to let them know their own training is done and will be meeting them underwater making Luffy happy as they get to meet them after 5 years. Sanji, Barada, Jin, Pearls, prepare a feast as Bonnie will be meeting us underwater and she along with her crew will be joining us with their own food to add to the feast. Luffy ordered as all 4 ran into the kitchen and started to cook and 16 minutes later, Bonnie's ship had showed up and a 80 feet long and wide wooden plank, from an oak tree, went in between their ships for Bonnie and her crew to go aboard Luffy's ship. "Bonnie, welcome to our ship. I hope the devil fruits weren't too hard to control," Luffy said as they welcomed Bonnie and her crew onto their ship. "Nope, I got full control over them and I created some attacks for them which I think I can use underwater as well," Bonnie said as everyone enjoy the food and party through Ashley just listening to Robin tell her stories while she drinks her orange juice. They were close to Fisherman Island as Shades, Hachi and Capote show them the way there since they went there for training down there for the past 5 years. As they get closer and closer they can see an opening which allows ships to go into the Fisherman Island. After going through the opening they saw that the Fisherman Island was completely different from above as there is so much open space and no one has ever seen something so beautiful before. "Everyone, welcome to Fisherman Island," Shades, Hachi and Capote said as they started to show everyone around once they had landed onto the ground. Everyone loves the place and tries to not touch or destroy anything making the 3 fishermen of the ship laugh. A couple of fishermen had showed up and saw humans in their land, but saw 3 of their own men laughing with as they saw the humans try to not touch anything. "Shades, Hachi, Capote, what are these humans doing here?" a blue fisherman said as he walks to them. "Ah, Jimby-sensei. Please, let us introduce to you our captain, Luffy D. Monkey. Luffy, this is Jimby. He's been training us for 5 years," Capote said as Luffy looks to Jimby and bows shocking the poor fisherman. Luffy D. Monkey, thank you for helping my crew members in their training for the past 5 years. I hope they weren't troublesome joining these 5 years," Luffy said while Shades, Hachi and Capote were blushing while trying to tell their captain they were troublesome to Jimby making the fishermen laugh at them which made them blush even more. "They weren't troublesome as they kept begging for breaks to gain some strength to continue their training which I didn't do," Jimby said making Luffy look at him. "Mean teacher you are. Hey, wish I was there." Luffy, Shade, Hachi and Capote shouted in shock making Jimby laugh again. Jimby had asked them to have dinner with him which Luffy had accepted to thank the fishermen even more. Dinner was great as Sanji, Jin, Pearls, Barada and Sarah was begging for the recipes from the cooks making Jimby laugh at the scene. Those 4 are the cooks on the ship and love to cook as you can see from them begging on their knees for your cooks to give them the recipes for the awesome food they had just made for us. Luffy had gotten the fisherman cooks blushing at the prize they're getting from a human making Jimby laugh again at them. Luffy told Jimby how they had met Shades, Hachi and Capote making Jimby and the others to be completely shocked. "Well, I never knew that," Jimby said. "Well, no one asked how I really met Shades and Hachi. And Capote was part of another crew which was part of a black bag challenge and Mondo was with them since both were friends. I couldn't take them away from each other." Luffy said honestly as Jinbe was shocked even more. Hey, he must like you then if all three aren't complaining about you. Well, I had Shades training with me after he was healed up and let's face it. My training was more harsher than yours if you want to see it. You got yourself a deal. Luffy started training the fishermen their way, making them even more tired and having a hard time moving, making Jinbe to rub his eyes before looking at the fishermen on the ground tired from Luffy's training. That's just a warm-up. Next up in 40 laps and no slacking off or 200 more is added did. Luffy shouted at the fishermen, making them scared of Luffy as their crew is joining them in it. But Ashley, since she is too young to train yet. Jinbe can see that Luffy takes training over laziness anytime, making him feel sorry for Luffy's crewmates. Hey, Jinbe. Have you ever thought joining a crew before? Luffy asked Jinbe, who turned to look at them. Jinbe had never been asked that question and he looks right at Luffy's eyes to see they really care and love their crewmate very much, which is uncommon in captains. Why would this human ask me that question unless you wish for me to join your crew? Jinbe said, making everyone to stare at both Jinbe and Luffy. Yes, cause Shades, Hachi and Capote could use one more on board, which I have nothing against. Jinbe was shocked that Luffy doesn't hate fishermen. Nami told Jinbe about Arlong and Jinbe was shocked at what Arlong did before looking at Luffy since they were the one to kill him. You don't hurt or try to kill anyone of the pack, the crew members, or else, pack leader, Luffy will hurt you. Nami said as Jinbe thinks before giving his answer. I would gladly join your crew, Captain. Luffy smiles at him and allowed the fishermen plus their crew a 4-hour break, making the fishermen to fall down onto the ground while Luffy's crewmates were still standing, but were still panting from the laps they had done, which was 4 times the amount Luffy said to do. Luffy and their crew had saved the mermaid princess and Luffy saw the arc, which shocked them on the size of the ship. Before they had copied it 4 billion times in their mind and fused it with their ship, which they had pictured in their mind, making it even more bigger, and in each circle is 80 rooms, and if anyone is married, there is a nursery room for their babies, kids, so they have their own rooms and own bathroom as well. Luffy had put the ship back into its fake form and unpictured the ship from their minds, which came back out with Kurama and Kiba not knowing about what had happened. Luffy had damaged the ark to the point it won't be able to carry anyone or be able to stay afloat on the sea, and the Sea Kings, which Luffy heard their voices, took the ark to fix it up. Luffy, Bonnie and their crew had left Fisherman Island with Jinbe on board Luffy's ship as they head to Punk Hazard, as that's the first step to stopping Flamingo and Luffy's revenge for what they had the Marines do to their crew members 12 years ago. Luffy made sure that Jinbe's room was to his liking, making him more comfortable on the ship till the true form is revealed. As they reached Punk Hazard, Luffy saw 4 people laying in the cold and had ordered Zoro, Sanji, Capote and Shades to bring them on board for Chopper to look after them, and the rest will be looking around the place with Zoro, Sanji, Shades and Capote guarding the ship. About halfway there, they saw Trafalgar Law is there and Luffy wonders what's one of their mates doing here. Trafalgar Law. Luffy D monkey. What are you doing here? I should be asking you that. This is tea-heating Flamingo. He's my problem. No, I got 61 bones to pick with him. If you're going to fight over who'll be defeating Flamingo, then I won't hold bad. Law was looking at Luffy and saw they had changed, but was wondering what they mean by 61 bones. Yeah, how about an alliance between us since we both want to defeat Flamingo? Luffy thinks over it plus the cons and pros. One thing added. Bonnie helps out since she's taking Flamingo down with me. Fine with me. Law said as they went to a building where the sads are made, which Luffy had found out, and they saw a room filled with children, which Luffy got angry and raged at a sorting gas man before running to where he is with Law shouting at them to wait. Luffy had found him and didn't like him one bit before putting a sea stone collar on his neck, making him go on his hands and knees. From now on, you'll be calling me master. Got it? Luffy shouted at him, making him scared as he bows his head submissive at Luffy. Yes, master. Both went back to Law where he had removed the drugs inside the children, making Luffy happy and smile before glaring at their new pet. As Law was shocked as he is looking at Caesar on his hands and knees as Luffy has a collar around his neck with a leech in their hands while the end is to the collar. Prisoner, human pet. Was all Luffy said before they left Law, confused as he follows Luffy to where the sads are located inside the build, but Virgo, Flamingo's right-hand man, was there. Law, look after my pet, I got a date with a dead man. Luffy said as they handle out the leech. You betting behave for Law. Yes, master. Caesar was really scared as Luffy can make Flamingo look like a child throwing a tantrum for not getting what they want with their looks. Luffy had Virgo panting, after an hour as they were more faster than them, making Law and Caesar shocked before Luffy trusted their whole hand, which was glowing, into Virgo's head, and the knowledge hour had belonged to Luffy with the memories to go with them as well. So, Law was part of Flamingo's crew before running away cause Flamingo had killed his own flesh and blood who had loved Law. Luffy can't be angry at Law if they start a fight. Let's go. He's died. Luffy said as they asked for the leech and making Caesar lick the blood off their hand. Straw Hat ya. Law didn't know what to say and Luffy knows. Let's just leave and go back to my ship. You need sleep if you got bangs under your eyes. Sleep is important if you want to keep your body from tiring out on you. Luffy said as Caesar was done licking the blood and all three had felt the room after Luffy had thrown 80 bombs down below and sent a mental warning to Smoker who was arriving to not come as it's about to blow, making them nod quick before ordering their man to stop as they had a funny feeling something wasn't right. Luffy, Bonnie and their crewmates along with Law, the children whom Taio had shrunken and Caesar got away from the island, and 10 minutes later, they explored and the Marines knew that Smoker was right about having that funny feeling about something. Luffy saw an island that they know of and had made a stop there to drop off the children as Taio had unshrunken them after they got on land and had left after staying for 4 days. Law saw how Caesar was doing whatever Luffy is telling him to do while calling them master, which was still shocking till Luffy had told their crewmates, Bonnie and her crewmates, why, with him overhearing it, shocking everyone before they started to order Caesar around as well, making Law laugh in his head at that. Law saw in the medical bay 4 people with lots of hot water bottles trying to warm them, him with Luffy using Mera Mera no Mi to help out as they are panting heavily, allowing Law to realize that Luffy was at this for maybe 4 days non-stop. Dame, and they say the body needs sleep to not tire out on you. 4 more hours and they'll pass out. Law though as he went over to Luffy. What was it about the body needed sleep? They could die if I don't keep them warm. Luffy said as the 4 started to wake up, making Luffy stop before they fell into Law's arms. Tired themselves out? Law turned to the door and saw Jimby there standing in the doorway, shocking them. Yeah. A reindeer comes in next and started to check on them, making Law realize that the reindeer is the doctor of the crew. Kobe entered the room and saw a blonde hair man that is so familiar to him till realized who that is, making him blush as everyone turns to him while Luffy had woken up fully and saw Kobe blushing. Someone that Luffy knows said she saw me fall in love with a blonde hair marine who would join Luffy's crew just to be with me since they're in love with me. I know that person and I'll pick her up at Dressrosa when we get there. Chopper, how are they? Fine, just need to keep warm and eat chicken noodle soup till I give the okay for them to move into their own room. Chopper said as all 4 had woke up fully and looked around them. Helmeppo, Kobe called out before the said person had pulled them down and kissed them straight on the lips, shocking everyone as they couldn't believe what they are seeing in front of them at all. Kobe said before Helmeppo let go of Kobe. Okay, they're sharing a room as soon as Helmeppo is fully recovered from his cold. Luffy said as they were wide-eyed at what they had just saw, like everyone else is. The other 3, Adolf, Ko and Satomi, are lovers and are all males, shocking everyone even more as Luffy had put the seal onto them just to allow all 3 to have a family with each other through Kobe got one was well without realizing it. Luffy had many of plans to defeat Flamingo and had fallen asleep where Law found them 2 hours later and was shocked by how many plans they had to take down Flamingo through. One was to kill him. Luffy woke up in bed with Law looking over every plan they had writing, making them blush before they got rid of it, and walked to Law making them look at them. Never sleep on a table as it's bad for your back. Yeah right, and why'd I keep having backaches from them even through I took a pill to change me? Luffy thought as Smoker blushes, making Luffy say sorry quickly, and Smoker forgave them. Law told Luffy what he thinks of their plans and what can be done to make them better, making Luffy smile before asking about ideas could work with the new or old plans, making them stay there till it was breakfast time. Luffy really enjoyed spending time with Law and talking about what plans would work or what plan combo would work with which ones, and Luffy knows they need to make it up to their other mates for this. Luffy, Auroran, Shades, Taio, Kurenai, Anoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno, Berserker, Momo, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Django, Sanji, Jin, Pearls, Hachi, Kobe, Hinata, Urata, Chopper, Viv, Pell, Robin, Frankie, Capote, Gina, Manda, Chuchin, Brook, Kurama, Kiba, Iliasville, Shadow, Marie, Sonic, Emmy, Carol, Harold, Christopher, Sarah, Zachary, Misty, Lugia, Ashley, Helmeppo, Adolf, Ko, Satomi, Bonnie. Bonnie's crewmates, Caesar and Law, were on an island getting supplies as both had ran out. Sanji, Urata, Jin, Pearls, Zachary, Sarah, Misty, Adolf and Lugia will be getting the food for the ship. Me, Law and Bonnie will be looking around trying to see if there is any members of Flamingos that are here and we'll kidnap them to get info out of them, which I believe will be Law's job as me and Bonnie won't be able to handle that. Auroran, Kurenai, Anoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno, Berserker, Momo, Manda, Chuchin, Kurama and Kiba will be guarding the ships with Caesar as well. Shades, Hachi, Capote and Jimby will be getting the stuff for their jobs. Taio, Nami, Robin, Hinata, Gina, Vivi, Coral, Emmy, Marie, Iliasville and Ashley will be getting the cloth for the new members and will be getting the fabric to make the cloth to use as disguise when we get to Dressrosa. Zoro, Usopp and Pell will be getting more weapons to on the safe side. Django will be gathering info in town on anything to do at Dressrosa or Flamingo. Kobe, Shadow, Sonic, Helmeppo and Harold will be getting communication equipment. Chopper will be getting more medicines, medical herbs, poisonous plants, venom and more senbon needles. Frankie will be getting more stuff for the ship in case there is damage to ours or Bonnie's just to be safe. Brooke and Christopher will be with Frankie to help carry stuff. Ko and Satomi will be getting stuff for their jobs and they can do what they want as long as no one gets hurt. Let's move out. Luffy ordered as everyone left the ships and started to get everything they need before the day is over. Law, Luffy and Bonnie had found at least 40 members of Flamingos and Luffy had hit them in the neck with a senbon needle making Law shocked. Relax. They're in a death-like state and it makes it easier for us, Luffy said before they opened their abyss room and put all 40 inside before closing it and started to walk back to the ship with Law and Bonnie. At the end of the day, everyone has returned with everything they need and Kobe had stolen at least 2.2 billion Baileys from a rich couple that was staying in town for a vacation. Great. We have everything and we can leave since the island only needs 6 hours to record into a log pose. Let's go. Luffy said as everyone had left the island and were out at sea again. Law was shown to a room that was soundless so he can get the information from the 40 man they have as well as all 40 stay alive. I make no promise, but I will try, Law said as he enters the room after Luffy has the man inside the room for Law making Luffy feel sick to their stomachs at what Law will do to the man inside. Bonnie got Luffy off their ship and onto hers to calm them down since the blank is still there in between their ships. After 8 hours, Law came out of the room where he saw Nami handing him a towel and a face cloth wet. Take a bath or a shower before you see me. Luffy's message and I think they got a stomach flu since they were holding their stomachs, Nami said before leaving Law alone. Law had finished taking his shower and was helping Chopper with their prisoners' wounds through Chopper wanted to do it themselves making Law stay to watch and point out what they did wrong before showing them how to do it. Thanks Law for the help. I guess I still got a lot to learn still. I'll teach you if you like. Law wasn't expecting Chopper to jump at him while hugging his neck saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, over and over in their ears making Law smile at the little guy. Law saw Luffy was looking at the sea with longing as if they wanted to go swimming in the sea.
Straw Hat yeah, I want to go swimming, but that'll leave my crew wondering where I am and I don't want that. Luffy leaned into Law making the man uncomfortable at the move.
What do I do? Luffy was really upset making Law hold them close to calm them down. Try telling your crew. Maybe later. Did you get any info out of the man we have? Yeah, enough to get Flamingo to lose his warlord states and make the Marines go hunting him down for a long time. Luffy smiled at that, but they wanted the man dead and being tortured in hell for his crimes and sins he had made. Luffy was having nightmares of their crew, Bonnie, her crew and Law being killed in front of them like their old crew was making them gasp before going outside to have some fresh air. Luffy had made sure to take the pills whenever they wake up and they saw Law was looking out at sea before the turn to Luffy seeing them all covered in sweat and was shaking badly. Straw Hat yaw. Nightmare. Can't sleep. Luffy wrapped their arms around Law before tightening their hold on his coat shocking Law as Luffy's body shakes even more and Law thought Luffy was going to cry right there and then. Don't let me fall back to sleep. Please. Law held them for the rest of the night before Luffy was asleep 4 hours later making Law worried as Luffy looked like, when they saw them 4 hours ago, someone had seen something horrifying and terrible along with terrifying all mixed into one scene. Just what was their nightmare all about? Luffy woke up 2 hours later and saw Law was still holding them before Law looked down onto them. Feeling better. Much better. Luffy sits up and saw their crewmates were busy doing things. Luffy was feeling better, but the next night, the nightmare had came back and Law slept with them to get rid of the nightmares. Luffy wakes up early at 4 every day and taking their pills. Why does Straw Hat Yaw wake up at 4 in the morning? We never questioned it. Itoko always wakes up at 4 before we became pirates. Even we had to wake up at that time to do training. Captain was a very harsh trainer since they wanted us to handle anything we face. How harsh? Let's just say we couldn't move for 4 days yet Luffy would still train even if they were in a state of being covered in bandages. Oh wait, that happened. 400 times. You got to be joking. Nope. What is Luffy trying to do? Kill themselves? No, just wants revenge for their childhood friends. And there was 61 of them, right? Yeah, why do you ask Law? Luffy said when we had re-meet each other that they have 61 bones to pick with Flamingo. Really? That's odd. We never had asked Luffy about themselves at all really and Luffy only told us that they were Jake of all trades. Law was trying to figure out why Luffy wants Flamingo dead so much as most of their plans, which Luffy made, are with Flamingo dead. Law and Zoro were sword fighting while Luffy was talking to one of their curse weapons. Luffy, just tell them. I can't. I'm afraid to lose them and I can't let that happen. Child, you need to tell them before it kills you from the inside out. And lose them? No way. Try combined my old bounty with my new one. How much is that? 80,000 plus 40,000 equals 12 billion Baileys. Correct. Imaging how the world would feel if they knew that I was the devil eye child. Panic, fear, wants you dead. Correct again. And that's something we don't want. Oi, old man sighed. Censored dang brat. What? Using you to send dear old Flamingo to hell since you have that ability, right? Yeah, but it would make you lose 200 years of your life. More if you want to send him to the deepest parts of hell, which is the last level of hell. What have I been doing with my copies after they know something? Fuse them to you, and that does what to my life force? Increases Iamber of the Yuki clan. You can live for thousands of years. The female sword that Luffy was talking to realized what Luffy was getting at. I got it. Fusing your copies to you. You're increasing your life force, which is right now 20 bazillion years, 12 months, 358 days, 24 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds and 20 secs. You can use any of our abilities without killing yourself cause of how long you can live. Bingo. Well censored, never thought of that. Hey, Luffy. Gotta go. Yes, Nami? When will we be going to Dressrosa? After I take care of a sorting master, who uses a devil fruit called Pito Pito no Mi to make anyone his pets, which he uses to command them as they can't stop themselves once they hear a command from him. Glad I don't want it. Hey, can't wait to get his bounty. Luffy said as they smirked as everyone, but Caesar and Law shake their heads while the said two were confused. What the Pirate King? Both said and the others just didn't hear them at all. Luffy saw a ship that belongs to the man they had spoken of through was still trying to figure out why a woman would name her child Breeder. Luffy had entered the ship alone and found Breeder with animals in a what's to look like a circuits ring. Petotototo. Look at who entered my ship. Yeah, and you're dead. Luffy was quick enough to cut off Breeder's head. Smoker. Any wanted posters for a man named Breeder? Let's see here. Yep, and it's your old bounty 17 years back. Good, cause I killed and sending him your way. Luffy had teleported Breeder's body and head to Smoker and got the money for it. Luffy allowed the animals to be part of their crew as their crewmates saw what Luffy had did and nods to the sea animals. Oh, okay, more animals that can fight. At least Momo, Chuchin, Manda, Kurama and Kiba won't be lonely on the ship, right? Nami asked as she got lots of head nods. The sea animal pirates had become part of Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf Children pirate crew and Luffy had more crew members than they did the first time they became pirates. Kobe, Helmeppo, Law, Robin, Nami and Usopp went exploring to see what the ship had on board and Nami had found 38 bazillion treasure chests filled with jewels, gold, silver, ECT, making her shocked before Luffy put it into their abyss room. Usopp had found blueprints for weapons and for the ship in case it gets damaged, which Usopp had gave to Frankie and Gina to look over through. Gina went into labor, making Frankie take her to the ship to let Chopper and Law, who had found a lot of stuff that he can't sort through, to bring the baby into the world. Kobe and Helmeppo had found a lot of communication equipment which Kobe had stored into their abyss room for better carrying. Robin had found a lot of books which she had put into her abyss room and had also found the kitchen, making the chiefs on board the ship shocked as they had never saw them before, and once they had heard what had happened to their master, they had begged to join the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf Children pirate crew, making Luffy happy to have more members as they're so going to hand Flamingo's ass to him on a sliver platter. Law was shocked on how many medical records that Breeder has, and Chopper was loving every moment of it since Chopper had read over 1,000 of them and needed more to read to keep them from being bored, making Law even more shocked. How many medical records do you have? Well over 1,000. You're going to be needing Luffy's permission to read all of them. Some came from their mother, whom we don't know anything about. Chopper told Law as Law went to ask Luffy if he can read the medical records they have when they saw Luffy quietly crying to themselves while mumbling 12 words. Ryan. Revenge. Flamingo. Death. Hell. Lucifer. Mates. Law. Kid. Drake. Hawkins. Family. Law was confused to a whole new level as he doesn't know what Luffy means at all and waited till he can ask Luffy. Luffy saw Law and gave permission as long as he keeps it a secret till after the Dressrosa fight. Luffy, Auroran, Shades, Taiyo, Kurenai, Anoko, Trickyui. Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno. Berserker, Momo, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Django, Sanji, Jin. Pearls, Hachi, Kobe, Anata, Arata, Chopper, Viv, Pell. Robin, Frankie, Capote, Gina, Manda, Chuchin, Brook. Kurama, Kiba, Iliasville, Shadow, Marie, Sonic, Emmy. Carol, Harold, Christopher, Sarah, Zachary, Misty, Lugia. Ashley, Helmeppo, Adolf, Ko, Satomi, Shogun, Izumi, Kana, Kamugi, Maroom, Kara, Akis, Yukateru, Yuno, the Sea Animal Pirates, Bonnie. Bonnie's crewmates, Caesar and Law were heading for Dressrosa when they had hit a Sea King nest, which was at least 40,000 from what Luffy can see, and all of the Sea Kings, at least 4 billion, had showed themselves, making everyone but Luffy uncomfortable till they saw Luffy step up to supply the meat since they all had ran out. Sanji, Arata, Jin, Pearls, Zachary, Sarah, Misty, Adolf, Lugia, Shogun, Izumi, Kana, Kamugi, Maroom, Keira, Akis, Yukateru and Yuno. Get the kitchen ready for a lot of meat and make sure we have some for supper tonight, Luffy said before they had dodged a bite to the head. Room. Law saw a bubble circle around every Sea King and the two ships before seeing red, black, sea blue, sea green, icy blue and even saw white lightning around the bubble before Luffy had jumped up and started to cut the Sea Kings in what looks like a dance with ice forming under their feet to jump from Sea King to Sea King, making everyone shocked on how quickly Luffy was with their swords. All of the Sea Kings, after an hour of Luffy cutting all of them up into square chunks of meat, were on the ship and Luffy had undone the room around them before passing out cause of keeping the room up for so long. Law saw Luffy was going to hit the deck if Caesar didn't cut them and handed Luffy over to him. Itoko can only hold room up for 30 minutes max and they went over it making them pass out like that. Taiyo said as Law brings Luffy into their room making Law go wide-eyed at what he had just thought before shaking it off. Auroran, Kurenai, Anoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze, Artsukuno, Berserker, Momo, Manda, Chuchin, Kurama, Kiba and the sea animal pirates were worried about Luffy through Auroran, Kurenai, Anoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze and Artsukuno were more worried since that's their master, partner, parent, master's cousin. Shades, Hachi, Capote and Jimby were trying to figure out how Luffy had done Law's devil fruit powers like that and they were stuck deep in mud as they couldn't figure it out.
Taiyo, Nami, Robin, Anata, Gina, Vivi, Coral, Emmy, Marie, Ilyasville, Ashley, Kana, Yuno, Meruem and Izumi were busying themselves with making the disguises since they are close to Dressrosa and will be needing them soon.
Zoro, Usopp, Pell, Django, Kobe, Shadow, Sonic, Helmeppo, Harold, Chopper, Brook, Christopher Ko and Satomi were wondering more about their captain since Luffy acts more like an elder than adult like they are. Frankie and Bonnie were wishing that Luffy would just tell someone why they're going up against Flamingo. Luffy had woken up and remembered that they had put Breeder's ship into their abyss room and was going to wait till they get to Dressrosa to fuse it with the ship. Luffy child, just tell them before it kills you. I don't want you to lose yourself to this. I can't, Luciana. Child, you need to tell them. 3/4 of your mind is already gone to you holding it in for so many years. Please just tell them. And then what? Have them hate me for keeping it from them? No way. Frank and Bonnie knows what had happened to me and I know they want me to just tell everyone else, but I just can't lose them. Luffy child. That won't happen and you know it, just scared to be left alone like you were before when you lose your old crew. Just how was the Devil Eye child came to be my name when I was 5. Luffy child, your eyes went devil-like and since one of the bloodlines of the D-Yuki clan has one like that, but more godlike. Just try to be more careful when you use it cause if you have all of the blood of both since one is holy, you'll be calling the demons of hell to do your bidding and that's not what me and my husband, Lucifer want for you. I understand. Oi, old man sighed. Censored ing brat. What? I got a name, so use it more often. Just wondering if you want some free time along with Luciana for 80 hours? I don't know. It will cost you at least 160 years of your life and I know what we had just spoken of it last time, but I just don't want you doing that. I still want to do something for you too since you can hold or kiss each other since the blood contract with me. Fine, but don't do this of us every time, just every 4 months. Deal. In case you need us, we'll be fly over your ship since you're about 4 hours to Dressrosa. Luciana told Luffy who mentally nodded their heads. I'm going to be making sure you can't be wheeled when I'm done with you, 3 feet. Do it where I can't hear or see you, well, can't make any promises. Grr, I, Luffy D. Monkey, give up 80 hours of my life for Lucifer and Luciana to have freedom for 80 hours. Lucifer and Luciana's weapon tattoos weren't there and Luffy saw them up in the sky and was happy for them. Luffy, yes, Nami? We're 4 hours to Dressrosa and the disguises are all done. Good. Hand them out and get ready to land at Dressrosa. Luffy said before they had smirked at Dressrosa that they can see making everyone, but Caesar and Law shake their heads while the said two were confused again. What the Pirate King? Both said and the others just didn't hear them at all. Luffy sees Dressrosa even more and can't wait to kill Flamingo. Luffy had they disguised on which was a royal clothing with a crown on top of their heads with their swords inside their abyss room and they saw a green-haired girl who was looking at them making them happy she was okay. Well hello, Fi chilled. Luffy. The child ran at Luffy and Luffy picked her up holding her close to their chest. Law was shocked that Luffy wasn't turning into a toy. Straw Hat yaw. Why aren't you turning into a toy? Cuz I adopted Sugar here and she never sheared devil fruit on a family member. Luffy gave Sugar a necklace to wear and new cloths making Sugar happy. That's 4 children that Luffy had adopted. Taiyo was shocked as didn't like this one bit. Luffy had pictured the ship into their mind and then took Breeder's ship out of their abyss room and fused it. After getting the ship out of its fake form, making the ship bigger, and the kitchen can hold 400 pirate crews. Luffy put the ship back into its fake form before unpicture it out of their mind, and the ship was back into the sea without anyone knowing it, but Sugar and Luffy. Sugar was happy that Luffy had adopted them and was happy to have a parent. Oh, okay. Make that 5 parents, hee. Luffy entered a tournament and had won the prize, which was the Inu no Mi, dog fruit, and put it into their abyss room for safekeeping. Flamingo was angry that Luffy had won and did another tournament where Luffy, Bonnie, Law and Luffy's crewmates are hunted down for the amount of money he puts on them. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another tournament that I would like to start. The first one to hunt down and bring me the captain of the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf Children Pirate, Luffy D. Monkey, who is worth 800 billion Baileys in my books, will be rewarded with 800 billion Baileys and 10 years of free food. Flamingo shouted out, announced, making Luffy raged, but with Sugar in their arms, they can't run fast enough to get away. Law, look after Sugar, and if she gets hurt, I'll kill you, Luffy said as they put Sugar in Law's arms before running away with the people of Dressrosa after them as Sugar started to cry. Shoo, it'll be okay, come. Let's get to the others and try to save Luffy. Oh, 'kay, Papa. Sugar mumbled before burying her head, was shocked that Sugar would call him Papa. But he didn't think of it and went to the Thalas's Straw Hat Wolf Children's ship where the others are along with Bonnie. Her crew, Kid Pirate, Drake Pirates, Hawkins, Hawken Pirates, Shanks, Red Hair Pirates, Mahawk, Smoker, Tashigi, their children, 2 Marines, Dragon, a woman with black hair and red highlights, a woman with red hair and black highlights, a woman holding a 3-year-old child in their arms, Relate, Sheukuya, White Beard, and the White Beard Pirates, shocking him greatly. Nami phoned us and said Luffy is being hunted down in Dressrosa cause of Flamingo, and we all came.
I'm Tasuki, Luffy's mother. My sister, Hoshi. What is going on? Why is my child being hunted down? Law explained everything, making everyone gasps before they felt a demoniac aura coming from Tasuki, who was later calmed down by Dragon.
We have to save them before they kill them, Garp said, as he doesn't want that for his grandchild. Itoko won't kill them. They would throw Senbon needles to the neck to put them in a death-like state, Tayo said as Garp sighs in relief. But what about Flamingo? Luffy wants that man dead. So, it was him, wasn't it? Garp said, making everyone look to him. When Sengoku met Luffy, they were only 10 and had buried their friends. Luffy must have found out it was Flamingo that had ordered for their childhood friends to be slaughtered in front of them. Garp said, shocking everyone before Sugar, Anata, Arata and Iliasville wanted to spend some time with their great-grandfather, making him shocked. Okay, why are they called Dad, their great-grandfather? Dragon asked. The fates, my love, are doing this to our child. I have no clue why through, Tasuki said as Hoshi tries to figure out why till it hit them. Oh, censored, don't tell me, what is, sister? Luffy is related to them, Thalassa, Luna, Davy, Sora, Zhao, Zio. Who? The fates are called the spirits of fates. Thalassa is the primordial spirit of the sea and the creator of the devil fruits. Luna is the spirit of the moon. Davy, or his full name Davy Jones, is the spirit of death. Sora is the spirit of the skies. Zhao is the primordial spirit of the heavens and of the Skypias. Zio is the primordial spirit of the hell. What? Why yes. And she had seen the day that there was a kingdom called the D Kingdom before it was destroyed. The what? Everyone asked. Sai's history lessons of the D Kingdom is no beginning. Please note that I got this from the website. Freds. Scaling the red line, the will, the flow of time, and the dream. 4297. Thank you, and I don't know this information whatsoever. No more schooling. Law said. Quite as you have a D in your name as well, like me. Law shut it up after that. 900 years ago, there was a powerful kingdom that existed. This kingdom is the most prosperous of all the kingdom in the world. In that same time, there were also inhabitants of the moon. There are Beerkans, Skypians and Shandians. Hoshi shows them a huge picture as she explains. And did you guys see that 4th person on the left side? If the winged people in the carvings represents each races in the moon, then we can assume that the 4th person also represent a race on the moon. So there are 4 races in the moon, Beerkans, Skypians, Shandians, and a race who got an army of ability users, which we can assume that who got some beef with the winged people, since the winged people are creating automatas to be their soldiers, and also, maybe winged people, Skypians, creating dials in present time might be an ancient technology of creating weapons to copy the abilities of their enemies, but somehow got watered down to be mostly on household use as it is passed from generation to generations. On the next wall of carvings, the automatas and the 3 winged races are crying, and the winged people abandoning the moon because they are running out of resources. And they are going down using a censored ing balloon. What happened was, the Beerkans and Skypians landed and settled on the different sky islands, though I assume that they sometimes go to the blue seas from time to time. The Shandians settled in Jaya. Now, in Fishman Island, Robin found a poneglyph from a guy named Joyboy. He is the king of the ancient kingdom, and I won't guess the name of the kingdom, but I'll assume it starts with D. D? Yes, the D people we know now are the inhabitants of this ancient kingdom? And considering the D people's charisma, I'm guessing Joy Boy was very fond of befriending anyone, fishmen, dwarves. So yeah, my point is, he befriended the Shandians, Skypians and Beercons. As a sign of gratitude, these races who are hated by other kingdoms gave Joy Boy gifts. The winged people who are famous for their technology, along with the dwarves, who are famous for their planting skills, adhered to Joy Boy's wishes. All of these are Joy Boy's wishes to give convenience to these races. The Yarukaman groves, specifically planted near the Fisman Island, to give access to anyone who would want to visit the said kingdom, and it was used to create the, supposed to be, temporary home of the fishmen while Joy Boy was still making the preparations of the fishmen's descent to the surface. The Great Jack, planted to have the Sky Islanders freely travel up and down the blue seas. Sunlight Eve tree, a tree given by Joy Boy to Poseidon, which was planted by the Sea Kings in order to, supposedly, temporarily give sunlight and air to Fishman Island. Treasure Atom tree, because of Joy Boy's desire of coexisting with every race in the world. He wanted the Atom tree, with the specific purpose of building this ship to transfer every fishman up to the surface, which of course not impossible since Poseidon will just have to order the Sea Kings to pull the ship to the blue seas, the Noah. Which Luffy damage. Nami said. Joy Boy believed that everyone can coexist in the blue sea. But there were 19 kingdoms that are against it. These are guys who would later be known as world government. The 19 Kingdom Alliance basically had enough of Joy Boy and his kingdom trying to get the fishmen in the surface, helping the Tontatas on claiming some rights on the Dressrosa Island against the Don Quixotes, and now trying to make Shandians legal residents of Blue Sea. Not to mention that maybe these guys want the ancient kingdom and their allies' wealth. So a great war ensued between the ancient kingdom and the 19 Kingdom Alliance. Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom, even against the 19 kingdoms, are winning the battle. It's not just because of the ancient kingdom having powerful army and endless resources, it's also because Joy Boy got allies from all over the world. Or's tribe, the Elbaf giants, the Tontatas and all the other groups that Joy Boy made friends with, but the most important ally he got are the Fishmen and the Sky Islanders, because they got the two most destructive power of all, Poseidon and Uranus. Pluton, a ship that is supposed to be created by the ancient kingdom to primarily destroy the Red Line. Named after the Roman god of the underworld. Poseidon, the queen of the Fishman Island, she can order and let the Sea Kings run wild at her whim. The 19 kingdoms were never aware of her existence, most possibly. Named after a Greek god, a benevolent being who can summon sea monsters and anger the waters as he pleases. Uranus. It's the wand that had been in possession of Skypian in the wall carving, since Pluton is based of a god who took someone's life, and Poseidon is based on a god who can control life. I'll have to assume that Uranus is a weapon that can give and contain someone's life. Say what? Yes, Uranus's power is to extend someone's life, contain someone's soul after dying, and transferring a soul and ultimately, revive someone who died. Named after an ancient Greek god, who's a personification of the sky, was the one who created and gave birth to monsters such as the Titans, Hecatenkara and Typhon. Uranus, the weapon, would also NSTERS in the future. What? Yes, you heard me. Uranus, as I said earlier, not only reaps souls, they are also a giver of life. And when the people fled from the ancient kingdom, they entrusted that stone to Poseidon. Poseidon hid it in Raftel as well, along with the Rio Poneglyph. It was called One Piece. It would become the greatest treasure in the world, the stone that would bring a person back. You're joking, right? Kid asked. Nope, and I know every history there is. Let's let her continue. And I'm assuming that the people of the ancient kingdom uses an ability which we know now as Haki. The king of ancient kingdom, Joy Boy, was so strong-willed that he defeats people even without fighting them. This had been known as the King's Haki. King's Haki is more than knocking out an opponent, which is the reason why Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom always had the upper hand even against 19 kingdoms. The ancient kingdom and their allies are winning the war, that is until two things have happened. First thing that happened was the fourth race from the moon. The race with an army of ability users came down to Blue Sea, and being enemies with the winged people, allied with the 19 kingdoms. This people from the moon completed the 20 kingdoms. Now, I did assume that this race from the moon got an army of ability users, meaning, the royal family itself and their generals don't have abilities. Talk about cowards hiding behind their pawns. The royal family, that is. But their generals are supremely strong, and they have wills as strong as Joy Boy's. The 19 kingdoms and the moon people rallied around these generals and ability users' army. The army of ability users are literally monsters, are pawns who are basically slaves of the royal family. This royal family, along with the other 19 kingdoms, are the alliance who would later be revered as the guys who erased the ancient kingdom and created a new world and a new government. These 20 kingdoms are what known now as the Tenryubito. Well censored. If they knew about this, how much would you bet that the celestial dragons want to have everyone kill if they know this? Kid said as a lot of hands went up. I thought as much. Continue. And these 5 generals of the moon people who lead the war against ancient kingdom are now known as the Gorosei. Aside from the royal family of the moon, the only 2 out of the 20 kingdoms to be named are the Don Quixote family and the Nefertari family. Determined to find the weakness of the ancient kingdom, the 20 Kingdom Alliance used the army of ability users to prevent the ancient kingdom and its allies from reaching each other. The ability users were instructed to alter the world's landscape by creating a large wall in the center of the whole world. This would be known now as the Red Line. With this, Poseidon retaliated with ordering the Sea Kings to alter the 2 sides of the ocean floor and the flow of the wind within these areas, trapping the islands of these TWNETY kingdoms in the middle and prevent them from sailing out. This would be known as the Calm Belt. The Sea Kings made it their lair and guarded the area instead of Poseidon. And thus, the middle part would be called the Grand Line. This change in landscape altered the Grand Line's atmosphere. Since then there had been crazy weather changes and difficulty in sailing as the island's magnetic fields within this part of the ocean became unstable and hardly undetectable by a normal compass. Though there was 3 open spots in the Red Line which were the Reverse Mountain, the Fishman Island. Apparently the Eve Tree protected the island and is strong enough to withstand the emergence of Red Line, and a hole underwater the Red Line that connects to the lava flow of the Reverse Mountain, which this would later be the entrance to Raftel. Because of the separation created by the Red Line, the ancient kingdom, who learned from the technology of winged people, decided to create Pluton on the island of their ally, Water 7, and destroy Red Line. With this destructive weapon, the ancient kingdom could end the war. But there was one family within the D kingdom that had been always different from all the D people. While the rest of the D kingdom risked their lives to win the war, this certain family never wanted to risk their lives for the kingdom. They are willing to abandon a ship once they see a more advantageous situation presented to them. They are willing to lie, cheat and steal and even murder just to gain the upper hand. They don't sound nice at all. They're not, because this is the family of the Marshal D's. Say what? Both Ace and Sabo shouted together while the White Beard crew and their captain was shocked. Both of us had just killed Tech D Marshal, who was calling himself Black Beard before we killed him. Good. Why? They are a family of treacherous, double-faced people that feared that the ancient kingdom will lose against the 20 Kingdom Alliance. So they fled the kingdom and went to the 20 Kingdom side after murdering people inside their own kingdom in order to get hold of their weapon, Uranus. This is the time One Piece started to exist as well. And they gave the Uranus and information to the Gorosei that Pluton was being built. This had proved to be the opening that was very fatal to the ancient kingdom. With every information given by the Marshal D's, the Gorosei and the 20 Kingdom Alliance dealt decisive attacks while the Pluton was being built. Realizing that the end of the ancient kingdom was near, and that the 20 Kingdom would try to control the world, Joy Boy and the D people decided to write their story about the events that happened to their existence. They wrote the entire history in an indestructible kind of stone that can last until hundreds of centuries. Joy Boy knew that one of his descendants will fulfill all his will. Along with the history of ancient kingdom, Joy Boy also wrote clues of the location of these texts and, most importantly, an apology to Poseidon for failing to fulfill his promise of getting the fishmen up in the surface. These would be the stones known now as the poneglyphs. Scattering these poneglyphs strategically around the whole world, especially in their allies' location, Joy Boy and the remains of D people abandoned the kingdom with every intent of surviving and passing the bloodline from generations to generations. The blueprint for Pluton was given to fishmen. The giant warriors of Elbaf got the unfinished Pluton and hid it beneath the sacred land of Elbaf, but the poneglyph detailing the location of Pluton was stolen by the kingdom of Alabasta, one of the TWNETY kingdoms that destroyed the ancient kingdom, and hid the poneglyph beneath the desert of Shandora. What? Vivi shouted before she started to shake her head repeatedly, not believing it. I'm afraid so, child. The poneglyphs placed around the world are poneglyphs that either tells about a bit of history about the ancient kingdom or clues on the ancient weapons and where the next poneglyphs are. Poseidon, having a very deep gratitude to Joy Boy, with the help of the Sea Kings, decided to hide the final piece of poneglyph in one piece. That final piece of poneglyph got nothing written on it, and it will be known as the Rio poneglyph. The Rio poneglyph, which tells a record of the events of the Void Century, especially the war that will expose the greed, fear, envy, bloodlust and deception of the world government, was hid in a secret island she and the Sea Kings created, inside the deep regions of the Reverse Mountain, which would be known as Raftel, the floating island. Wait, Rio poneglyph is a blank stone. With the censored? Yes, the Rio poneglyph is a blank stone left by the ancient kingdom, in which the D people believe that one of their descendants will arrive, complete their history and fulfill their will. Someone already completed the void history and wrote the entire history in that blank stone, which is the Rio poneglyph. Who? Ad. Yes, Gold D. Roger was the one who wrote the history on the Rio poneglyph. Ace was shocked that his dad had completed the void history. Emerging from the ashes of war, The 20 kingdoms were victorious in overthrowing the ancient kingdom of D. They immediately destroyed any evidence that proves the existence of ancient kingdom.
They then started to control the world. The D people scattered around the world, while some are captured and either killed or forced to work for the government.
Sky Islanders, dwarves, giants and others became slaves for the Tenryubido. Uranus is now at the possession of the Gorosei, and their first course of action is to get rid of pawns they no longer need. The family of Marshal D were eliminated, though, this family being blessed with incredible luck, some members of the family still managed to escape. One of the killed member of the Marshal D family was the most evil, and its soul forced its way inside the wand of Uranus. And in the beginning there was darkness. This made the Gorosei realize one of the true power of Uranus, and they knew what to do next. Uranus got three main use. 1. To contain souls and control them. 2. To grant vigor and life. 3. To subdue the devils. Say what? That's right, the third power of Uranus is to subdue the devils. If you remember, I did mention that the winged people are at war with the moon people, which became Tenryubido, and they command an army of ability users, right? Uranus is the winged people's secret weapon against them when they used to fight them at the moon. Realizing that them and army of ability users are from the moon and somehow gets weak by having contact to Uranus, the Gorosei exploited the ability users' weakness and killed them all. Apparently, Uranus emits the same power as seawater, as discovered by Dr. Vegapunk, which is now being used by the world government. It's the reason why devil fruit users are weak to the sea, because the soul recognizes in seawater the power that Uranus emitted unto them upon capturing them. The Gorosei killed their own soldiers. These murdered ability users' souls was then contained inside Uranus. That's not right, correct? Now, out of all these devil souls, one soul managed to not be captured and roamed around the world for ages before using a child as a container, which turns out to be Roronoa Zoro.
What? Me. And because this soul was never stored in a fruit and was not eaten by anyone, his soul never became one with Zoro's body, but rather it just lied dormant within Zoro. In a simpler sense, Zoro's devil is sleeping inside him, separated from him, while the other devil fruits that was eaten became one with its host.
I don't know if I'm going to like this. Roronoa Zoro's backstory revolved around his connection with Kuina, and how he developed his dream, but he had never mentioned on where he came from. He just appeared in front of Koshiro wanting to challenge every student in Koshiro's dojo, and we all know how it turned out between him and Kuina. How did you? I was there and I was a student that had just finished my training.
There was very little evidence on Roronoa Zoro's origin and true nature. Even before Zoro was formally introduced to Luffy, Kobe did describe Zoro as a bloodthirsty monster or devil, in their minds as Luffy expressed their desire to recruit him.
During his fight against Kaku, Zoro, for the first time, exhibited a kind of power that is impossible to explain by natural means. Asura. Even Kaku mentioned that he felt an evil aura in that moment. Most of Zoro's moves are a reference to either unlucky animals or non-Christian references. Specifically Buddhist and Hindu references, in which pertains heavily to the idea of reincarnation or the devil itself. During the Skypia journey, Zoro expressed his disbelief in God, and I believe this heavily hinted that Zoro is the anti-god. Now, I think you'll get the idea that, hey, Zoro is an anti-god, then that means he is a D. Does that make him a D? Not necessarily. Because even though D people are said to be as the natural enemies of the gods, which is clearly a figurative comparison to Tenryubido's, Zoro is referencing in the hints that was given, is referencing to God itself. You get my drift? Roronoa Zoro is not a human. Roronoa Zoro is the incarnation of the devil itself, specifically, a soul of a devil that never found a fruit. The Shinyu no Mi, or the death fruit. But I have the Shin no Mi. Yours allows you to see the dead and talk to them while asking for help from them. Oh. Unlike the Yami no Mi, that came from Blackbeard's direct ancestor and resided in the fruit and chose Blackbeard to be his owner, the Shinyu no Mi wandered for ages until it decided to use Zoro as a container. How? Let me explain that. If I'm gonna make a bet, while Zoro is at her mother's womb. The soul actually never chose Zoro to be its host, but just used Zoro as a temporary container, and Zoro, unlike Luffy, Sanji and Usopp, who got rare types of lineages in them, Zoro's endurance and strength is abnormal. It's also the reason why Zoro, Luffy, Marco and Ace knew that Blackbeard got other entities inside him. It's one thing to have an observation haki, but I think otherwise, all of them had a cursed soul inside them as well, so they subconsciously sensed Blackbeard's secret, because Blackbeard also got a cursed soul that reacted to theirs. I would like to add that I believe there are 3 death-related souls out there. 1. Yomi no Mi. One that gives back the soul of the owner and uses power from the underworld. 2. Shinyu no Mi. One who controls the souls of the dead and uses the power of the devils.
3. Yami no Mi. One who controls and claims dominance to other souls that came from Uranus and uses the power of the deepest pit, the abyss or the void.
Now, you may think I'm just bullshitting around, but I do believe that these abilities, in Zoro's case, his soul, are referencing the definitions of levels of hell from the Buddhism, Greek, Hinduism and even Christian beliefs. They all differ, but I think they all agree on it having three main areas. In this case we would use the Greek mythology. The Shades, which I believe is the direct reference to Yomi Yomi no Mi, which is where the river Styx is located. In this area, we can still bring the dead back, which is obviously Brook's primary ability. It's also a reference to Yomi, or the Japanese version of the underworld, in which Izanagi recovered Izanami from the dead, just like when Orpheus managed to retrieve his lover's body in this level from the Greek mythology. The Elysian Fields, although this is described in the Greek myths as a place of warriors, this is still the place of the death, in which I think references the Shinyu Shinyu no Mi, which is Zoro's soul. The Tartaros, a direct reference to Yami Yami no Mi, the Abyss, in which is a place of complete darkness where no light can go through and is a place of suffering and punishment for grave sins. Oh, did I mention that it's being guarded by Cerberus, a three-headed dog, which is a direct reference to Blackbeard's Jolly Roger? No, well, it is. We got one in Luffy named Akiba, Sanji said, shocking everyone. Really? Brook explained how that happened along with the nine-tails fox that they have on board the ship. Well, censored. Luffy is lucky, please continue, mother. Oh right. If there's one thing that follows Zoro, it's unlucky, cursed and evil things. In Lougetown, Zoro was chosen by the cursed sword, Sandai Kites. Through the blood contract shouldn't have happened. Zoro was chosen by the cursed samurai, Ryuma, to wield his sword, Shisui. Again the same with the blood contract. And Zoro possesses a very animalistic, or bloodthirsty, presence within him, as stated by many people. And the reason why Zoro does not get weak on seawater, even though he had a soul of the devil inside him, that came from the moon, was because unlike the other devil fruits, the devil's soul inso's human body as a barrier between him and the outside world. Because Zoro's devil soul never came from a fruit, it basically is sleeping inside Zoro, while the devil fruits that came from fruits and was eaten became one with the host's body. Basically, all devil fruit users are weak to seawater and Uranus, except these two. 1. Yami Yami no Mi, because the soul of this devil fruit never came from the moon. 2. Shino Shino no Mi, the soul that is inside Zoro because it never passed through Uranus and him residing in a human, thus cancelling its weakness to seawater and Uranus. I think I'm going to needing to lay down for a bit. Taio rubs Zoro's back in comfort as he sits onto the deck's tiers which you use to tie your boat to the deck. And because the soul of the darkness was not from the moon, it does not get weak even on seawater. Knowing now how Uranus works, the Gorosei then made the dwarves and Scypians cultivate a big tree that would be the root of all evil in the world. The tree of the devil fruits. It was named as such to prevent people from getting near the fruits. Being basically prisoners of the Uranus, these souls were transferred to the tree that the dwarves and Scypians cultivated and grew, which gives the Gorosei an unending supply of ability users. Lives end, but if you can contain their souls and give it to the next generation of soldiers, you would have no shortage of darkness. Fruit's case was different, since it's the most evil of all the soul there, like the Pandora's box legend in Greek mythology. When souls were released to be transferred to the fruits, the soul of the Marshal D moved on its own will and hid in a fruit far away the reach of any human. It shall wait until the destined user of the fruit can have it. The darkness fruit only belongs to a Marshal D. But Itoko has more than one devil fruit in their body and they had copied Yami Yami no Mi form Blackbeard. That one I'm afraid I don't know about, Itoko. The souls were cursed to wander endlessly, and the only place they returned to are the fruits which they tied into. These will be the birth of the devil fruits, logias, paramecias and zones. The Gorosei, with every intention of building a massive and strong military force, plucked the strongest devil fruits in its tree and gave it to their high-ranking officers. As you see, they are still doing it now. Isn't it suspicious that they have almost all of the strongest fruits and how easy it is for them to acquire devil fruits? Once the user of the ability dies, the soul will wander and will go to the nearest kind of fruit that it's originally imprisoned to. I have no idea how other stronger fruits got into the possession of other people, as it's definitely possible to think of many situations, but it really appears like the new government got a monopoly of all the strong fruits. With all the powers they gained, it is ripe to create a new government. These 20 kingdoms called themselves the Tenryubito, the celestial dragons, the creators. Among the 20 kingdoms, the royal family from the moon became the most important of all the celestial dragons. Believing that they got rid of the evil and that they were sent from heaven, these family and their bloodline were revered as saints. From all the Tenryubito families, they are the ones who wear spacesuits, primarily because they are from the moon, but later on, said, because they don't want to breathe lower people's air. How rude, Nami said as she was angry at them for saying that. Agreed. The 5 generals who were known as the Gorosei were given the highest positions in the new government. Their main purpose is to ensure the control of Tenryubito over the world. Different countries started to align themselves with the 20 kingdoms and swore allegiance. With 170 countries under their reign, the new government was ripe for a takeover. Also, the 5 circles in the world government flag means the 5 elder stars, or the Gorosei, which established the world government, and for them, the moon people, them circle in the middle, ruling over the 4 seas. The new government and the Gorosei were invincible. The landscape of the world is exactly how they wanted. They have a military force having devil fruits abilities at their disposal. They have the devil fruit tree and they have Uranus, which pretty much is their fountain of life. These were the key events in the 100-year gap that got destroyed along with history and once a prosperous kingdom. This was the Void Century. The planned new government was established sometime after these events, and they controlled the world. They called themselves the world government. But even if all things go well, censored will happen though. This is what exactly happened to the world government. Someone, let's assume Joy Boy, as a final effort to censored things up for the world government, by saving most of the slaves who were his allies before. Joy Boy let them all escape and Joy Boy was probably captured and assassinated. Since then these allies of Joy Boy, fishmen, dwarves, giants, sky islanders and others were rarely seen, some even disappeared from human sight. And the biggest mind censored the Gorosei had ever experienced, the knock-up stream. Because of the crazy weather the red line created, the knock-up stream occurred regularly and it hit where it hurt the most. The island where the tree of the devil fruits were. It's just a good thing that they plucked most of the strongest fruit it had before the knock-up stream hit. And because of the tree of the devil fruits shooting up the sky, most of the fruits scattered around the world. Ha! Take that, creepers, Nami cheered, making everyone laugh at that.
Ahahaha, yes. And thus, the birth of devil fruit users from around the world.
And because there's a new government, there would be outlaws. Pirates started appearing sporadically. The Gorosei are censored ed.
They want to reach the tree of the devil fruits, but they got no means to fly. Remember that they are not as knowledgeable in technology as the winged people, and there are only 5 fruits who are capable of flight.
Probably the best way for them is to collect the fruits that scattered around the world, by releasing a book about the devil fruits and buying it for 100,000 Baileys. But of course, it won't have a 100% result. Some may eat a fruit that's just lying there. The next best way is to kill these fruit users outside of the Marines. But they are the government and they have this facade that they need to protect, law and order. That's the persona they're trying to sell to people. So they allowed 2 things. Bounties and pirate hunters. Note that it's not about all the devil fruits. They just probably want the strongest ones. Stopping any kind of rebellion is the priority with this move. Stupid. Agreed. It's the tree of the devil fruits that they desire, and because of that the Gorosei and the 20 kingdoms moved to the highest peak of the world and left their former kingdoms, in hopes of reaching the tree of devil's fruit and claim back their source of dominance. Not to mention that they are establishing their superiority over other races and preventing the risk of any attacks like Joy Boy did. They are the good people and they wiped out the evil of the world, so for them, the place where they reside is a holy kingdom. This was called Mariois. With this, 19 of the 20 kings of the Tenryubito decided to abdicate their thrones in their own kingdom and live in Mariois. The Alabasta kingdom rejected the offer because they want to protect, or should I say greedy, about the possible information about Pluton.
The world government also situated marine bases and establishments in strategic parts of the world. I believe the Gorosei are the only ones who knew about Uranus and tree of the devil fruits. They hid the knowledge of it even from the Tenryubitos. They are really some greedy bastards. The Tenryubitos are drowned with privilege and power. And the world government ruled for
greedy censored Urs. Sometime after these events, after centuries of rule, a young man emerged from the waves of the sea and immediately caught the attention of the world government. The mysterious man quickly grew in power, and what seemed to be just a simple case of a man traveling around and playing pirate with his group became more complicated. A rumor that surfaced about a treasure in a certain island was not enough to bother the world government. It's when they finally pieced the puzzle together, they knew that a ghost would come back to haunt them. It's when they realized that the missing part of Uranus is what they need for world dominance. It's when they realized that someone left a record of the history they tried too hard to erase, and with it a weapon they feared would be used against them. And it's when they realized that the man who emerged from the waves of the sea carried a terrible name. The will of the D lives on. Gold D. Roger was the man who shook the foundations of the world government. The only man who could match him is Monkey D. Garp, also a descendant of the D kingdom. Garp, no offense to the ladies here, but your family is really starting to annoy me.
Roger, along with his men, completed the poneglyphs and located Pluton. But Roger never had enough time. 2 years after the Ebb Tide War, Roger reached Raftel, wrote the Rio Poneglyph and found One Piece. He became the Pirate King, and the Roger pirates disappeared for a year. Only for Roger to give himself into the world government. Roger had an incurable disease.
What, Dad? Ace didn't know what to say about this, making Marco wrap his arms around his husband. And he decided that he does not have what it takes to carry out the will and promise of his descendants. He don't deserve to possess One Piece. Young pirates came from all over the world, each have different dreams. All targeting of conquering the Grand Line. The rivals of Roger, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido and Shiki controls the new world. And in Roger's execution, he uttered the words that will change the world. The revelation of One Piece's existence confirmation has created the new age of pirates. Roger died to give birth to the one who would fulfill D.'s will. With this, the Gorosei knew that A.D. would always bring forth a storm and would eventually end their reign. So they realized they need to prevent it. There was a scientist and researcher that the Gorosei had that time. His name is Dr. Vegapunk. And he got a friend, who is a high-ranking official of the Marines. The Gorosei gave him the K's no Mi, Wind Fruit, former admiral of the Marines, Monkey D. Dragon. Say what? Everyone turned to Dragon who was not liking the looks they were getting. Back off. You can blame Dad for it since he wanted me to join, to be in the Marines in the first place. Dragon said, making everyone turn to Garp who was uncomfortable with the looks. These two always wondered about the Void Century and their lineage, which was of course, erased by the world government.
Along with the injustice and abuse of power of the Tenryubito, Dragon and Vegapunk, before the events of Roger's death, decided to go against the world.
The Gorosei ordered the research of mass destruction weapons, creation of giants, which most probably was one of their hardest opponent during the Void Century Wars, and ways to solidify the sea in order to exploit the weakness of devil fruit users, which would later be known as Kairoseki, not to mention the research of devil fruits and how to duplicate these things and ultimately the creation of a mechanical army called pacifistas. Because if they can't reach the tree of devil fruits, they just have to recreate it. Also, the world government created secret intelligence agencies known as Cipher Pole, in order to track mainly the poneglyphs, and the Gorosei went full retard and worked with pirates. The very guys they supposedly are trying to get rid of. All because of their fear of will of the Shichibukai was formed. Mihawk was not liking this at all, and Jinbe had quitted the warlords when Luffy asked them to join their crew. Not only did the Shichibukai give a leveled playing field against the Yonkou, Whitebeard, Shiki, later Shanks after Gold D. Roger's death, Kaido and Big Mom, the Shichibukai also gave them financial aid, which is mostly used for the researches on strengthening of their military forces and prevent an uprising, specifically for the inevitable coming of another And the Gorosei was right, the will of the would again resurface even with Roger's death. Years after Gold D. Roger's execution, another emerged from East Blue, the weakest of the four blues.
My sister's child, Monkey D. Luffy, but years before that, the dark side of was cunningly lurking and waiting in the darkness for his time to strike.
Marshall D. Teach, lately known as Blackbeard. Like different sides of a half moon, their fates are intertwined. Only one will succeed. One will conquer the Grand Line, the other one will meet a horrible end. After 900 years of wait, it would finally be decided if the will of the D would be fulfilled or would it be altered. This is the will of Joy Boy and the kingdom of the will passed down to Gold D. Roger. Their promise of freedom from chains of oppression and freedom to roam the seas, the promise to fulfill a dream. There will come a time that the Gorosei and the world government can't stop the changing of times. These are the things that cannot be stopped, as long people search for freedom. If Pluton was used by evil, they will destroy islands. If used by good, it would erase the division called Red Line. If Poseidon was used by evil, it will create monsters. If used by good, it would bring forth a new race in the land.
If Uranus was used by evil, it will create curses. If used by good, it would free all souls that were used for greed and gluttony.
If used by good, all these weapons bring freedom, Hoshi said before everyone was speechless. Well, that's 1D Kingdom history you never want to forget. Is it writing in a book? No, but I can do that and have it be in both the library back home and on Luffy's ship. Just how many members do you have? Luffy said 40,000, Shanks asked. Oh, that number was doubled as the males have 10 wives, Hoshi said, shocking everyone. And you're a D-Yuki. That's right. Dragon has one of our bloodlines and ability while Luffy has all 4 and all 3. What are they? First, the bloodlines. They make us different from the other Ds as we have 2 bloodline gifted to us by 2 gods. One of the bloodlines allows us to know if the people we killed, which is by protecting our mates or our little ones, are innocent or not. It's an auto bloodline since everyone is born with it. The second bloodline is we can use magic no matter what kin it is. The third one allows us to have holy god blood inside us, and the fourth one allows us to have demoniac god blood inside us. The 3 abilities are 1. De-aging ourselves. 2. Shrunken stuff which I made, Taio said, cutting in. Oh, okay, that makes 4 abilities then. 3. We can adopt anyone into the clan by giving them a necklace or a toy. For children only, and the 4th one is we can control elements. I'm guessing Luffy went more demoniac than holy, right? 3 times before finding their 4 mates. Smoker is the groundkeeper, Taio said as her mother has shocked. That's rare and it only happens like every 200 years or so. Good thing all 4 are here. Can't wait to meet them in person. Tasuki said as the said four gulped, making them shock at what they did. Heh. So, your names are Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, ex-Drake, Bales Hawkins and Utas, Captain Kidd. Since Drake is the older one out of you all, he'll be the first mate unless the kiss was at the same time.
Same time. Quote. Then Law would be the first mate as a doctor would be first mate if they were kissed 2 seconds before anyone else, which Law was. Marriage alliance can happen with pirates to strengthio pirate crews. Tasuki said as Luffy's mates nod their heads.
How would a child be born? Oh brother, please tell me Luffy told you their gender. I thought Luffy was a male. No, I gave birth to a daughter. Luffy is a female. That dropped the bomb onto everyone, but Sengoku, Garp, Bonnie, Frankie, Dragon, Taiyo, Auroran, Hoshi, Kurenai, Inoko, Trikiwi, Yuki, Yukina, Yukiha, Yukino, Yukikaze and Artsukuno. 3, 2, 1, 0. Say what? An. Now you know Luffy's real gender and no, there won't any SX scenes unless it's one at a time or Luffy uses their clones for the other 3. Time skip after saving Luffy from the Dressrosa people and Luffy beating the censored out of them for trying to catch them. They went up against Flamingo, which Luffy saw kissing Law on the lips since Flamingo was also hiding their gender. Luffy got angry and both them plus Law went into Luffy's happy place where she drops things into or people since she doesn't want to deal with them.
Censored scene hiding. Use your imagination on the scene in any way you like since Luffy sort of made Flamingo do something they didn't like for 6 whole hours SX.
Luffy, never ever do something like this again. Law was holding 4 babies in his arms while Flamingo was panting. She was asking for it and figured she should just be a censored like she wanted to be for you. Law was shocked that Luffy knows what a slug was.
Well, she can be a servant or something. Fine, but she's Sue wearing a maid outfit for the rest of her life and being a SS. Law was shocked.
The D-Yukis can have a SS if they're trying to take away a mate from them and I'm calling Flamingo a SS. Luffy said as Law needs to talk to his mother-in-law about this. After Luffy brought them out and Law spoken to his mother-in-law about the SS thing which can happen shock him, Drake, Hawkins and Kidd. Luffy made sure that the ship is in its true form since it's 50 times its size and has a lot of room and space. Luffy had 3 copies of themselves out and they had kissed their mates for the last kiss before Law and Flamingo's babies were taken by Tasuki and Hoshi. Luffy was quick enough to fuse their copies to themselves before they passed out. They're seeing their mates' memories, so nothing to worry about. There was a bright light that blinded everyone before they blacked out. 8 days later and everyone, but Luffy had woken up and saw they were in a ship in their own room with a book and a big newspaper with information on Luffy, their devil fruits, their family including adopted family members and their past, shocking everyone about this as they had read the book first before the newspaper and they saw Luffy's new bounty is 800 trillion, 12 billion and 80,000 Baileys with the title of Yonko Warlord. Censored, 8 curses weapons and a blood contract with them? How many devil fruits? Their future had changed along with ours. All 4 had woken up Luffy who is in their true gender making all 4 blush at her. Whoa, as all that Kid can say. Luffy's upper bust is triple F cup. Her hair is all the way down to her heels, has panties on that she doesn't like to wear and a shirt that looks like Kid will fit into since he didn't lose his left arm cause Luffy had changed it in his memories and that case the damage to redo itself making it vanish like it never happened. Luffy's arms and legs looks thin and small while their hands and feet can only fit a teenager at the age of maybe 16 or 17 years old. Luffy stretched her arms up above her head where the shirt went up showing off her belly that looks like it has more curves on her and when she bring her arms down, their bust jumps a bit making their mates blush harder till Luffy looks to them. Ikki. Luffy pulls the blankets over her head as her body falls to the bed to hide herself. Luffy? Law was beside her without her knowing it and Law moved the blanket slowly as to not scare Luffy as she turns to look at him in the face. Let's get some cloth onto you. Luffy lets Law pick out the clothing for today which was a white one-piece dress with a yellow ribbon that is sewn onto the dress under her bust and then tied behind her as Hawkins put her hair in twin buns on the side of her head with a coat that belongs to Drake on after Law had tied her ribbon for her while Kid gave her a metal earrings to pressy her ears. They went down the elevator and saw everyone was on board and was looking around the ship and Luffy saw Bonnie, Frankie and Gina with Frankie Jr. in her AMRS were talking till they saw her. Luffy, everyone turned and was shocked at what they are seeing. Mama, Auroran, Sugar, Urata, Anata and Iliasville shouted as they ran over to Luffy making their mates confused. Auroran lose her parents and I adopted her as my own. Sugar you can tell by Law that is her papa. Iliasville is me and Drake's child. Urata and Anata are going to be hard to pick father for them since they're siblings. Luffy, I found a male child with wounds all over his body and it looked like someone put in hot iron to their back. Zoro Siad before Luffy had a demoniac aura around them before they vanished and everyone heard a scream making the whole crew to shake their heads while the others were confused. That was Captain. was all they said before Luffy came back with a woman who was holding an hot iron that has a symbol on it. Law, all yours since I need to get my son to Chopper to look after his wounds. Luffy said as she hands the woman over to Law before taking the male child away from Zoro Gentile and went to the hospital room for Chopper to look after her new child. Well, the twins are kids and that boy is Hawkins, Zoro said before he walked away to get a clean shirt on while both Kid and Hawkins looks to each other. Do you want the boy? Do you want the twins? I don't know which one to have. Twins are too much, the boy I can handle. I'll take the twins then. Captain? Law turns to Beppo. His Vic captain and his whole crew was there as well. All crew members of the captains must be here and Luffy had sent a letter to the elder Mink on Zo to let them know she and her crew is coming over and she also told them everything so they no need to freak out about your crew. Law, not being there, Tayo explained. I never seen a polar bear mink before. Are you a polar bear? Nope, a spirit bear mink through mama didn't want to send me there afraid I might get raped since I'm the last of the spirit bear minks. Beppo hugged Auroran to calm her down which she returns. Permission granted to date her as long as you don't hurt her feels or hurt her in any way or form. Luffy scared Beppo as she was right behind him when she said that making him jump 10 feet into the air. Why yes, Ma, Law never wanted to laugh as much as he does right now along with the rest of his crew who also was holding in their laughter as well making Beppo pout before rubs his right ear making Beppo rumble as Luffy had just hit a special spot making the whole Heart Pirate crew and Law go wide-eyed since that spot was where none of them touch as of Beppo's request and now they know why. As the crew and the alliances they have with the other pirates look around the ship, Luffy was with their new child. Eric and Luffy had fallen asleep while looking after them and Kid saw Luffy like that before moving them inside the bed where Eric curled into Luffy who had one arm around their son's body with their hand resting behind their son's head. Kid managed to get a picture before leaving them alone as both need to rest. Luffy woke up to seeing their child is curled up to their chest and Chopper is looking at them. May I check on my charge? Of course, Dr. Chopper. Luffy moves, but Eric grabbed a hauls on her where two tattoo arms came and pulled Eric away Gentile as two big arms picked Luffy up in their arms. Law? Kid? Everyone is done looking. I think the chiefs of all 7 pirate crews are shouting in happiness cause of a bigger kitchen. Saw the meeting room and was shocked that it has microphones inside. It's to help hear you better since the room is big. I'll be helping Chopper in the hospital room since he can't handle a lot on his own. Thanks and you can help me out with Eric as I got all of his medical records and I don't like what I'm seeing. Law read through the whole record and was growling angrily and enraged shocking Luffy, Kid, Drake and Hawkins as the said two had just walked into the hospital room to see how the new member was doing and Chopper may have been shocked at Law growling, but he can understand why Law would do that since he wants to kill the woman as well for doing this to her own child which no one should have done at all. Law? That's censored. If I get my hands on her, I'm so going to * censored kill her. Law. Eric was multiplying internal wounds, multiplying bruises on the skin that are over the internal organs, multiplying cuts on both arms and legs. The feet had cigarettes burns. The hands had been put into them hot water for a minute. His back has 4 different symbols put onto him by a hot iron meant for horses. His bumhole was torn by at least 6 men trusting into him. Repeatedly, opened wounds that need to be cleaned since his mother wouldn't allow it. Has the bone in his upper left arm broken in half. His lower right leg is broken in half. His backbone has lots of cracks on it. His skull was cracks on it. 10 broken rib bones 5 on each side. One of the ribs had poked a hole in his left lung and a tear in his right lung.
He'll be needing a lot of surgeries to get all of that fixed. Luffy was shocked as Kid was furious that his adopted son was in a state in this. How many? Drake asked for Kid since Kid looks like he's about to lose it. First one is to fix the hole and tear at his lungs. That'll help him breathe better. I'm going to do x-rays to check on his internal wounds and organs to see how badly damaged they are and see if I can't fix them joining the surgery.
Second one is to fix his broken ribs on both sides which I can do after I'm done fixing his lungs. Third one is his left broken upper arm. Fourth is his right broken lower leg. He'll be needing a lot of milk and calcium pills to fix the cracks and to help heal the bones as they recover. Fifth one is to remove the dead skin on his hands, both of them, and try to see if I can replace it with something. I can make the skin grow back. It's a ability I've been working on for the clan along with one that allows you to take spiritually energy form the air to heal yourself. Luffy said shocking their mates. Well, teach that our son might help him heal himself if he cuts himself, Kid said as he smiles at his adopted son. I got no problems with that. Law said as he and Chopper got everything they need to do surgery #1 and 2 while checking onto the internal wounds and organs. 5 hours later Law and Chopper had just finished surgery #1 and 2 while all organs are fixed up and the internal wounds are fixed as well.
Luffy has pacing back and forth when waiting for Law to come out with the news that Eric is going to be okay, not forgetting that there is going to be 3 more surgeries that Eric is going to have to go through. Mihawk and Shanks tried to calm her down, but no luck as they had never saw Luffy like this before and it's worrying. Kid managed to get Luffy onto his lap and hold her close to stop her from pacing anymore. Law came out while wrapping his hands onto a towel 10 minutes later and Luffy jumped at Law and started asking a lot of questions cause Law to really wonder how Luffy knows those words.
First, Eric is fine, just needs some rest. You and Kid can see him in 4 hours. Eric will have to stay in the hospital room till me or Chopper say he can leave.
Second is Eric's next surgery. I planned it to be in 4 months to let him recover from the first one he had. Third is Eric doesn't remember his real mother or real father, so if you and Kid go in when he is about to wake up, he can call you his parents when you tell him you're his parents. And fourth is he's a D. Eric D. Wolf with a devil fruit of a wolf, a black wolf to be right with some white metal spikes sticking out of its back.
Wolf fruit. White metal spike black wolf mode. Luffy said as Kid smirks at that. Hey, he can use metal then as well as become a wolf. What's the odds of that happening again? Kid, let's not start. We don't know what will happen, Hakan said as he looks through his cards. Drake told Luffy everything that Hoshi told them before they went to save them, shocking them before they sigh.
I knew it. Huh. Everyone turned to them. Joy Boy is part of both the D. Monkeys and the D. Yuki's cause of his 2D friends had adopted him into their family and he is my ancestor.
Say what? Was shouted out from everyone as Luffy flinches while covering their wolf ears that are out, making everyone apologize to Luffy. It's fine. I'm going to go take a 2-hour nap. I'll go with you since Law needs to help Chopper out in the hospital room to put stuff away. Kid said as he gets up. We also have medical equipment like on the sub, but for some reason the sub can't be fine. Last floor of the ship, open hole, sub is down there. Luffy said before she and Kid went for their 2-hour nap.